Chapter 801. Journeying Once More. SSS Tilda the scorching golden flames singed Kaior's frail body, leaving the impression it snuffed out the final trace of life she had left. Zhuo Fan looked on with worry. Dragon Ancestor consoled him. Fire is a source of life. Be it my fierce flame, decimating golden flame, or Kun Peng's gentle flame, chaos flame. Only gentle flame is good for alchemy and the soul, while the fierce flame is for refining weapons and the body. Letting the golden flame enter her body won't just remake her body, but open her mind further, setting her on the path of a real sacred beast. Further, precisely, Dragon Ancestor said, fire is the source of life and knowledge. Kun Peng's azure flame helped open her first mind to speak and cultivate, to overcome the shackles of a spiritual beast as it grows stronger and stronger. My golden flames take it a step further, giving her the body of a sacred beast capable of transformation, what a true sacred beast can do. Zhuo Fan shook. Does that mean all spiritual beasts can become sacred beasts? Hardly, or the world would be in chaos. Ha ha ha, you best remember that the number of experts are limited. Dragon Ancestor looked at Kaior. Your daughter is special because she is like us at core, born from the strongest power of this world, with berserk purple lightning taking hold within her. That's why our two flames that resonate with her body will help her develop her mind and spirituality. If it were a common spiritual beast, it could only take one flame. By using both of them, though, it would lead to them clashing inside and exploding. Zhuo Fan nodded, recalling the three-headed crow at Kun Peng's side. His aide had received Kun Peng's azure flame but would never become a sacred beast, because at core its body did not have any of the 5 powers. Zhuo Fan could not help but smile at Dragon Ancestor. What about me? Don't I have both of your flames? A freak 9 serenities sovereign created. Beat it! Dragon Ancestor's face twitched and grumbled. Zhuo Fan's weird constitution made him jealous, actually. Who wouldn't want a body that could hold 4 of sacred beast powers and fuse them into an unheard of power? Even he had to admit it. Zhuo Fan smiled, looking smug. Everything was connected. That was the core belief behind demon transformation art. Everything could be transformed for the user's use. It was truly obscene. Sacred beasts can't train in human cultivation methods, or he'd long have stolen it. Kun Peng especially, if he knew demon transformation art was the way to combine sacred beast powers, he'd have acted on the spot. Tilda Zhuo Fan was startled awake and watched Kaior being covered by azure flames with the searing golden flames on top. Azure flame and golden flame overlapped and combined, forming a savage tornado, lifting Kaior up in the air. Zhuo Fan was baffled while Dragon Ancestor was calmer than ever. Boom! After the explosion, purple lightning burst forth, erasing the fire tornado. What followed was a flood of lightning everywhere, surrounding an 8-year-old girl with long purple hair and a purple robe. She was the most adorable creature with her pink cheeks, bright eyes, and white teeth. Zhuo Fan was startled. Dragon Ancestor laughed. Ha ha ha, the transformation is complete. With some training, this child will be the next Thunder Phoenix. Adding Killin's son as well, the 5 great sacred beasts will once more gather. Dragon Ancestor, is she my daughter? Of course, father. Zhuo Fan blinked dumbstruck. The girl floated down as the purple lightning crackled around. She bore a bright smile as she skipped over to Zhuo Fan and jumped into his arms. Of course I'm your daughter. Can't you recognize me? Of course not. Zhuo Fan's eyelid twitched, hugging the little girl. Seeing the familiar expression in her eyes, he was feeling overwhelmed. If I could choose, a thunder skylark would be better. Kaior asked. Why, now that I took human form, I'm really your daughter. Ha ha ha, you won't understand. Zhuo Fan turned solemn. With the way you are now, that means you've become a sacred beast, taking on Thunder Phoenix's mantle. That means you'll become a target for Heavenly Sovereign. Then you might even die. Blinking her big eyes, Kaior was confused. Who's that? Father, if you didn't want for me to transform, why let me? I had no choice. Sighing, Zhuo Fan glanced at Dragon Ancestor. It wasn't my decision to make. Smiling, the Dragon Ancestor nodded. Yes, I'd have it even if you refused. We need strength right now. Only with all 5 great sacred beasts will we have the greatest power. Alone, we're no match for Heavenly Sovereign. Zhuo Fan knew this, but was still conflicted. Leave the second generation in my care for now. I'll make sure to unearth all her potential. Dragon Ancestor continued. His tone was irreproachable. Zhuo Fan nodded, but Kaior wouldn't have it, hugging his neck and whining, "No, I want to go with Father." No matter how amazing this kid is, he's just a human and has no idea of the true might of the glorious Thunder Phoenix. However, the Dragon Ancestor's tone was firm. Your mind might be sharp right now and can even understand Berserk Purple Lightning's usage, but that's too slow. By training with me, you'll soon know all of Thunder Phoenix's skills. You'll go home with him later on, but now you must stay with me to make sure you don't stray. Zhuo Fan acknowledged this as well. Yes, since you're meant to enter this storm, the best way is for you to get stronger. I can't teach you. Staying with Dragon Ancestor is better. Zhuo Fan placed Kaior down, then turned around without hesitation. Dragon Ancestor, open the door and let me out. Sure. Dragon Ancestor clawed and a tunnel formed to the beautiful world outside. Kid, you're a man of ambition, knowing what must be done and not hesitating. Father. Seeing him go, Kaior's voice trembled. I've never left your side since I was born. Zhuo Fan halted, struck by a pang of guilt, but he settled his heart, leaving without looking back. He knew from the moment Dragon Ancestor saw Kaior that he would want her to improve and make this simple Thunder Skylark enter the deadliest battle. As her father, Zhuo Fan had to do the best he could to give her the highest chance at survival. Father Tilda. As the door faded, Kaior cried out after him, with tears of abandonment flowing down her cheeks. But Zhuo Fan not once looked back till the end. When the door closed, Kaior's cries were cut off and Zhuo Fan sighed. His eyes closed to regain his calm, then walked forward with purpose. Heavenly Sovereign, the greatest threat was bearing down on him. No one could help him, and he couldn't help anyone either. All he could do was give his all to not get those he cared dragged down into this. The rest of his life was bound to be filled with solitude. He could only rely, no use. The 5 great sacred beasts stuck with the same misfortune. Whoosh! Tilda Zhuo Fan barely took a step, and Yilin appeared, looking hesitant. Zhuo Fan simply brushed his shoulder as he walked on with a cold look. Hold on, Yilin finally spoke. Halting, Zhuo Fan asked. What? Master must have told you about everything. Yilin scratched his head. Our goal is the same. To help Master, we'll have to cooperate. As for the 8 world wind tunnels, I've already placed the drawing array in this secret realm. The others will be harder, even the ones in Western lands. We are, after all, disciples in the Western lands. Are you done? I'm leaving. Zhuo Fan spoke coldly. Yilin started. Wait, Master asked that we set the recoil array together. I don't need you. Zhuo Fan cut him off. You just stay being a Western lands disciple. I can do it on my own. Also, you saved my life and I'll definitely repay you. Shaking all over, Yilin watched Zhuo Fan go. He set his jaw and shouted, Brother? Startled, Zhuo Fan finally paused his step, looking at him oddly. What did you call me? Elder brother? Yilin hesitated with a lowered head. Sacred beasts have rules, making the winner king. Since I lost to you, you're the elder brother. Zhuo Fan turned around and resumed leaving. That is a beast's rule, we are men. Anyway, I'll return the favor for what you did. There's nothing else between us. Elder brother, it doesn't matter. Since I lost, I see you as king. Zhuo Fan never stopped walking. Also, senior brother sent a jade slip. Miss Chu is fine. They all think you're dead. Double Dragon Manor is rushing me to come back and report. Elder brother, come with me, or would you like me to send her a message? Trembling, Zhuo Fan stopped again, then left faster. No, just say, I'm dead. Chapter 802, Quanrong Capital. Come get your furs, the finest 4th-level spiritual beast furs you can find. Iron, black iron, anything you need to make the sharpest spiritual weapons. Get your herbs right here, for miracle 3rd-grade cures. The market was packed with peddlers shouting out their wares. They got swallowed in the tide of noisy people coming and going, haggling and bickering, always fighting for a profit. Among this sea of people, one lone figure seemed to drift through it. his black cloak fluttering in the wind. When he looked up, his cold face contrasted with the bustling scene. Looking around, he found people with long noses, big eyes, and foreign faces unlike anyone he saw in Tianyu. Zhuo Fan lowered his head again and milled through the crowd and out of here. Down here, in the capital of Quanrong Empire, he was the foreigner. Like a nimble cat, Zhuo Fan's trace was gone without anyone taking notice. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and floated through the bustling street like a ghost. Ever since he left Ultimate Clarity Sect, Zhuo Fan knew the danger he was in, fated to go in this world alone. But after giving it some thought, he still could not help but want to see them again. Elder Yuan, Luo Clan, and, never mind King Cheng, he feared he'd never leave if he saw her. This was a kind of silent goodbye. He would be facing Heavenly Sovereign by himself. It was so convenient. There was a whirlwind tunnel from Dragon Ancestor's sketch on his way. Since he was passing through, might as well leave a drawing array behind. But the Dragon Ancestor's map was a dubious sketch, a true amateur painter. He might as well know only the 8 locations of the tunnels, and that was pretty much it. At least he knew the rough location, with nothing to go on as to its exact spot. Best keep an ear out while I'm here. Zhuo Fan halted his steps with a grin. Next to him was a rowdy restaurant. When it came to listening, this place was the best location. With whirlwind tunnels gathered spiritual energy, it's bound to cause some strange occurrences that people can't miss. A native is sure to know more. Zhuo Fan looked up as he walked up to it, finding that it was made up of 8 3-meter-big rocks. Quanrong are so crude, even their culture shows it. From the gate to their homes, nothing here inspires grandeur. Taking the capital's gate, for instance, it was twice as tall as that of Tianyu, but not as polished. The capital of Tianyu was a work of art, filled with beauty and refinement. Every corner was thought out, every nook and cranny used, while the Quanrong capital only looked huge. Size was good, sure, but the rocks used in the buildings were uneven, as if made up at random. Maybe this was how their culture, one based on power and disregarding the details. As they associated themselves with spiritual beasts every day of the week for years and years, their belief in power would only be strengthened. There was a low chance for any sage like the 3 in Tianyu to appear. But this is also why the Quanrong stand united, while Tianyu is filled of bickering fools weakening the empire. This aspect alone would paint the barren Quanrong nation as stronger than Tianyu. Heaven really is amazing to create such wonderful discrepancies. Weak yet strong, Zhuo Fan smiled as he walked in. The waiter spotted him and waved. Will you be dining or staying? We have a quiet room, but it's a bit on the expensive side. No need, I'll stay in the hall. Zhuo Fan shook his head and took a random seat at a table. The waiter lowered his head and saw that the cloak hid Zhuo Fan's features. Guest, you're a foreigner? Yeah. Then where do you... Zhuo Fan eyed him. What do I have to explain myself to stay here? No, it's just that there are hostilities recently and foreigners have to report. The waiter was put on the spot. Sighing, Zhuo Fan ignored him. He didn't give much thought to a lower 3 sect protecting some third-rate empire. Ever since the Dragon Ancestor used the golden flame to remake his body, his cultivation reached the 8th layer of radiant stage. As for his power, it grew exponentially, not limited to the draconic form Yilin had, tough and filled with decimating golden flame, but also wielding the apocalyptic thunderflame eye. That was why he had no qualms coming here. Just that he would much prefer it if he kept his nose down. I come from Tianyu, any problem? You're from Tianyu? The waiter shouted in shock and looked at him in hatred. That got everyone to turn their heads over with some unfriendly looks. Why, you don't like Tianyu? Zhuo Fan eyed the people around. Gnashing his teeth, the waiter was spat. That's the least of it. We're mortal enemies. 8 years ago, Tianyu stole our richest lands, forcing us to leave our homes and live in poverty. Many of our soldiers died in the war with Tianyu, so you tell me if I could forget such hatred? War is all about death. Either you die or I die. This is normal. Moreover, it was you who invaded us first. The war was also within Tianyu. You're the attackers, although you failed in the end. Scratching his nose, Zhuo Fan spoke. You struck first yet failed. Now you blame us for fighting back, the waiter glared in hatred and cursed. Humph, what do you know? This is all Tianyu's twisted plan. They say we should help them settle their unrest, only to label us as invaders later and steal our land on top of it. All of you from Tianyu are nothing but snakes and greedy wastrels, the others nodded, looking at Zhuo Fan with red eyes. Oh, that does make sense. Zhuo Fan nodded. True, it was Tianyu's emperor at the time that invited you to help. I didn't think such a secret would reach the ears of a waiter. This must be the Quanrong emperor's campaign to keep his seat, but that's the truth and I have nothing to deny it. But this was settled by the leadership, with the common people of Tianyu wholly disagreeing. Now that emperor lost, so of course he can't honor his promise to you. On the contrary, the enemy you two joined to fight ended up taking the power and came to settle scores with you. Since they had no deal with you, their enemies, of course they used you. The waiter's face twitched, then flicked his hand and barked. Who cares? All we know is that anyone from Tianyu worked to cheat us. No, Tianyu has many factions. If you side with one, the others are bound to become your enemies. Losing in the end means you bet on the wrong horse. This isn't a matter of Tianyu people's character. For them, you looked like the aides of their enemies who came to kill them. Zhuo Fan waved his hand. The only one to blame is your emperor and his faulty reasoning, involving himself in another empire's matter before understanding its workings. Also, with feeble soldiers, it's best to stay home and defend it, than invade and incite things. Shut your pie hole. The waiter had had enough, shaking from anger. Our emperor is the best in the world. After we lost our lands, he still made sure to settle us in the capital. Our commander is the best in the world, kind to his men and undefeated. Zhuo Fan mocked with a raised eyebrow, the best emperor. Ha, he lost your land and you call him that after giving you some crumbs. Isn't that his duty to begin with? If he didn't even do that, he'd be failing as an emperor. The best commander. Chuoba Taishan ain't a bad old coot, but undefeated is a bit of a stretch at this point. At least in Tianyu, he lost all the way. How else would you end up without a home? Why, you little... Zhuo Fan's sharp mockery cut deep. The waiter and the others around were fuming mad. In the end, the waiter roared, "You dare slander our emperor and commander? You won't leave this place alive, man of Tianyu? We'll kill you." Everyone stood up and unleashed their bloodlust on Zhuo Fan as they came charging. Zhuo Fan had nothing better to do than yawn. A few profound heaven experts among a bunch of bone-tempering cultivators. What can nobodies like you do against a radiant stage expert in the 8th layer? Wait, radiant stage. Eyes wide, they all looked dumbstruck. We were too impulsive and got caught up in the flow, chapter 803, asking around. The silence was deafening. Everyone here looked at each other, then at Zhuo Fan with a dumb look, though neither budged an inch. The waiter was sweating now, shaking like a leaf next to Zhuo Fan and on the verge of tears. What's wrong with me? The least I could do was check his level before I let anger take me. Only now he saw that his bone-tempering cultivation wasn't enough to see through him. This was an obvious sign the other's level was way higher. The people in the restaurant sized Zhuo Fan up, then lamented their fates. We can't tell anything. We can't even touch him as we are. They all stood stiff in the same spot while Zhuo Fan snickered. What's the hold-up? Didn't you want to kill me? No. Everyone shook their heads. Passers-bys like them would never reach his level. They'd just be mowed down if they attacked now. Zhuo Fan shook his head. I was wondering why the Quanrong Emperor would be so impulsive as to step into Tianyu's unrest. Now I see Quanrong are all brawn, attacking before even looking. It might sound like bravery, even heroism, but it's just a fancy way of calling someone an idiot. Before you start attacking, you should start flexing that thing you have for a head. Well, I guess you lost those hundreds of miles fair and square, ha. Zhuo Fan's mockery made everyone's faces turn red. Zhuo Fan started off with defending himself, but now he was openly disregarding their emperor and their entire people. It made the Quanrong so angry and filled with hatred, though not enough to attack, not when Zhuo Fan had the biggest fist around. Seeing them all so tense, Zhuo Fan smiled, though no longer toyed with them since he had no intention of quarreling with the common folk. "Since you guys won't do nothing, I'll—" "Attack!" the waiter shouted, scared to death. A radiant stage cultivator could kill them with a thought. They'd be slaughtered. The others panicked and fell to their knees, begging for their lives. Rolling his eyes, Zhuo Fan huffed. "Who'd kill you? You're not even worth it. I was gonna say that since you won't start anything, I'll ask some questions and then you can just scram." "Oh, just questions." "Who the hell jumped the gun and said he'll attack?" They relaxed at once, but then they recalled their panic and shameful act, looking for the instigator. "Shit, that scared me to death." All eyes glared at the waiter. He lowered his head with resentment. "Can you blame me? How would I know this guy is against the norms? Shouldn't it be if we don't attack, he will?" Ignoring their reproaching looks, Zhuo Fan said, "Waiter, I'll ask you first. What were those fights you were talking about? With who?" "Hey, you don't know?" The waiter was stunned. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes and cursed. "Why else am I asking you?" "Yeah, Senior asked you a question and you're quibbling. Hurry up and answer before Senior gets impatient." "Waiter, cut the crap and answer." Everyone in the restaurant began to curse at him and make him feel glum. Damn these fools, switching sides at the drop of a hat. They were patriots a second ago alongside me. Now they're this Tianyu guy's loyal dogs. Since you can't mess with a radiant stage cultivator, you take it out on a waiter. Zhuo Fan frowned and glared at them to quiet down. The waiter bowed. "Sir, we're at war with Tianyu. Since you're from Tianyu, I thought you knew. They're fighting again. Why? For how long?" "Around a month, the rumor is His Majesty received the full support from the Guardian sect, vowing to get our land back." The waiter sighed. "And His Majesty wanted to make up for his mistake 8 years ago, so there's been a martial law in place at the borders to prevent any Tianyu spies from coming in." "That's why when, sir?" The patriotic waiter forgot who he was talking to, forgetting he was giving a strong guy from Tianyu a report. So he sewed his mouth shut. Something had to be wrong with his head to talk when he was aware of the situation. He may be— "Don't worry, I'm no spy." Zhuo Fan smiled. "Have you ever seen a spy exposing himself like me? Besides, it's common knowledge what you told me so far. I've been away from Tianyu for so many years and want to return. I couldn't know these things." The waiter sighed, relieved. "I haven't sold my country." Zhuo Fan pondered carefully. "There's a serious problem here. I saw the Luo clan's power and Quanrong didn't have the strength to invade Tianyu. Also, Beast Taming Sect is offering full support. Humph, it is only one sect while the other has 3 helping it, unless something fishy is going on here. Did the higher powers reach some debased deal?" "What are you talking about, sir?" the waiter asked, puzzled. Zhuo Fan waved his hand. "Nothing, it doesn't involve you anyway. Quanrong won't win in any case. There's still something I want to know. Ha ha ha, do you guys have some wonderful scenery around of immense beauty?" "Scenery?" The waiter was stumped, the people puzzled. He shook his head. "Sir, Quanrong isn't like Tianyu with rich lands and great sceneries. We're barren, so where can there be such a place here? If you want to enjoy some places, you're better off going to Tianyu. They have far better sceneries." "Then what about Harsh Mountains?" "Which is the most treacherous area, the place where livestock vanishes the most." Zhuo Fan squinted. Where the wind tunnel gathered spiritual energy, it did not mean paradise would always form. It might not be unlike the local areas, making it truly a danger zone. The waiter was still looking lost. "Sir, where have you heard this?" "We're barren, but not in hell with a poisoned land. Wouldn't we have died off by now?" Frowning, Zhuo Fan pondered. Were the all-dragon senses out of whack when he made the sketch? "There's no sign of the wind tunnel here." "That would mean all the other spots were wrong as well. How am I supposed to find 8 wind tunnels on these huge lands?" Zhuo Fan was worried. The waiter and the rest did not make a peep, afraid he would kill them. Everyone waited there for his words. "Where's the owner?" In this tense mood, heads turned as loud footsteps were heard coming into the locale. 2 built men in lavish clothes walked forward, their strong physique clearly making them out to be at peak profound heaven stage. "The 6th prince has booked this place. All of you are to leave." The 2 tough guys stuck out their chests, looking smug and cocky. Though they did not see the panic that unusually followed. In fact, the people were making shushing gestures in a rush. What's going on here? Are you all deaf? The sixth prince booked this place. Get out now. The two barked once more, and the people looked at the two tough men, trying to hint at them. See him? He can't be offended, so keep it down. Don't disturb him, or we'll all get it. However, the two muscles did not get to shout again as Zhuo Fan's cold tone echoed. Who are the crazed dogs barking in my ear? Chapter 804, Number 1 Fan. How dare you? The two got so used to having their way, they began shouting at Zhuo Fan's complaint. Who are you to disturb the sixth prince? Boom, their tirade was cut short by an explosion. They exploded in a mist of blood while Zhuo Fan lowered his punch, lamenting. Where am I supposed to go from here? The sketch is a bust. The people in the restaurant paled, with some even slumping on the floor. Just one punch from an 8th-layer radiant stage expert, and 2 peak profound heaven cultivators were dead without even a corpse left behind. They died before even knowing what was coming. This guy is brutal, not holding back at all. Those two were the prince's men. The fear in everyone only grew as they looked at Zhuo Fan, shivering in their spots. Hua Lair, Hua Lasha, are you done? The prince is about to arrive. An aged voice sounded from a man with a white beard. Seeing the blood around, he shouted. What's with all this blood? Haven't I told you brats not to kill? How can you feast when there's blood around? Cleaning it up is such a pain too. The people glanced at the old guy but remained silent. He must think the blood comes from us. If only he knew they were his own 2 men. The old man walked inside as he shouted. Hua Lair, Hua Lasha, get out here right now, ugh. The old man bore a weird look. Why are there so many people around? 6th prince is about to arrive. The others gave him a pitiful look, then waited for Zhuo Fan to make his move. What's a prince against an 8th-layer radiant stage cultivator? If we take a single step without his permission, we might just end up like those two. Zhuo Fan was frowning and pondering what to do. The sketch lost its value and he was now stuck. He was so distracted, he did not notice the eerie mood in the restaurant. Sir. The old man wasn't as impulsive as the late two. Noticing where all eyes were looking, he grew stiff as he sized Zhuo Fan up. Oh crap, an 8th-layer radiant stage expert. He was only in the 4th layer, and the prince's household had no such expert either. That was the reason behind his bow and address. Zhuo Fan was still vexed with his problem to pay him any mind. The old man turned to the waiter. Who is this, sir? The waiter shook his head. The old man looked around and got the same answer from the rest. Sighing, the old man asked, Where are the 2 tough men that came in? You're stepping on them. The waiter pointed at the blood. The old man shook and looked at all the red on the floor, then at the stumped Zhuo Fan in realization. The two's brash attitudes must have irked this man, and they ended up like this. This was bad. Messing with such a strong expert was anything but good. I have to settle it now. But he shows complete disregard to me, who is 4 layers beneath him. Since there's nothing I can do, I'll get help. The old man tiptoed 2 steps back, then ran like hell. The people were stunned. And you call yourself a man in 6th Prince's service. Mere thugs that scare the weak ones and flee from anyone strong. Only Zhuo Fan was still lost in his thoughts, not registering this event. Whoosh tilde 4 powerful energies came into the restaurant moments later and forced the guests to falter back. 4 elders enter, with one of them being the same guy from before. But the leader was a blond man with sharp eyes and far stronger. The people in the restaurant knew then and there that this guy was a true expert. Many who met his eyes felt dizzy and in shock. With these 4 so powerful, are they planning to take on the Tianyu expert? That will mean a brutal battle. Won't that end with us as collateral? The people were restless now, praying to anyone out there not to get dragged into this mess. It was beyond their expectations when they saw the blonde elder bowing before Zhuo Fan. I am High Venerable Jin Buhuan of the 6th Prince from Quanrong Empire. I ask that you overlook the rude attitude of my men. Get lost. Seeing as the strongest, Jin Buhuan, was only 1 layer lower than him, Zhuo Fan couldn't care less. Stunned, Jin Buhuan felt awkward, then his mood sank. He might be slightly weaker, but to get no respect at all. He had more men as well. If a fight broke out, it might even go in their favor. The white-bearded old man knew this and shouted, "Sir, we respect you as fellow Radiant stage cultivators and don't wish to fight. We are even willing to overlook killing our men, but even with your 8th-layer Radiant stage cultivation, among the best in Quanrong, it still won't be enough against numbers. Getting on the Imperial family's bad side is ill-advised. I urge you to rethink and let's work this out as friends." Jin Buhuan smiled and nodded at his Apreok, neither humble nor confrontational, with words said with respect and reason. That should do it. Too bad they weren't dealing with your average Radiant stage expert. Even a rotten bastard would listen, but not Zhuo Fan, who was loftier than the loftiest freak. All bark and no bite. Zhuo Fan mocked. "You old coots yap for so long because your teeth must be dulled, ha ha ha." Jin Buhuan's face twitched and grew red. He clenched his fists in rage. "Damn punk, we're clearly being nice and you spit on our faces." Zhuo Fan smirked at them. He was annoyed the sketch was a bust and needed a good punching bag to feel better. It just so happened a few poor devils came right at his door. Jin Buhuan glared. "Sir, I don't care who or how strong you are, but you're over the line. I will not take this lying down." Jin Buhuan exploded with power and bloodthirst as he charged at Zhuo Fan. The other 3 elders were right behind him. The oppressive power shook the entire restaurant. The people were pushed back under such pressure, while Zhuo Fan just smiled. He was looking at 4 clowns doing their act. Zhuo Fan mocking gaze enraged Jin Buhuan. He shouted and was about to strike. "Stop!" Ugh, halting all of a sudden, Jin Buhuan looked back and bowed. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow and saw a fashionable youth walking over. He must be their lord, that 6th prince. Ignoring the elders, the prince looked at Zhuo Fan in shock. His steps were shaky, his lips trembling. "You're—" "Yes, I'm the one that killed your 2 dogs. Now 4 more dogs came to bite me, so you should be coming in only after this is done. There's no need for any blustering either, being more than familiar with this play. Wait till I kill them. If you still want to die, I don't mind sending you off as well." Zhuo Fan waved him off like he was a beggar. The elders were furious and wanted to rip Zhuo Fan to pieces. But the youth was dancing in joy. "Why, you're Zhuo Fan? How are you still alive? I'm your biggest fan." Huh. Zhuo Fan was perplexed, to say the least. Chapter 805, 6th Prince. Giving the youth a long look, Zhuo Fan grumbled and scratched his head. "Have we met? Why can't I remember?" "Zhuo, Sir Zhuo, you never met me, but I have." Shaking from excitement, the youth came next to Zhuo Fan and looked at him with stars in his eyes. Zhuo Fan was put off. "And who are you supposed to be? When did you see me?" "At the Double Dragon gathering, Sir Zhuo." Recalling those glorious fights, the youth trembled, his voice shaky. "I was Quanrong Empire's representative and witnessed Sir's punch erasing all of beast-taming sect's team and your rise to fame. From a lower 3 sect disciple to the best disciple in Western lands. I was moved to tears." Startled, Zhuo Fan finally reacted. "So the kid saw me fight. No wonder I never noticed him. With so many people around, it would have been strange if he had." Though he finds this guy's choice of words peculiar. "Kid, you're the 6th Prince of Quanrong Empire?" "Yep." The prince was so excited just by the fact Zhuo Fan talked to him, like it was his honor or something. "That would make beast-taming sect your guardian sect, so why would you be so thrilled to see me pulverizing them?" Zhuo Fan was quite curious while the prince wrote it off. "Them? They're nothing more than our puppet masters. Their heinous disciples got used to doing anything they wanted with no one standing up to them. That's why they looked like that at Double Dragon Gathering. They have nothing to do with us. In fact, Sir Zhuo's punch truly helped us vent." "Oh, no problem, though you shouldn't call them heinous, since those guys behind you aren't any better." Zhuo Fan nodded. The prince chuckled, totally accepting the blame. "Sir Zhuo's lesson is true. I have indeed neglected my men's conduct. What does it have to do with me if you care or not?" Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes. The 6th Prince did not mind at all, taking all his words at face value. Yep, Sir Zhuo is a man of ambition, so why would you care about little old me's faults? But since Sir mentioned it, I'll be sure to rectify it." The 6th Prince turned around and spoke harshly at the 4 elders. "Venerable Jin, Tell everyone they are forbidden from using their power on the people, or their heads will roll. How can we be seen the same way as those rotten bastards from beast-taming sect? How will Sir Zhuo see us then? Yes, sir. Jin Buhuan bowed and then sighed at Zhuo Fan. To be honest, Sixth Prince was a whimsical guy who was only out to have fun, ignoring everything else. Quanrong Emperor tried teaching some sense to him, but he just wouldn't listen. Yet now, a short word from Zhuo Fan got him on the straight and narrow. This is the power of an idol. Zhuo Fan felt helpless too. What's it got to do with me? Sir Zhuo, I've been hearing rumors that you've been killed. I've been offering bitter prayers in tears for your safe passing. You can ask them if you don't believe me. True. Sixth Prince looked excitedly at Zhuo Fan, then turned to his elders to echo him. They nodded their heads and attested to his conduct. Our prince is your biggest fan. Though what is Sir doing here all of a sudden? Are the rumors fake? Sixth Prince asked. Grinning, Zhuo Fan mocked as his eyes took on a savage glint. They'll have another thing coming if they think I'll just drop dead. Cool. Sixth Prince squealed in adoration at Zhuo Fan's inadvertent posing. Then he turned to his elders. See that? This is Sir Zhuo, the best in Double Dragon Gathering and my idol. Isn't he awesome? Ugh, the four bobbed their heads with a bright smile. Yes, cool, very cool, though the four's hearts weren't that much into it. As the kid's men, they had to cater to his whims and lower themselves by idolizing his idol. Even Zhuo Fan was of the same opinion, feeling put off by this crazed fan. Though he was about to pick a fight despite the other backing down, the Sixth Prince's adoration deflated his anger. How could he when the kid was worshipping the ground he walked on? I better get out of here fast. Sixth Prince saw him go and rushed to block him. Sir Zhuo, where are you going? You're finally in Quanrong, so how can you go without me being your host? That's fine. I couldn't find anything here I need, so I'll be going. Zhuo Fan chuckled and walked on. Sixth Prince's sparkling eyes rolled about in thought, then he said, Sir Zhuo, what are you looking for? I know this place the best, so let me help. You? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, sizing him up. Of course, the World Wind Tunnel, with how weird it is, has a high chance of being taken by some really rich and powerful people. How can a nobody know about it? This kid is the Sixth Prince of Quanrong, of illustrious pedigree, and can hear many interesting tidbits. Zhuo Fan's eyes lit up. Great, then tell me, are there any spectacular places around here, or any harsh and deadly ones? Spectacular. The prince paused, then clapped. Have you come to enjoy our wonderful lands? In a way. Zhuo Fan strained to agree. Are there any particular landscapes about? Sixth Prince beamed. You came to the right man. We have barren lands, but don't lack in some good views either. My new mansion just got built around a wonder like no other. You might even say it's heaven on earth. I dare say you'll never see anything like it in the whole 5 lands. Really? Zhuo Fan grinned. Sixth Prince nodded in pride. Of course, the mighty are bound to steal it from me if they knew of it. Imperial Father saw it and wanted to build a summer palace, but I fought him against it and took it from him. That marvel is mine and mine alone. Imperial Father will have to ask me if he wants a peek, ha ha ha. Sir Zhuo, now that you're here, I'll hold a feast at once. Let us enjoy the beauty together with wine in hand. That's such a waste. Let's just go right now. Zhuo Fan was overjoyed and couldn't wait to get there. Such a godsend, coming right when he was at his lowest. Sixth Prince nodded, leading the way with a bright smile. It was his pride and joy to do anything for Zhuo Fan. Jin Buhuan came before the Sixth Prince before they could go. Prince, please wait. You had a fight with Elder Shi over a girl, and His Majesty asked you to make amends. I get that you did not want to receive him at your home, so you came here instead. But if you leave, won't you stand Elder Shi up? We can't have him blow up in anger. Why do I have to apologize to that snake? Humph, not happening. Sixth Prince was stubborn. I saw that girl first, and that snake came to take her. He even killed all my men. Now Imperial Father wants me to apologize. Whatever for? A has-been elder of beast-taming sect is nothing. All he knows is to come to Quanrong Imperial capital and be vile. Humph, the only reason I set a feast is because you cowards made me. Seeing the prince's attitude, Jin Buhuan shook his head. Prince, it's just some jealousy over a girl, And those guards weren't much worth either. And Elder, she is an ethereal stage expert that not even His Majesty can mess with. If not for beast-taming sect holding him back, he'd be killing us as well. You have to apologize and settle his anger. You also said they lost power in the beast-taming sect, and it's nothing big yet. So let's make it stay like that. No and no. Sixth Prince pointed at Zhuo Fan in his temper. Sir Zhuo fears nothing, winning double dragon gathering by himself. I will follow his example and won't fear that snake. Sir Zhuo, let's go to the mansion for a drink. Let these old fools attend to that damn snake. Zhuo Fan watched the situation go out of hand and did not mind urging the prince to leave. He did not care about offending some ethereal stage expert that one day might come to take the prince's life. Jin Buhuan saw through his intention and bowed. Sir Zhuo, Sixth Prince has always worshipped you. The news of your death had made him cry for 3 days. All of it is true. Have mercy and don't push Master into the fire. Convince him to make amends with Elder Shi. As for the marvel, you'll be seeing it shortly after. Or I would be taking Sir while Master attends to the guest. Chapter 806, Fuming Elder Shi. Zhuo Fan pondered and nodded. All in all, the kid is my fan. While I have no intention of getting dragged into his problem, that doesn't mean I should make his situation worse. The old man has a good idea. Let the Master deal with him and someone else will just take me there. Since he was after the Whirlwind Tunnel, what difference did it make on who took him there? While he might agree, the prince was totally against it. Not happening. Sir Zhuo is my honored guest. I have to do my utmost in fulfilling all of Sir Zhuo's requests. As for that damn snake, let him rot for all I care. Sixth Prince stormed out in anger. Zhuo Fan shrugged and followed. But just then, Jin Buhuan rushed next to him and spoke. Sir Zhuo, I've long since heard of the prince praising you, but he's also known to boast a lot, especially about the people he likes, to no end. That's why I do not believe anything he said about you. You heard it yourself, an ethereal stage expert. If angered, he'd go to His Majesty, and it would not end with his son taking the fall, but you becoming the scapegoat. For the Sixth Prince and for your safety, I urge you to convince him to placate Elder Shi and not let his temper flare out. True. A crazed fan like the Sixth Prince sure has it in him to do that. Zhuo Fan grinned. Only this one time, your master hasn't been boasting. A mere ethereal stage expert is nothing to me. If the prince truly helps me in finding what I seek, I don't see why I can't help you all skin this snake to spare you the trouble. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan walked out after the Sixth Prince, leaving Jin Buhuan dumbstruck. Is he nuts? An 8th-layer radiant stage cultivator wants to fight an ethereal stage expert? No wonder the Sixth Prince became so obnoxious of late. What good is copying an idol like this? Closing his eyes, Jin Buhuan felt pain in his heart. Elder Jin, the Sixth Prince is gone. What do we do when Elder Shi comes? The White Elder asked tensely. Shaking his head, Elder Jin sighed. Master is too stubborn and we can only help him. I just hope Elder Shi will accept it. He shouldn't want to blow things out of proportion either, making His Majesty send for beast-taming sect to take him away. Elder Jin turned towards the dumbstruck crowd in the restaurant. What are you standing around for? Didn't you hear our shout? We booked this place. Now scram. Right. They all bobbed their heads and ran like the wind, finally getting their pardon. They were about to lose their lives under Zhuo Fan's demonic threat, shaking like leaves in fear. Now that they could leave, they were overjoyed they escaped with their lives. Furthermore, the people vowed never to set foot in this accursed restaurant again. The head of the restaurant would have cried if he knew his business had collapsed. Clean this place up and prepare the finest meals and drinks. We're holding a feast. Jin Buhuan eyed the messed-up place and shouted. The head of the place and the waiter went to work. In just 15 minutes, the restaurant looked brand new. Slow steps were heard and a youth with sharp eyes approached the locale. Looking it over, his mood sank. When you fall, all want to kick you. I might have made a mistake that one time and the sect threw me out, but I'm still an ethereal stage expert, damn it. The Emperor should be welcoming me. Yet now a stinking brat is treating me in this wretched shack. Humph, where's the apology in that? Elder Shi, we've been waiting for you. Jin Buhyuan shouted as he led his 3 men outside the restaurant to bow and welcome. Elder Shi eyed him coldly. What's this supposed to mean? Where's your lord? That brat isn't welcoming me. Well, please don't be upset, Elder Shi. Wiping his sweaty brow, Jin Buhyuan hurriedly apologized. Prince was feeling unwell and could not come, so he had us. Enough. Boom, Elder Shi flicked his sleeve and a powerful gale swept the 4. They left a trail of blood as they flew. Elder Shi gnashed his teeth. You 4 better get this straight. The only reason I tolerated some punk's affront and agreed to this apology feast is all because of Quanrong Emperor. But since he doesn't care, he forced my hand. Whoosh tilde Elder Shi shot straight into the air. Jin Buhyuan's group cried out. He's going for the 6th prince's mansion. The prince is in danger. Venerable Jin, lighten up. Isn't the prince taking Zhuo Fan to his other mansion? He's not home right now. Yeah, and besides, we still got time to report. We can't delay or the prince might die. Jin Buhyuan bobbed his head, straightened his wounded body and flew away, with blood dripping from him. The other 3 bore through the pain and followed closely. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan and the 6th prince arrived at a remote mountain, at a place among a forest where a mansion was perfectly blended with the surroundings. Its guards were profound heaven experts. The prince bowed to Zhuo Fan before the door and smiled. Sir Zhuo after you? Zhuo Fan nodded and strolled right in. 6th prince skipped after him like a good servant and was happy for it. The guards were dumbstruck. The rash, impulsive, outrageous 6th prince of theirs knew how to be polite. Even when seeing the emperor, this kid would never show any respect. Being the youngest, his majesty doted on him, which made him grow up without any restraints. The fact that he gave up and let his son have this spot for his mansion showed just how much he cared. But now, hey, who's he? Why's the prince acting like that? Don't know. Maybe the father-in-law or brother-in-law. Why else would he be more respectful than when seeing his father? Oh, so the prince finally met his other half. It's good that he stopped visiting brothels, ha ha ha. The guards whispered while the 6th prince led Zhuo Fan to a large building. Zhuo Fan shot the prince a puzzled look. Grinning, the prince pointed at it. Sir Zhuo, the magnificence of the land can only be enjoyed in the truest sense from atop this building. Oh, really? Zhuo Fan frowned, though not bothered that much. Since the wind tunnel couldn't be just seen, might as well just play the guest. And so the prince took Zhuo Fan 18 stories high to an elegant room. The prince then walked to the window and opened it, letting in the fresh breeze of humid mountain air. Beyond the window was a 300-meter waterfall. Its immense drop felt like it was descending from the heavens above. Zhuo Fan was stunned, turning his stiff face around. 6th prince, is this the view you were talking about? Yes, isn't it marvelous? The prince spoke with pride. Sir Zhuo, you know as well how poor the land in Quanrong is. Such a waterfall is a rarity. That's why I had an array placed to hide it and only enjoyed from this place. Even Imperial Father can only come once a month to appreciate this wonder while I can come every day, ha ha ha. Sir Zhuo, this view is great, my ass. Zhuo Fan snapped as he rained curses. The waterfall is nice and that's it. There's plenty more like it in Tianyu. You think I wasted my time coming here for this thing? I wanted a place with strange occurrences, out of this world even. Something like getting in but can't get out, or a spot where meditating a day equals 10 years. The 6th prince looked like a hurt puppy with his lowered head. But didn't you say you came to see Quanrong's scenery? This is the best we could find. It's fine, I was wrong here for not being clear. It seems Quanrong doesn't have what I seek. I'm leaving. Zhuo Fan sighed and turned away. The 6th prince rushed to stop him. Wait, Sir Zhuo. You're leaving so soon. At least stay for a few days. No thanks. It seems the sketch is useless. I'll go look someplace else. Hold on, the prince cried. You said you wanted to see strange places. Well, Big Brother has such a place. I'll take you there. Your brother. Yes, my elder brother, Quanrong's crown prince. 6th prince nodded, his eyes shining with hope. Chapter 807, Suicidal. Zhuo Fan nodded after a pause. All right, let's go to your brother. 6th prince perked up, skipping over to Zhuo Fan and about to lead him like an overexcited child. Zhuo Fan chuckled. He really is my greatest fan. Is he that happy to be around me? Sixth Prince, run! Elder, she's coming! A shout came from the window, and the two saw Jin Buhuan's group covered in blood and collapsing from their flight, spitting blood again. Sixth Prince helped them up. What happened, Venerable Jin? Why are you all like this? Cough, run, Prince. Elder, she went on a killing spree to your mansion. We used this chance to warn you. You have to get to the Imperial Palace. With His Majesty around, maybe his anger can be subdued. That bastard did this to you. His brow shaking, Sixth Prince hissed. Absurd. Even for a beast-taming sect elder, this is too much. Those three have been thrown out of the sect for their mistakes, and now they're taking it out on the common folk. Beast-taming sect did cast them out, but they're still its elders. They still have power. The sect will cover for them as long as nothing serious happens. Jin Buhuan shook his head and sighed. Ignoring the fact they were thrown out, they're still in the ethereal stage. Who in the Empire would fight them? Prince, we all admire your principles, but I'll have to step out of line here. You're too naive. There are some things, some men, that you can't mess with. Sixth Prince's brow quivered as he cursed. Those damn geezers, making the entire imperial capital restless, and now they even have the nerve to come after me. Won't that mean they have no restraint against anyone else? How can we rule the Quanrong Empire in this state? No, I have to plead that imperial father to remove those three bastards. It's no use. Of course His Majesty would want that as well, but no one is strong enough. Jin Buhuan was filled with pain. Those three geezers got kicked out of beast-taming sect and now are running amok. Sixth Prince shook in anger, but then he suddenly went still and peeked at Zhuo Fan. In the end, he spoke his mind. Sir Zhuo, what do you think I should do? If I weren't here, your best bet would be hiding in the Imperial Palace. And you old coots, you were better off sending someone to give us a message while going to Imperial Palace to seek help instead. Jin Buhuan jerked and face-palmed in regret. Why didn't I think of that? Right, I should have sent someone to report to His Majesty. What am I to do since you're here then? Ignoring Zhuo Fan's proposal, Sixth Prince wanted to know his stance, whether he'd help. Zhuo Fan spoke calmly. Nothing at all. As long... What? Sixth Prince asked in hope. With an evil grin, Zhuo Fan replied. As long as you take me to the strange place of Crown Prince, you can then do like I suggested, hide in the Imperial Palace. Ugh, the prince's face twitched. He knew Zhuo Fan's power, yet the man refused him in the end. Humph, Sixth Prince's life is at an end, and you still want to go to Crown Prince. Jin Buhuan growled. Sixth Prince treated you like a guest, and this ridiculous idea is your reply. I knew you wouldn't want to get involved as you're not in the ethereal stage, but at least your plan is sound. Zhuo Fan admitted. Then you go hide in the Imperial Palace while I go see Crown Prince alone. The great Crown Prince's manor should be an easy find. Zhuo Fan shot to the skies. Wait, Sir Zhuo, let me take you. Sixth Prince rushed after him. Jin Buhuan shook his head and followed as well, about to blow a gasket. Prince, let him go. Your safety's more important. I can't let death scare me from living. The great Sir Zhuo I admire is now here, so how can I not go hang out with him? The prince glared and rushed on. Sir Zhuo, wait for me. They quickly left the building and went away. Whoosh. Just then, a savage cackle resounded. Ha ha ha, brat, so this is where you are. You offended me, and against my better judgment, I decided to hear your father out in letting you apologize. But you actually stood me up. Humph, now even if the Emperor pleaded for you, it still won't save you. Damn, Elder, she caught up. Why so soon? Jin Buhuan rushed to protect the prince. The ethereal stage expert floated down, looking at the four elders with a twisted smile, mere radiant stage cultivators. Don't you know the fear of ethereal stage experts? Sixth Prince, today is the day, you ugh. Elder, she looked at the prince's grave face, but then he paused. His face twisted like he saw his worst enemy. You... Elder, she stared at Zhuo Fan next to the prince. Zhuo Fan paused, looking around, but didn't see anyone. Stop faking. I'm talking to you. Elder, she clenched his fists, his bloodshot eyes squinting at Zhuo Fan as his rage exploded. 8 years have gone, and now I finally get to meet you again. Scratching his head, Zhuo Fan asked, stumped. We know each other? No, ha ha ha, not just that. If it weren't for you, bastard, I would have never been thrown out of the sect and lived miserably like this. Howling in sadness, Elder Shi's eyes reflected only hatred. I had nightmares more nights than I could count about that white hair and those eyes. I swore to never forget the pain you brought me. Zhuo Fan was perplexed. What's your beef with me? Why can't I remember you? Who are you supposed to be anyway? Ha ha ha, you're so forgetful I see, though it's natural since I've changed my looks. Snickering, Elder Shi said. Brat, you still remember the war 8 years ago in Tianyu. You ruined my body. 8 years, I bore that shame with me for 8 damn years. With my body ruined, even getting a new one, my cultivation had stagnated. When I could have managed to reach the 5th layer of ethereal stage, but now the 2nd layer is all this body can allow. But this wasn't the reason for sect leaders' banishment. It's all due to losing that war and letting the demon-scheming sect grab hold of proof of our involvement. Then the other 2 sects forced our sect to pay up in spirit stones, making us the criminal. Henceforth, my path was ruined, abandoned by the sect as well. All of this is your fault. You ruined my life. Brat, now that we met, I'll end you and 6th Prince, getting rid of all the rancor. Ignoring the cawing, Zhuo Fan squinted in thought, then exclaimed, Oh, so that obscene snake shed his skin. Almost didn't recognize you there. He, Sir Zhuo, it seems you're involved now. You can't stand aside as it is. 6th Prince was overjoyed. The 4 elders were startled. What use would he have if he joins? We're all in the radiant stage anyway, unable to face an ethereal stage expert. Only the prince had complete confidence in Zhuo Fan. Scratching his nose, Zhuo Fan nodded. Yeah, I can't go around going easy on my enemies, now can I? Since I already suffered for it once. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with coldness and bloodthirst. Elder Shi shook for some reason, feeling like a beast had its eyes on him and sending a deep-seated fear in his bones. But then he shook his head to shake it off. There's no way. He's just a radiant stage punk. How can he threaten me? Boom. Before he could make sense of it all, an explosion resounded. A force like no other shot through Elder Shi, the large building behind him, and then stopped in the large waterfall where it went off. A tornado of dust engulfed the sky. Mixing with the water turned into mist, roaring as it grew, linking heaven and earth. When the dust finally settled, what reflected in everyone's eyes was utter destruction. The 18-story-high building was gone, so was the 300-tall waterfall. But what was more important was that Elder Shi was nowhere in sight. Everywhere the people look, they were welcomed with a flat and barren land. Zhuo Fan lowered his fist, his eyes cold. Annoying. SSS Tilda gasping, Jin Buhuan and everyone else were lost for words. Cool. 6th Prince was the first to recover and whooped in joy. Chapter 808. Outstanding Crown Prince. Lowering his mighty right hand, Zhuo Fan looked like he had done a trifle thing. He patted the 6th Prince's shoulder. Now hurry along and take me to the Crown Prince. I hope I'll find what I seek there. Sure thing. After a brief pause of shock, the prince shouted in excitement as he went first. Jin Buhuan and his 3 men were shell-shocked, just watching the 2 go with a dull look. Holy hell! He really is as strong as 6th Prince said. For once, he didn't boast. He's way stronger than he lets on, killing an ethereal stage expert in 1 punch even. Thank God we didn't fight him before. We'd have been killed as well. The 4 shivered when they recalled the scene at the restaurant. Zhuo Fan and the prince were a way off when a rumble echoed out and the earth shook. A huge image of a python came out of the ground, hissing, Damn punk! You ruined my body again. I'm going to eat you alive. It's Elder Shi's soul. Jin Buhuan cried out. In the radiant stage, the body might be strong, but the soul isn't up to an ethereal stage expert's level. We're done for. Jin Buhuan panicked and Elder Shi snickered. Yes, brat, you ambushed me again and ruined my body, but there's no way a radiant stage like you can deal with my soul. Whoosh. He didn't finish as a scarlet dragon claw came out of Zhuo Fan and gripped the squirming, oversized garden snake. He choked on his words, with those sharp eyes reflecting fear like no other. This is a soul. How? He's only in the radiant stage. Humph, this is what you get for being stupid. You could have just floated away as your soul, but no, you had to be suicidal. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed and the scarlet dragon claw squeezed. The oversized snake wailed one last time as it was reduced to motes of spiritual energy scattered around. The dragon claw went back to Zhuo Fan and resumed following Sixth Prince like nothing happened. Jin Buhuan's face twitched with a dumb look. As they watched Zhuo Fan going about his way, they all had the same shocked look and idea, since when can a radiant stage cultivator form his soul? A true freak. Meanwhile, a man and a woman were sitting in a pavilion next to a graceful lake. The man wore a crown and was presentable, stacked in jewelry, though his elegance was ruined by his sinister smile, especially when aimed at the woman next to him. As for the woman, she was a beaut, bright eyes, sculpted eyebrows. Alas, the image was marred somewhat by her constant frown. Around them were singing and dancing girls. But as the obscene music and suggestive dancing of the women in their sheer attire continued, Lioner, the daughter of Quanrong's high commander, bit her lip. The man smirked, one hand groping around a woman's waist, opening his mouth and letting her tender finger feed him fruits. Sometimes it wasn't just the fingers. The man let out an obnoxious laughter now and then, filled with lust. Lioner was sickened by it, but helpless against it. Lioner gathered all her bravery to ask, "Crown Prince, would it be possible to release my brother?" "Him?" The man raised an eyebrow. "In front of the whole nation, he punched me. How could I just let him go after his blatant disregard for authority?" Clenching her fists, Lioner bit her lip harder. "Brother was wrong in striking your highness, but he was doing it to protect me. It was all my fault. I hope your highness would consider Chuoba family's wholehearted service to Quanrong and release my brother at once. Lioner will never forget your highness's gesture." "Oh, never, you say?" Crown Prince sized her fine figure up and broke out in a lustful grin. "I don't need that long, just attending to me for the rest of your life would do, he. "Your highness!" Lioner cried out and jerked away at his obscene gaze on her. Then she trembled as she spoke. "Please mind yourself, your highness." Throwing the beauty in his arms away, the Crown Prince became bored, speaking coldly. "Tauba Lioner, don't you play coy with me. Be grateful I have the time to waste on you. Tauba has been a great family for a long time, but ever since your defeat 8 years ago, costing the Empire heavily, you're now criminals. Imperial Father did not execute the old Chuoba Taishan and only demoted him to captain of the guards. This is already gratitude enough for all his service. All of this was possible because I pleaded your case. What do you think would have happened if I hadn't? You'd be stripped of everything and goddamned hanged." Lioner bit her lip with a lowered head. "And what do? Humph." Crown Prince went on with his tirade. "Damn ingrates. I even asked for your hand, yet that old Tauba Coot actually refused my kind gesture. I thought his mind woke up when he came to visit me in person afterward, but he only came to me for help. That elder she had set his eyes on you ever since the war in Tianyu. His soul was redeemed by the sect, so that geezer now wants to use my name to curb Elder She's tendencies. As my future concubine, if a sect cast out touched you, even an ethereal stage expert, he'd still pay for it." Shaking all over, Lioner lowered her head in silence. The Crown Prince walked before her with a hard face. "I accepted becoming your shield, but as long as you're mine. That old coot won't ever touch you then, but you just don't know when to quit, saying you want to be with me only to drag out the wedding. This has been going for 8 years already. Are you taking me for a fool you use for your own amusement? Forgive me, your highness?" Jerking, Lioner faltered with teary eyes. Looking at her pretty face with a dead look, the Crown Prince caressed her soft cheek. As she shivered, his eyes shone with desire, shouting, "I don't need your apology, I want you." The Crown Prince threw himself at her and hugged her, wanting to take her by force. "No, your highness?" Lioner struggled and wailed. In the end, she had to use her Yuan Kai to throw him off. He broke 4 stone pillars and wailed in pain. The Crown Prince, in his ostentatious attire, a pill-grown peak profound heaven expert, had just been thrown on the ground by a girl in the 8th layer. His never-ending lust had sapped his body of all the power that would make his cultivation high. He was the very opposite of Zhuo Fan. While Zhuo Fan's strength overshadowed his cultivation, Crown Prince's was nothing but an empty shell, worse than that of some rich boy. Getting a grip on his aching body to stand up straight, Crown Prince was enraged. "Why you?" "Your Highness, it wasn't on purpose." Lionel cowered, on the verge of tears. Panting like an animal, the Crown Prince snarled, "You have the glory of becoming my concubine, far above those dissolute women. But over these 8 years, despite not getting married, I not once got to touch you. When I tried to get closer, your brother punched me, and today you do this. You're my concubine, yet I'm forced to go to someone else. And no, your Highness, please listen." "Enough," the Crown Prince shouted in anger. "Guards, bring that Chuoba Liu Feng." "Yes, sir." At his order, a few men left to carry it. Soon they had a tied and familiar man brought over. He looked roughed up, judging by the battered face, though his features were still clear enough to see he was Chuoba Liu Feng, Commander Chuoba Taishan's sole son. Only now, the young commander was wretched, having lost his heroic heir years back. Chapter 809. Take her and run. "Brother!" Lionel saw her brother having experienced torture under the Crown Prince, and her heart was in pain, with tears in her eyes. Chuoba Liu Feng cried out, "Sister, what are you doing here?" "Run." "Humph, why else would she be here if not to plead for you?" the Crown Prince grinned. "Laying your hands on a member of the imperial family is punishable by death. No matter who pleads for you in court, I have the final say if you get to be released. I can even have the Chuoba family removed from the Quanrong Empire." "Ha ha ha, Chuoba Liu Feng, everyone says you're a brilliant warrior, a wise young commander, so why were you so impulsive to hit me? That punch has shattered the future of your entire family." Chuoba Liu Feng shook and spat. "Crown Prince, I had no intention of doing anything, but you went too far when you tried to force yourself on my sister." "Force? She's my concubine to begin with. What business does her brother have in this?" "Humph!" The Crown Prince cut him off and turned to the girl with a twisted smile. "Lionel, you're my concubine. Fulfill your duty and ha ha ha, I'll forget about this, letting this brother-in-law keep his life. When I ascend the throne, the Tauba family will rise again to its former glory. Refuse and well," the Crown Prince threatened. "It won't be just your brother's life on the line. Your father and your family's 8 servants will follow him to his grave. I vow there won't remain even a Tauba dog alive after I'm through with you." Shuddering, Lionel paled from dread. Chuoba Liu Feng cursed in hatred. "Crown Prince, take it out on me if you're a man. Leave my family out of this. Lionel, don't listen to his twisted words. Your life will be ruined if you agree. Father and I will never agree to marry this." "That's enough, brother," Lionel shouted, looking frail as she spoke. "Your Highness, let him go. I'll do all you ask." The Crown Prince had a winning smirk. Chuoba Liu Feng cried out, "No!" Lionel's crystal tears began rolling down her cheeks as the despair took her. "Your Highness, 6th Prince is here with a strange youth. He requests an audience." A guard came to report. The Crown Prince flicked him away in annoyance. "That idiotic little brother of mine has the worst timing. I won't see him. Tell him to scram. Today's my most glorious day. I'm not in the mood to cater to his whims." "I'll notify 6th Prince at once." The guard left. The Crown Prince drew closer to Lionel with a disgusting leer in his eyes. His hands shook and his mouth watered in anticipation of having his fill of this fine lady's exquisite curves. "Lionel, I finally have you. This is heaven on earth, ha ha ha." "Then my brother," Lionel muttered. The Crown Prince sneered and waved. "After we seal the deal, he'll be my brother-in-law. I won't go hard on him." "Ha ha ha. Great, that's great." Lionel nodded in despair, her eyes losing their light. Chuoba Liu Feng's eyes burned with hatred and humiliation. A man like him actually needed his sister to save him. Boom! The sudden huge explosion rattled everyone's composure. The Crown Prince cried out, "What's going on here?" Whoosh, a guard flew over in panic. "Your Highness, 6th Prince's guest is forcing his way over." "What? Does brother plan on rebelling to fight his way into my home?" The Crown Prince was fuming. "What are you doing standing around for? Take the men and capture them. Tie him up and bring him here. I'll have Imperial Father sort him out. For God's sake, Imperial Father spoils him too much. He even dares to barge into my home." The guard was hesitant. "Your Highness, 6th Prince's guest is too strong. We can't even hold him back. All the men we send over are dead. I barely made it out alive to report to you and urge you to flee. They're almost upon us. Boom. His words were cut short by the rumbling explosion from behind, sending a fierce gust of dust all around. When it settled, two men waltzed out of fresh ruins around them. To make it worse, the joking manner they carried themselves with made it look like they weren't just walking all over the Crown Prince's lavish home, or what was left of it. "Sixth Prince, is this the way?" "Sir Zhuo, just up ahead, yes." Last time I saw the amazing scene in Crown Prince's manor right around here, the still pond. Sixth Prince was all smiles as he led the way. "It's truly a wonder. I wanted this manor too, but elder brother just wouldn't budge. Not even Imperial Father would help me, saying Crown Prince's manor is too important to give to me. That is not proper." Zhuo Fan nodded. "True, this ain't just about the manor, but the name of the Crown Prince. If the Crown Prince's stuff gets shared to everyone, won't that make him useless? So no matter how much the Emperor dots on you, he still won't do something so absurd as to affect the Imperial family's image." "That does make sense, actually." Sixth Prince nodded, then became confused again. "Doesn't that mean barging in like that will affect elder brother's image just as well? He is Crown Prince after all, so ruining his manor is a bit." Zhuo Fan glanced at him. "Why should I care?" Sixth Prince jerked, and his eyes glittered. "Cool Tilda." The two enjoyed the short stroll to the pavilion, looking about like they were window shopping, anywhere but at the host of this now ruined manor. It didn't get more disrespectful than this. The Crown Prince exploded in fury. "Sixth Prince, what the hell? Are you revolting? Why did you barge your way in here?" "That's totally not it, elder brother. My idol came, so I had to play the kind host. Since you have a marvelous natural attraction here, I just brought him over for a look-see." "Look your ass." The Crown Prince had had it roaring. "This is the Crown Prince's manor. Yet you destroyed it regardless just for that damn flimsy reason. You're outrageous." Zhuo Fan and the Sixth Prince didn't pay him any mind. Zhuo Fan was still looking around the place with a frown. "There's nothing special about this place as well." "Where's that wonder you talked about?" "That lake over there, it's a real rarity. I promise it won't disappoint, Sir Zhuo, he. Sixth Prince stuck to him like glue as he flattered. The Crown Prince was outraged at the blatant disregard. Lioner's dead eyes picked up Zhuo Fan looking everywhere, and her hope renewed. "Zhuo Fan? Why you're Zhuo Fan?" "Yeah, you." Zhuo Fan had to focus for a second to really place where he had seen her before. "Oh, Chuoba Taishan's daughter, Lioner. It's been a while. How have you been?" With a weak smile, Lioner sighed in response. Zhuo Fan shrugged and walked next to the lake, ignoring all the extra people around. "It's not at all what I need." "Oh well, I knew it was a long shot even when I came here." "Sigh, so where exactly is this amazing scenery, Sixth Prince?" "Sir Zhuo, it's the lake." The prince skipped before him and pointed. Zhuo Fan scanned the place, still ignoring everyone else. Lioner felt pain in her heart. Why was it that he was always so disregarding to everyone when she saw him? But this had to be why the people he did notice would forever be in his mind. Lioner's features softened, gazing at his inquisitive look. Ignoring the rare gentleness on his concubine's face, the Crown Prince shook from the humiliation and anger. "Call all the venerables in this manner. I want this obnoxious fool to meet a swift end. Let him know the price of ruining my home." "Yes, sir." The guard bowed and left at once. Zhuo Fan didn't know this, still looking at the lake. The hogtied Chuoba Liufeng saw this and shouted, "Zhuo Fan, Crown Prince is calling reinforcements. Take my sister and run. Never come back to Quanrong." Who's he now?" Zhuo Fan turned to where the voice came from, Chapter 810. Thrashing Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's eyes were on fire from the hatred he put in his glare at Chuoba Liufeng. He went over and kicked the tied-up young commander into the air. "Humph, you must have a death wish inviting enemies." "Brother," Lioner cried out. Zhuo Fan looked on with a frown at the unrecognizable Chuoba Liufeng from all the beating. He then nodded. "You're that guy playing commander back in Tianyu, Chuoba Liufeng? My, how cool you are now, almost can't hold it in even." Star Reader. A play on words since the same character is used for cool and commander. PFF, Sixth Prince grinned. "Ha ha ha, Sir Zhuo, do you have something against young Tauba?" He's in serious trouble right now, yet you're still being mean. Lionel glared at Zhuo Fan in anger. Well, on the last battlefield, we were on opposite sides, though nothing more than that. Shrugging, Zhuo Fan had a flat look, returning to inspecting the lake. Sixth Prince, where's that marvel you keep talking about? Chuoba Liufeng shouted in panic. Zhuo Fan, Crown Prince has many experts. Don't be reckless and wait for them, or it'll be too late. I only hope you'd take my sister with you when you go, help her out of this hell. Goddamn it. You're still talking, you're still spilling the beans. Chuoba Liufeng's kind reminder had no effect on Zhuo Fan whatsoever. Instead, it only incensed the Crown Prince further. And so the Crown Prince did what he knew best, kicking the helpless Chuoba Liufeng over and over again. Zhuo Fan ignored it all, his mind on the lake still. Lionel was panicking and begged, "Zhuo Fan, please save my brother, he'll die." Her voice fell on deaf ears. "Zhuo Fan, my brother is being beaten up for informing you and you're just going to stand there." Lionel teared up, her tone becoming sharper. "You damn ingrate." Zhuo Fan glanced over. "Ingrate? Did I ask him to? He gets what he deserves for running his mouth." Zhuo Fan bit back. Lionel only grew angrier, but all she could do was stare as the Crown Prince was beating her brother. "Sixth Prince, the lake is as plain as it gets. You aren't toying with me, are you?" After one last look at the water, Zhuo Fan threw a cold look at Sixth Prince, while Chuoba Liufeng's mournful howls sounded in the distance. Sixth Prince had a vague smile. He. It needs to be triggered first." "What trigger?" Zhuo Fan lit up. Pointing at the brutal Crown Prince, Sixth Prince grinned. "By throwing snow lotus seeds in, a 6th-grade pill ingredient that only grows on our Quanrong's Woolera Snow Peak, will definitely get a reaction. Those seeds are something only Elder Brother has." "Crown Prince?" Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed. "But," Sixth Prince followed with a frown, "Brother is petty and would never use the snow lotus seeds when asked. The only times he'd take them out was at holidays or Imperial Father's birthday." Sir Zhuo, what do you plan to do?" Zhuo Fan was walking towards Crown Prince and grabbed him in mid-swing. Startled, the Crown Prince looked back at Zhuo Fan in anger. "What do you think you're doing? Are you planning on saving this traitor?" "Humph, of course you would, since you're on the same side. He even informed you just now." "You really think you can save him and leave?" "Now hold on a second." Zhuo Fan shook his head. "Your Highness, even if you beat him to death, that's your problem. It has nothing to do with me." Lionel glared at him. The hope she had when he grabbed Crown Prince now turned into hatred. The Crown Prince took Zhuo Fan for being afraid and grew bolder. "Humph, rotten punk, are you begging for mercy?" "Humph, well, too bad. When my venerables come, you'll all leave this place as corpses." "Oh, let's just leave that for later." Zhuo Fan was calm as he spoke. "I just need a snow lotus seed from you. I want to see just what fascinating spectacle you got here." "Snow lotus seed?" the Crown Prince mocked. "You want to see the beauty of this marvel?" "Ha ha ha. This is Quanrong's proof of good fortune, and only the Imperial family is allowed to appreciate its beauty." Bam! Zhuo Fan flicked his hand and slammed his head into a nearby convenient stone pillar. The Crown Prince's delicate features were now marred with blood, and even some teeth fell off. This was how an eminent figure was reduced to a grotesque creature, looking worse off even when compared to the beaten Chuoba Liufeng. Startled, all were shocked Zhuo Fan was actually so savage against the Crown Prince. Bringing Crown Prince's head around, Zhuo Fan spoke coldly. "The snow lotus seed. Don't even think, my men are coming." Bam. Zhuo Fan returned to having Crown Prince's face make intimate and brutal contact with a hard rock, again and again for good measure. When he thought it was enough, he brought Crown Prince around, his face unrecognizable. "The snow lotus seed," Zhuo Fan demanded. "Why you, Bam tilde the snow lotus seed?" Bam tilde Zhuo Fan just kept on smashing his face into a rock while asking. The Crown Prince might think himself some big shot from the Imperial family, but Zhuo Fan thrashed him all the same, until he bawled. "The snow lotus seed." Zhuo Fan roared this time, but Crown Prince had long since fallen silent. Enraged, Zhuo Fan returned to smashing, but then he noticed the flailing arms, pointing at his bloody and toothless mouth. Zhuo Fan now realized the guy was unable to speak. The victim pointed to a building on the side as he groaned in tears. Pondering for a bit, Zhuo Fan looked at Sixth Prince. Is he saying the seed is in that building? Sixth Prince, you know how it looks, so go look for it. Sure thing. The prince laughed and skipped over to the building. He didn't so much as bat an eye as his dear elder brother's face was tenderized into an unrecognizable slop. He's one evil brat. Zhuo Fan thought, flicking his hand and throwing the limp crown prince away, returning to the lake and staring down at it. Lionel and Chuoba Liufeng were dumbstruck. Zhuo Fan was cold as a rock when talked to, but when he struck, he was a volcano. Even Lionel felt a pang of sorrow when looking at the new makeover done on the crown prince's face. No matter how big the grudge, such an outcome is too brutal, going after his face when it was so charming before. But then the two awoke at the dire situation they were in. Oh no. Chuoba Liufeng shot to his feet and shouted, Zhuo Fan, by harming the crown prince you became Quanrong's enemy. Take my sister and go. You won't make it out when the experts come. Lionel looked tense at Zhuo Fan, then at Chuoba Liufeng. Brother, why don't we just go with father and the rest? This place doesn't want us anymore. I also thought about it, but father is ever loyal to his country. He will never betray it. Chuoba Liufeng sighed. Lionel lowered her head in worry and vexation. Glancing over, Zhuo Fan finally recalled the past dealing and said, Dugu Zhanshan also died because of his loyalty to his country. I must say, these two geezers sure are alike, ha ha ha. The siblings nodded. The marshal and commander had received such praise from the people was not just from their glorious military victories, but also their loyal character. Zhuo Fan, my father and I may die, but Lionel must not lose her life in a place like this. All I ask is that you take her, let the Tauba line go on. No, I still need to see the spectacle here. Chuoba Liufeng begged Zhuo Fan once more, but Zhuo Fan refused, his reason only making the brother feel helpless. Brother, is that eye candy more important than our lives? Eye candy? Zhuo Fan frowned. Is that all this place amounts to, some fancy view? A laughter broke his concentration. Ha ha ha, you think you can just walk away after ruining Crown Prince's home? Are you taking us for props? 9 powerful energies surrounded the place as elders appeared before them. Damn it, the 9 venerables of the Crown Prince Manor are here. They're at the 8th or 9th layer radiant stage, with 4 even at the peak. We're doomed. Chuoba Liufeng cried. Lionel clenched her clammy fists while Zhuo Fan frowned. Not because of the elders, of course, but that he got to the wrong place again. Chapter 811. Stop bothering me. Whoosh tilde 9 old men landed, sporting cruel looks at the trio. Among them, one guy with scattered hair, the strongest, stepped up and spat. Humph, you must have a death wish to destroy Crown Prince's manor. Where is his highness? Ugh. Chuoba Liufeng's heart sank, feeling sweat trickling down his spine. Just this guy alone was enough to deal with them. A peak radiant stage expert. In a couple of years, he should be a true ethereal stage expert as well, becoming one of the Empire's legends, one of the best. With him here, the 3 had no chance of getting away. Chuoba Liufeng sighed at the grim outlook, his hopes gone. I wonder if Zhuo Fan's sudden arrival was a blessing or a curse. His sister was free of the Crown Prince for now since Zhuo Fan's intervention, but now the Tauba family would be killed because of his aggressive handling of the Crown Prince. They might even be labeled as traitors. Tauba Lionel understood they were in serious danger, and her eyes still gave contemplative look to a somewhat oblivious Zhuo Fan. I asked you a question. Where's his highness? Seeing them silent, the old man roared. Chuoba Liufeng shook, finding speaking difficult. Tauba Lionel pointed to where the Crown Prince was lying with a cold face. Over there. I wonder if you still recognize him. That's Crown Prince. They all gasped at the sobbing, gruesome mismatch of features that barely hinted at what once was. Their elegant and handsome Crown Prince was now reduced to this thing. Those eyes were swollen out of their sockets, the nose more twisted than a ravine, and the former spotless denture turned into a bloody hole. The only reason they even noticed him was because Tauba Lionel pointed out. Stunned seeing a face only a mother could love, the old man roared. It's Crown Prince's signature feature. What gave you the nerve to harm the crown prince like this? You're done for? Whoosh, tilde, the old man's anger exploded. Talk, who did this? I'll peel his skin and crush his bones. It'll be ages before I'm through with him. Chuoba Liufeng panicked under the nine's auras. Zhuo Fan was still in his own world, contemplating more important stuff. Venerables, I did it. If you want to kill someone, kill me. Lioner scrounged up her courage and declared. Chuoba Liufeng cried. Sister, it's fine. Lioner cut him off. This is all my fault. Tianyu used to say women were deadly, and now I have to admit they were right. If it weren't for me, the Tauba family would never have ended up like this. It's all my fault, and I should settle it. Lioner spoke with sadness and despair. Chuoba Liufeng's clenched fists shook, feeling utterly useless. Lioner wanted to use her life to settle it all and save the Tauba family. No, the family was already finished. She was giving him and Zhuo Fan the chance to get away. But how could her brother just let his sister take the blame? Chuoba Liufeng roared at Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan, you bastard, is that how a man behaves, letting a woman take the fall for you? Brother, Lioner cried out, having made up her mind. So why was her brother dragging Zhuo Fan into this? Chuoba Liufeng was firm when he saw Lioner's despair. Harming the crown prince was a heavy crime, akin to assassinating a royal member or rebelling. He could not let it hang over Lioner's head. All of this happened because Zhuo Fan showed up. The nine venerables finally noticed Zhuo Fan that they ignored since he looked so quiet to the side. The nine people tensed. 8th layer radiant stage. He does have the power. The leading elder squinted and snickered. I see what's going on. You're the one who made a mess of Crown Prince's manor. Ha ha ha, I knew it was odd for a girl to admit it. When the guard reported to us, he said that none of them could fight back. How could a wee girl be so tough? Seeing your high cultivation, it all makes sense. If we 9 hadn't come, none in the Crown Prince manor would be able to hold you, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan's mind was still processing. The leading elder took it for cowardice and mocked. Ha ha ha, here I thought you had guts when attacking Crown Prince, but now I see you're full of it. It's understandable, as not even an 8th layer radiant stage cultivator can escape from us 9. Being scared is normal. But to have a girl take the blame for you, talk about useless, ha ha ha. The other 8 looked at Zhuo Fan with the same disdain as their leader. Sir Zhuo, I brought the snow lotus seeds. A whoop of joy sounded in the distance. 6th Prince skipped over to Zhuo Fan in excitement. Zhuo Fan woke up at last, staring only at the 6th Prince's figure. Took you long enough. Hurry up and throw them in. I want to see just how fancy this thing is. Ugh, the mockery was stuck in the 9 elders' throats, seeing him ignore them. The 2 soon joined and started throwing seeds into the lake while watching for any signs. The elders' faces sank. For God's sake, here we thought he was scared when in fact he didn't give a damn about us. He's toying with us. Boy, don't think that your high cultivation is enough to do what you want in Quanrong. You ruined Crown Prince Manor, and I'll have you pay for that. 6th Prince, I heard this is eye candy. Isn't that so average? Sir Zhuo, this is a true marvel, I promise. It's a true rare spectacle in this world that won't disappoint, he. Oh, I'm relieved. Let's just watch. Zhuo Fan and 6th Prince were curious about the lake, even ignoring the elders' raving curses. Blatant disregard, that was what this was. The old man's face twitched as he barked. Let's get this damn faker, men. I want him dead. Yes, sir. The other elders bowed and shot for Zhuo Fan. Their mighty auras, filled with bloodthirst, covered the sky. Lioner cried, Look out, Zhuo Fan! Oh no, the bloodthirst is affecting the lake and it's too scared to react. The 6th Prince shivered and cried. Zhuo Fan's face twitched and his face sank. Turning around and seeing the incoming 8 elders, he roared, Damn geezers, stop bothering me! Hutilda, a mighty gale shot out that went through the 8 elders. The old men lost their lives before even knowing what happened, slumping to the ground like a ton of bricks. Chuoba Liufeng and Lioner were shell-shocked. What was that? Bang! A crisp sound echoed, and the leading elder felt his legs soften, kneeling on the ground. He was in the lead when the gale had struck him as well. Now he looked deathly pale and overcome with horror. No way. That's soul impact, an ethereal stage expert. Zhuo Fan went back to his problem, the lake. He asked, "Sixth Prince, now it's quiet. Will it show up?" "Yeah, soon." Sixth Prince grinned. The two looked like they came to sightsee. They were calm, and the mood was calm too, finally. Only Chuoba Liufeng, Lioner, and the surviving elder looked at Zhuo Fan with fear. This guy is even more terrible than before. All kinds of thoughts ran through Chuoba Liufeng's mind. Chapter 812, Flower Fairy. 15 minutes later, the still lake rippled. The snow lotus seeds floated inside, releasing bubbles. As each bubble burst, the seed below it was gone. The ripples became more and more numerous. Zhuo Fan looked focused, watching as flowers floated to the water surface from deep below, swaying in the sunlight. A total of 1,000 flowers appeared, moving about as if they were dancing. Zhuo Fan's eyelid twitched, looking straight at the sixth prince. The prince was smug. "Well, Sir Zhuo." "Isn't it fab?" He. Zhuo Fan nodded. If it were only a couple of flowers having spirituality, it wouldn't be much. Maybe it was something related to their species. But with 1,000 different flowers all showing the same reaction, living at the bottom of the lake, now that was different. Just what was the deep hiding for such a scene to occur? Is there really a whirlwind tunnel in here? Zhuo Fan asked the sixth prince. "You just say this won't be just some eye candy, a fancy view." "What did you mean by that?" He, well. The sixth prince wiggled his eyebrow with a vague smile. "Revival, something I bet not even Sir Zhuo has ever experienced." Revival, Zhuo Fan frowned. Understanding his thoughts, the sixth prince skipped over to the ghastly-looking crown prince. "My elder brother is the perfect candidate for Sir to witness this event." Sixth prince grabbed snow lotus seeds and threw them high, shouting, "Eat it, flower fairy!" Bang, with a loud burst, the lake exploded, with a water sprout jutting out and wiggling in the air to catch them all. Then it shot back into the lake, sending a shower of fine water droplets. Each drop released a faint golden glow in contact with anything. When they touched the crown prince, one could see how, with every drop, his disfigured face was recovering. Even his teeth grew back. Even the somewhat far Chuoba Liufeng, who the golden glow did not reach, was healed in moments. Zhuo Fan was looking inquisitively, hand on his chin. "Quick recovery, along the lines of my returning dragon's roar, if not stronger." "Sir Zhuo, well, isn't it amazing?" The sixth prince grinned. The crown prince shot to his feet, looking at Zhuo Fan with fear. Then he scurried away, wanting nothing to do with him. Zhuo Fan nodded, taking one step to pop in the crown prince's face. He grabbed his skull, cracking it on some random rock and giving him that revolting look again before throwing him to the ground. "Why?" the crown prince wailed, his bloody and toothless mouth straining to speak. "I didn't do or say anything." "So why?" The sixth prince was curious as well. Zhuo Fan shrugged. "It'll be more peaceful without his bullshit poisoning the air again." "This works." The sixth prince started. The crown prince cried, filled with grief. Yes, this worked like a charm. While the Tauba siblings looked at Zhuo Fan in silence, he was the only one running his mouth and showing off. His Highness had been a victim to maltreatment twice now, at the hand of the same demon, yet the second time made no sense. This was just not Crown Prince's day. He got beaten in his own home, and twice on top of that. Ignoring the others, Zhuo Fan stared at the lake, then at the 8 dead elders. It was obvious the golden glow was not capable of true revival, only good at healing, just that it was far stronger than most pills. With them having their soul crushed, there was no way to make a comeback. Next was finding out where this golden glow came from. Zhuo Fan lifted his right hand, covered in a red and brutal glow. Kill in arm. Zhuo Fan flicked his hand right at the lake. Boom! The motion was that of a savage sword, splitting the lake in two. The water towered up to 300 meters as it rumbled to the sides. It left the lake bed completely exposed. "Sir Zhuo, what are you doing?" The sixth prince was shocked by his action. Zhuo Fan spoke, "Checking what's below, but there should be nothing there." The sixth prince sighed. Ever since discovering this marvel, elder brother had sent people down there but found nothing. Zhuo Fan stared hard at it, then said, "Just because they failed, that doesn't mean I will too. Something odd is going on here." Squinting, Zhuo Fan's soul covered the lake, feeling every nook and cranny with no results. Is there really nothing? Just then, when he was about to give up, he felt something to one side. Focusing on the spot, Zhuo Fan still got nothing. Then it happened again. Zhuo Fan focused, and his right eye sported 6 golden halos. Divine Eye of the Void 6th stage, Void Domain. Bang! Feeling like he had hit a wall, Zhuo Fan snickered. He then pointed forward, and his eye released its power. A palm-sized space pocket formed before him, holding in it a finger-sized golden person. It had transparent wings, humming as they flapped. Its hand was holding on to some snow lotus seeds, looking at Zhuo Fan in panic. "What's that thing?" The 6th prince cried out in curiosity. Zhuo Fan said, "Flower spirit, a being born of this world, like a fire spirit or blood spirit. It's nurtured by the world until it gains spirituality. The flower spirit is a being of wood, an element with brimming vitality. That's why it can heal so perfectly. Although weak in battle, having it around is much better than having pills." Blinking, the 6th prince looked confused, but the least he could catch from that was that it was precious. The flower spirit is nature's favorite and good at hiding. No powerful expert would ever sense it, least of all catch it. A shame my void domain can create a space pocket. As long as I can sense the location, setting it up will trap this little guy, ha ha ha. Holding the flower spirit, Zhuo Fan had a manic grin. Isn't that right? It kept struggling to flee, but Zhuo Fan tightened his grip, making its effort useless until it gave up. Boom! The huge water expunged from the lake finally came down in a mighty roar. Zhuo Fan ignored it and held the ferry as he left. The 6th prince hurriedly asked, "Where are you going, Sir Zhuo?" "Finding what I came for." Zhuo Fan's eyes shone in glee. "A special place with thick spiritual energy is needed to give birth to a fairy. This lake has none of that, which means it moved here. Now I'll have this guy lead the way, taking me to my destination, he he he." The 6th prince followed after him. "Sir Zhuo, I'm coming too." The fairy crossed its arms and looked at Zhuo Fan in resentment, like that was not going to happen. "Ha ha ha, little guy, you sure are feisty." With an evil grin, Zhuo Fan stared at its hard face as a black thunderflame flashed in his left eye. "Sometimes being stubborn comes with a price. Are you ready for it?" Shuddering, the flower spirit sweated, bobbing its head, and water gathered beneath it as if it peed itself from fear. That thunderflame made it feel like destruction was nigh. Zhuo Fan held a tight grip on the spirit as he left, the 6th prince his faithful fan. As for the Taubas, Zhuo Fan had better things to do than mind them. The peak radiant stage elder, now scared to death, was still kneeling and shaking like a leaf. He still couldn't get over the fact Zhuo Fan killed 8 of his men in a flash, chapter 813. Unstoppable. He not once looked at me. Watching Zhuo Fan's back, Lioner's mood fell. She started off feeling despair, then hope, then shock, then despair again. But she ended the cycle with anger. Chuoba Liufeng sighed, "Lioner, cut me loose and remove the seal on me." Right. Lioner now recalled her brother's predicament and rushed to release his Yuan Kai. Chuoba Liufeng finally got his freedom back. Looking around, seeing the old man lost in his own world, Chuoba Liufeng said, "Lioner, this time it's grave. We best rush to father. We have to try and flee with him. With the crown prince's manor ruined, the consequences are dire. Zhuo Fan is an uncaring monster, stirring things up and making us suffer for it. We have no choice but to flee our home." "Brother, how can you say that?" Glaring at him in dissatisfaction, Lioner pouted. "If not for him, we both would have suffered at Crown Prince's hand. I can't even think about what he'd have done." Chuoba Liufeng nodded. "Yeah, while the punk ruined everything, he did help us. We should be grateful for it. But we first have to flee from here and not get dragged into this any further." Lioner nodded, and the two flew away, leaving the elder behind, still too horrified to react. High Venerable. Footsteps were heard as a guard looked around to see only the shell-shocked elder. The elder still didn't react. Sighing, the guard shouted in his ear, "High Venerable, the monster is gone." Shaking, the elder finally came out of his stupor. Seeing Zhuo Fan was nowhere around, he sighed and got up. But then he felt chilly below. Looking down, there was a wet patch. PFF, the guard chuckled, and the old man went red. His glare wiped the smirk off the guard's face. Did that guy leave? Long ago. How long? 15 minutes. The guard bowed, squinting. The elder nodded. Why did you only wake me up now? Because the Tauba siblings. Bam! The guard's words were cut short by the old man's palm, slapping him dead. Glancing over, the elder's eyes grew hard. Damn fool, you think you'll still get to live after seeing all that? Humph! The elder's eyes darted around. Assured no one else was around, he took out a fresh pair of pants from his ring and changed. He then rushed to the crown prince's side. Your Highness, what's wrong? Here, take this healing pill. No, the crown prince's eyes glinted with hatred, slurring his words through non-existent teeth. Take me to Elderhu, I want them to take revenge. The elder bowed, understood. He grabbed the prince and left. There was a wide courtyard in the capital, one that had a large lion statue with the words honor and loyalty engraved on it. Above the gate were the words Tauba Manor written. Unlike the imposing gate, the wind that blew was a cold and bitter one, carrying with it a bleak tone along with the dust of the capital. Inside the manor, 2 men sat upright in the middle of the room, the former commander of Quanrong and the imperial tutor, Han Taimo. Frowning, Chuoba Taishan hesitated before finally jumping to his feet in revulsion. Guards, summon the 8 wolf wardens. I'm going to crown Prince Manor myself. Wait, Brother Tauba, you can't let it devolve any further. Han Taimo urged, shaking his head. Chuoba Taishan was vexed. Brother, Liu Feng is my only son, now trapped in Crown Prince Manor. How am I supposed to calm down when His Highness is capable of anything? No matter how restless you are, you can't just go with the city guards. Han Taimo shook his head. The minute you resort to using the guards, and against the Crown Prince too, that would be the moment you'll be taken as a traitor. Then no one can save you. Let's say you get to mobilize all the men, what then? You're now the captain of the guards, not Commander Tauba, leader of millions. Commander Tauba Manor is packed with experts, 9 venerables of immense power. Even if you go, it won't make a difference, so what's the point? Bam, slamming the table, Chuoba Taishan glared. Even so, as a father, the least I can do is try. Calm down, Brother Tauba. Han Taimo sighed. Why don't we assemble the court's officials and plead to His Majesty to be lenient on account of your past? Chuoba Taishan shook his head. No use. His Majesty issued an unbreakable decree this time, leaving Crown Prince in charge of this. Any that interferes will be executed. Who in the court would be willing to meddle in this? Han Taimo sighed. His Majesty is too easy on the Crown Prince, yet cruel to his ministers. People's opinion of him will sour. Master, a cry came as a servant rushed before Chuoba Taishan. Why, young miss, she? What about her? Chuoba Taishan cried. The servant girl jerked. Young miss knocked me out and ran away. She must be going to Crown Prince Manor to save young master. Damn that girl. Is she trying to anger me to death? Chuoba Taishan was panicking, shouting. Have the 8 wolf wardens assemble the men, surround Crown Prince Manor. Brother Tauba, you must calm down. No, not this time. At the very least, I'll have the 2 children flee while I shoulder the blame. Chuoba Taishan's mind was made up. Sighing, Han Taimo shouted after him. Chuoba Taishan, do you really plan on throwing away all you accomplished? Are you going to become a criminal to Quanrong? Chuoba Taishan shook, but his eyes were firm. As the commander of Quanrong, I have fought for my country all my life and shall never betray it. No matter how much His Majesty forsakes me, I will not complain. But I am also a father. How can I just sit by and watch my children bear unjust crimes? Han Taimo, today I may be convicted of crimes and my head will hang high above the city gates. I will have no regrets knowing I did all I could for the future of my children. Chuoba Taishan was soon gone. Han Taimo sighed and got up to follow. Commander, the men are here. We await your orders. Outside the manor, the 8 wolf wardens were gathered. Chuoba Taishan eyed them and shouted. We march? Yes, sir. The 8 wolf wardens bowed, glee dancing in their eyes. The last 8 years had been spent in unrest, hardly ever fighting and always held back. Now they were going to let loose against the Crown Prince no less, yet they were still joyful. It was their honor to serve under the commander. Wait, Chuoba Taishan? Han Taimo caught up. Chuoba Taishan didn't even look back. My mind is set. I'm not trying to sway you. I want to come with you, old friend. It would be great if I can convince His Highness to let them go. If not, I'll be most willing to be labeled a traitor alongside you. Shaking, Chuoba Taishan laughed. Good, ha ha ha. The army marched, their spirits uplifted, their drive ignited. Yet after 2 steps, a staggering figure entered their vision, an imperial palace guard. Did His Majesty find out already? Did he come to stop us? Chuoba Taishan and the rest were tense. If this was the Emperor's decree, then before them had to be a huge army to block their path. But the Imperial Guard actually went and panicked at their sight. Commander Tauba, you truly are the Empire's god of war, of such brilliant mind as to foresee the Imperial Palace is in peril and send the men to aid it. The Imperial Palace is in danger. Chuoba Taishan and the rest were stunned. Panting, the Imperial Guard showed fear. Yes, the 6th Prince brought a youth as he barged into the Imperial Palace. He's unstoppable, he's almost at His Majesty's chambers. Chapter 814, Assaulting the Imperial Palace. Boom, tilde, waves upon waves of Imperial Guards poured out of the palace gates, only to be blown away by rumbling explosions as pieces of their former selves. With a constant drizzle of blood going on, it marked the dark and cruel end of tens of thousands of soldiers. Zhuo Fan flicked his red right fist and looked uncaringly at the flower spirit held tightly in his left. It was like he was out mowing a lawn or something and not butchering people. Which way is it this time? Don't try to play me, you pint. Shuddering in fear, the flower spirit shook its head and pointed at a large wall. Boom! Another rumble sounded. Zhuo Fan found it a waste of time circling around to use the front gate, so he just made a new one right here in the 50-meter-tall wall. The 6th Prince, sticking close like any true fanboy would, was mulling over whether Zhuo Fan had stopped being human at this point as he kept charging in like a raging beast. If there was no way, he'd find it. Anyone that stepped between him and his goal would leave the scene as a corpse. Or maybe Zhuo Fan no longer registered these people as living beings, merely as obstacles. 6th Prince, Sir Zhuo is truly reckless. This is the Imperial Palace he's barging into, killing left and right. With his insane power, it won't matter who he steps on, but once he's gone, you'll be left behind. He'll go, wiping his hands of it all, and you'll take the fall. Jin Buhuan and his 3 elders were overwhelmed by what they saw, crying and fearful as he urged the prince. They had followed the 2 all the way here, following Zhuo Fan's wake of destruction from the Crown Prince Manor. Now that they saw Zhuo Fan's brutality for themselves, they feared for their lord. 6th Prince, we have to leave now, while His Majesty is yet to realize your involvement. We'll then say he forced us when we're questioned and be absolved of any blame. 6th Prince was thinking, but he snapped. Humph! Sir Zhuo is my honored guest. I said I'll take him to what he's searching, and that's what I'll do. Since it's about to be found, I will accompany Sir Zhuo to confirm this. If you're scared, you're welcome to leave. Flicking his sleeves, 6th Prince huffed and shooed the 4 away as he caught up to Zhuo Fan with a chuckle. Sir Zhuo, wait for me, tilde. This is insane. Jin Buhuan sighed, but then decided. To hell with it. Then he went after as well. 6th Prince was their lord after all. Zhuo Fan stepped through anything that came before him, men or stone, with a few men following behind him with worry. What would they do once Zhuo Fan walked away? 6th Prince didn't look to have given this problem much thought, always beaming as he watched his idol at work. Why, Your Majesty, the criminal is just 1,000 meters away. I beg Your Majesty to flee. Why, Your Majesty, he is at 800 meters. Please flee, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. In a tranquil garden, the peace was broken as all kinds of nervous voices shouted. The Imperial Guards just kept on coming one after the other, fully distraught and panicking as they reported. What they said was almost always the same, that the criminal was getting closer and they could not stop it. The people in the palace were afraid now, but also suspicious. Where did such a freak come from all of a sudden? When did Quan Rong mess with such a godly expert none could make sense of it, not even the emperor in his golden robe? He was now frowning, stressed out by the sudden and brutal development. He had no idea what unforgivable sin might have been committed to deserve such retribution. The Quanrong Empire had the beast-taming sect's protection. While totally disdained, beast-taming sect would still care about its name and defend it. So why? Boom! The Emperor's thoughts were blown away by the sound. Looking over, he saw a hill being blown away not 100 meters from where he was. When the dust cleared, a handful of people walked out. In the lead was Zhuo Fan, the main culprit, with the Emperor's sixth son at his side. Following a few steps behind were his venerables. The Emperor's mouth twitched, his face falling. "Son, now you're trying to rebel? What are you doing charging into the imperial palace with an outsider? Is it because I didn't give you Crown Prince's manor? Haven't I made it up to you with that glorious waterfall? Did you have to go this far? I'm such a fool looking after you." "Imperial father, what are you saying? This is no rebellion, nor do I want your seat. You just have to sit tight and not move, have a feast, get the girls to dance, and ignore us." Sixth Prince rolled his eyes. The Emperor was stunned. "If this is not a rebellion, why are you barging into the imperial palace? How's it my fault?" Sticking out his chin, the Sixth Prince spoke with pride and honor. "I wanted to go in, but those guards just wouldn't listen. My dear guest is quite impatient as well, wanting to get in at once. Those guards stopped us without reason, so we just went through them." The Emperor's brow shook as he sized Zhuo Fan up. "You broke into the imperial palace because you're impatient. Have you lost it? Couldn't you have waited for an audience with me?" Shrugging, the Sixth Prince remained silent. Ignoring their argument, Zhuo Fan looked at the spirit pointing the way to a rock garden. "This way?" "Wait, what are you doing?" the Emperor shouted in panic. Zhuo Fan never paid him any mind. The Sixth Prince also followed Zhuo Fan like before, making the Emperor twitch. The Emperor roared. "Son, stop him." "Can't do, Imperial Father. How can I do what thousands of guards couldn't?" The Sixth Prince shrugged with a chuckle. Sighing, the Emperor held his head. "It's over, disaster is upon us. What criminal dares to make a ruckus with Chuoba Taishan around?" Following this shout, Chuoba Taishan marched his thousands of troops into the garden surrounding it. The 8 wolf wardens appeared before Zhuo Fan, filled with battle spirit. "Your Majesty, I ask that you forgive my delay." Chuoba Taishan cupped his hands at the Emperor. The Emperor was overjoyed. "It's fine, Commander Tauba. You came just in time. Catch that man. Stop him from destroying everything." "Yes, sir." Chuoba Taishan bowed and shouted, 8 wolf wardens, arrest that man." The 8 wolf wardens were about to obey. "Wait." The Tauba siblings took this moment to arrive. Chuoba Taishan cried out, "Liu Feng, you all! Father, please hurry and stop the wardens. We can't touch this man. We'll only earn more casualties." Rushing before the commander, Chuoba, Liu Feng, and Lioner urged him. Having seen Zhuo Fan's mighty power, they were totally convinced that not even the entire Tauba family and its army would be of any use. Chuoba Taishan was shocked. The Tauba family was one devoted to serving their nation, always brave and sharp, never cowardly. But these two were urging him to stand down. Who is this man to make them ask their own father to stop? Is there no hope at all? Chuoba Taishan looked over closer, finding the culprit familiar. The best steward in Tianyu, Zhuo Fan. The 8 wolf wardens looked as well and were shocked to the core. Jia Lahan still remembered the bitterness he suffered back then. Faced with this old enemy, old fears resurfaced, fears powerful enough to make them falter. Zhuo Fan never spoke a word so far, but then the Emperor said, "Commander Tauba, you know him." "Not just know him, he is the only one in my entire life that made me lose in battle." Chuoba Taishan sighed. The Emperor cried, "You mean 8 years ago the second god of war in Tianyu, Dugu Zhanshan's replacement? But what's he doing in Quanrong? Is he a spy?" The entire Tauba family tensed, looking at the Emperor with twitching faces. "Your Majesty, have you ever seen a commander resorting to grunt work? Chapter 815, Secret Path." "Your Majesty, I don't think he would do that himself." Chuoba Taishan shook his head, turning back to Zhuo Fan and shouting, "Zhuo Fan, since you had the nerve to barge into Quanrong imperial capital, I, as its captain of the guards, shall arrest you." "Father!" Chuoba Taishan started to shout, turning to see his son and daughter shaking their heads. Father, that's the worst thing you could possibly do. He's more savage than before. Confused, Chuoba Taishan scratched his head. Once bitten, twice shy. The last time we only lost against an army, but now he's all alone against all of us. Yet you're telling me I still can't take him. Father, don't look down on him just for being alone. He'll still mow us down. The Tauba siblings knew what he was thinking, constantly shaking their heads. Chuoba Taishan was still perplexed as to why. Ha ha ha, is the destroyer of Crown Prince's manor here? 4 figures landed. Elder who, he's the one? The Crown Prince's High Venerable carried the bedridden Crown Prince as he bowed before a muscled youth. The Crown Prince crawled higher on the High Venerable's back and cursed when he saw Zhuo Fan. Elder who, he's the one? Kill him. With me here, all will be over soon. The man turned to Zhuo Fan and then widened his eyes, roaring, You again, brat? Zhuo Fan was perplexed. Another youth next to Elder who stomped hard as his features twisted. Rotten punk, I guess you don't recognize us now, but we certainly do. After that loss, we vowed that one day we'll pull every bone from your body and make you experience pain like no other. Who thought that today will be the day we'll do it? No one will save you now, ha ha ha, not even heaven itself. The man cackled, releasing his mighty aura and making even High Venerable shake in fear. This is the power of an ethereal stage expert, so strong. Elder Lang, you have something with the kid too? The High Venerable asked. Great, now old and new grievances will be washed away today. Elder Lang's eyes were bloodshot. Humph, just a grievance? That day in Tianyu, he ruined my body. Hutilda he didn't finish as a whistling sound was heard, followed by a large scarlet dragon claw grabbing all 4 of them. The 4 struggled for nothing, as even their souls were stuck in the draconic grip. Elder whose eyes bugged out. What is this? Soul? You're a radiant stage cultivator. How can you form a soul? Why is it so strong? The scarlet dragon claw came from behind Zhuo Fan like a third hand. Zhuo Fan looked annoyed right now. Since you survived, keep your nose down. Why the hell are 2 fleas coming to buzz in my ears about old times? Bam! The dragon claw clenched, and the 4 exploded in a shower of blood, splattering on everyone around. The victims had no chance to even wail their demise, destroyed in body and soul, including the 2 ethereal stage cultivators. The witnesses were speechless. 2 ethereal stage experts and a peak radiant stage cultivator were squashed like bugs. Chuoba Taishan looked from his children to Zhuo Fan, now understanding their fear. Zhuo Fan was no longer human to be able to kill ethereal stage experts so easily. The 8 wolf wardens faltered and shivered. Zhuo Fan was worlds above them. Even before, alone they were no match for Zhuo Fan, but using human wave tactics they could stall him. Something impossible right now. Zhuo Fan was beyond their reach. An eerie silence fell. Everyone regarded Zhuo Fan with fear. An ethereal stage expert was seen as a god by these people. But they died all the same in the easiest manner possible. Taking back the claw, Zhuo Fan returned to his calm demeanor. 6th Prince, this pint is pointing at that hill. Is there something off about it? Shouldn't be. That is a view I often visited when I was small. It should be fine. The 6th Prince was puzzled as he looked around. Zhuo Fan inspected his surroundings and smiled. So it's a concealing array, one powered by sacred stones. No wonder it's hard to see. But what's it hiding? Void annihilation. With a creepy smile, Zhuo Fan's right eye flashed golden twice. Rumble tilde something broke then, and everyone's view changed. It was like a mirror had just suffered a crack and started crumbling and vanishing. Before them was a pitch-black cave in the hill. The flower fairy pointed right at it. Grinning, Zhuo Fan walked forward, but a shout came. Wait, sir. Zhuo Fan started and turned to the speaker, the Quanrong Emperor. Only this time the Emperor had lost his panicking look, turning grave. Sir, no matter who you are, if you go in, you may not come back. This barrier is Quanrong's shame and also a catalyst. You shouldn't have broken it. No one can stop me from getting what I want. Thanks for the reminder. Zhuo Fan walked forward without hesitation and jumped in. The 6th Prince followed him, but the Emperor shouted, Son! Imperial father, actually, I knew of this place long ago. The 6th Prince smiled, his eyes sharp. This is our empire's shame and the imperial family's disgrace. One day this barrier would have been lifted, only no one dared to, but I believe Sir Zhuo would be the one to break everything. I have seen his might in the double dragon gathering. He's not like those hypocrites. The sixth prince jumped in. The emperor wanted to stop him, but could only sigh as he was too late. Chuoba Taishan was puzzled. "Your Majesty, what's in there?" "Why?" "Old Commander Tauba, if they don't come out, take your men and run, or they would destroy." The emperor sighed and shook his head. "Who's they?" whooshed Tilda, however. A figure flashed by and Lioner jumped right in. Tauba Lioner rushed after her. "Lioner?" 4 people had just gone into the dark cave, their signature lost. Chuoba Taishan was sweating, but the emperor held his shoulder. "Old Commander, it's all up to luck now." Seeing how easy the man killed 2 ethereal stage experts, I hope he will be able to bring everyone back. Then I wish for Commander Tauba to take my son and go. Shaking, Chuoba Taishan looked at the emperor lost, his face grave. Why would his majesty ask me to flee with his son, is the enemy? "Your Majesty, crown prince's body? Feed it to the dogs?" The emperor's eyes were filled with hatred. Chuoba Taishan was shocked more than ever. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan landed in the cave, and all he saw was a winding path through the earth. The flower spirit pointed onward, and Zhuo Fan nodded. But then he heard a shout from above, and Zhuo Fan shook his head. Sidestepping, he witnessed 3 mighty thumps as 3 people landed hard on their rear. Chapter 816, Striking Beast Taming Sect. "Why are you here?" "You can tell from the concealing array and sacred stones. This is beyond the reach of the realm of sects, a place where we'll be facing real experts." "You're forfeiting your lives by coming here?" Seeing the 3 weird faces as they struggled to get up, Zhuo Fan reminded them. The sixth prince snickered. He, Sir Zhuo. If I said I'll take you to where you want to go, then I'm not about to give up halfway. I can find the rest of the way by myself." Zhuo Fan spoke. Frowning, Lioner held Zhuo Fan in a steady gaze. "We already offended the crown prince. His Majesty said this place hides some great calamity for Quanrong as well. I want to prevail here and ask His Majesty for forgiveness. The fact that something was sealed here shows it's beyond something any of you can handle. This gamble will end with your death." Glancing over, Zhuo Fan turned to Chuoba Liufeng. "And what's your excuse?" Scratching his distracted back, Chuoba Liufeng panted as he pointed at Lioner. "I came for her." "Funny enough, your reason is the most plausible. Now take them and get out." Zhuo Fan nodded and walked further in. The sixth prince and Lioner spoke hastily. "We're not leaving. We're coming with you." Chuoba Liufeng frowned, looking above at the unclimbable black hole, and shook his head. "Just how deep is this? We can't fly here either, and ended up having a rough landing." "Yeah, hey, Sir Zhuo. Why didn't you fall?" The sixth prince turned to Zhuo Fan. He took a look around and said, "There's a spatial bind array here that prevents flying." "What about you?" "The spatial bind array is a 6th grade array. Anything beneath 7th grade can't affect ethereals. Since I formed my soul, the array doesn't work on me." Walking ahead, Zhuo Fan said, "You can't go back, and I don't have time to waste undoing the array. You'll just have to come along." "Sure." Cheering inside, the 2 went right after him. Chuoba Liufeng had no choice but to go a swell, frowning. "Zhuo Fan, who do you figure dug this tunnel behind the Imperial Palace?" Zhuo Fan replied. "We'll know when we reach the end. Also, it had to be an ethereal stage expert for sure." "Why so sure?" Chuoba Liufeng asked. Zhuo Fan spoke, looking around. No one would set an array just to tie themselves up. He had placed a 6th grade array, the dividing line between ethereal stage and the rest of the world. With the secular world being made up of people below this line, this showed he did not want them to enter here, only ethereal stage experts. Or maybe only to let his men in. Yeah. Zhuo Fan nodded, his eyes sharp. "In the Quanrong lands, besides mortals, there's also a sect. Beast Taming Sect." The trio cried, and Zhuo Fan nodded. "Yes, one can assume this path leads to Beast Taming Sect. It won't matter to me if there are heaps of experts, not when they all come from a meager lower 3 sect. As for you 3, we'll be fine. With Sir Zhuo here, nothing can touch us." The sixth prince chuckled without an ounce of shame. Zhuo Fan smiled. "Don't be too happy." I can protect myself, but I can't say the same for dead weights. Ugh. The sixth prince scratched his head and Lionel huffed. Beast-taming sect is watching over the Quanrong Empire. Why would it harm us when we did nothing wrong? They're also a righteous sect that preaches reason. Yeah, if we meet any from the beast-taming sect, we'll just say we stumbled upon this tunnel, then make our identities known. They should at least give the commander's children some leeway. Chuoba Liu Feng nodded. The sixth prince snickered while Zhuo Fan mocked. Ignorant, have you stopped to think why this tunnel is so hidden? Be it righteous or demonic path, both sides have things to hide. Once someone barges in, killing is the norm, don't you think? Shuddering, the Tauba siblings paled. Zhuo Fan made fun of them. Only the sixth prince looked at Zhuo Fan in earnest. We'll have to trust Sir Zhuo to protect us then. Like I said, I can only protect myself. I don't think so. The sixth prince cocked an eyebrow. The way I see it, you can do it but just don't want to. I heard that on your way to Double Dragon Manor, you and those 3 girls from Mystical Heaven sect were ambushed by the Universal Righteous sect. But you chose to perish for their sake, helping them escape like a true hero. He, Sir Zhuo, as your fan, the least I am is well informed. The other 2 started, looking at Zhuo Fan in shock. They never thought a guy like Zhuo Fan would be so selfless. Pausing, Zhuo Fan recalled that dreaded day of separation, and regret clouded his eyes, sighing, "It's fake. If I died for them, then who is standing before you now?" Anyway, no one can stop Sir Zhuo when he puts his mind to something. If Sir Zhuo wants to save someone, no one can kill them. Ignoring Zhuo Fan's reply, the sixth prince spoke with respect and pride. Zhuo Fan smiled inside and sighed. He wasn't a god. If he was so great, he wouldn't fear the likes of Heavenly Sovereign. He wouldn't have had to leave Qingcheng. Zhuo Fan's face looked lonely as he thought. Og tilde? Cries came from deeper into the tunnel. Zhuo Fan's group rushed forward, following the sounds. The 4 arrived at the end, and a series of stone doors were presented before them. One door was open just a crack. Slipping from within was the yellow light of a burning candle. Groans were also coming from within, along with heavy panting. The group approached the door and peeked through the gap. They saw a man and a woman entangled, with Yuan Kai flowing between them. Liner was still a pure lady, and witnessing such an explicit event had her blushing. As she staggered in shock, she kicked a rock away. "Who's there?" The man roared, twisting his head their way. Liner gave an apologetic look to Zhuo Fan for giving them away, but Zhuo Fan did not care. He opened the stone door wider and strutted in. "Brother, are you finished? I have some questions." "You have some nerve. Who the hell are you people? What gives you the right to barge in my training room?" The man roared. The woman he was entangled with laid on the bed and looked with disdain. Zhuo Fan had a thin smile. "Are you from the beast-taming sect? Is there some special place here with thick spiritual energy especially fit for cultivating? Where the hell did you come from? Who are you to think about my beast-taming sect's precious training grounds?" The man sized the 4 up, then mocked. "You're either crazy or morons. You want to get to it with so few numbers. You must be suicidal, ha ha ha." The man cackled, but Zhuo Fan shook his head. "Yeah, I came here to die. Since that's the case, can you tell me where it is before we die?" "Humph, it'll only be a waste to tell you." The man shouted, and a leopard shot from his body, charging at the 4. "Die for barging into beast-taming sect." Bam! Zhuo Fan's eyes shone coldly, and a scarlet dragon claw shot from his body, swatting the oversized cat. The feline was destroyed with that one blow, vanishing into nothing. Shuddering, the man stared at Zhuo Fan in disbelief. Who the hell are you?" "It'll only be a waste to tell you." Zhuo Fan's evil grin was on full display. Plop, the man slumped dead with eyes wide open. He died still shocked at how a radiant stage cultivator managed to kill him so fast. Ah. The woman on the bed shrieked, seeing the guy dead. Then, a shadow flashed and struck the woman. Her eyes rolled back and she slumped dead as well. Looking closer, the attacker was actually the sixth prince. But instead of being his usual overexcited self, he looked on with bloodshot eyes, shaking from the hatred and rage. Chapter 817. King Among Beasts. What's wrong with him? It was the first time anyone saw the sixth prince lose control. The Tauba siblings looked at Zhuo Fan with a questioning gaze. Zhuo Fan eyed him, realizing something. Then he turned around and continued walking deeper into the pitch-black tunnel. Lionel caught up, curious. "Zhuo Fan, do you know something we don't?" "I don't." "Then why did the sixth prince strike?" "To silence her. Go ask him if you want." Zhuo Fan spoke with a cold face. Lionel pouted and stomped. The sixth prince took a deep breath to calm himself, then went after them. His mood never went back to his cheerful self, actually turning graver than Zhuo Fan. Lionel was perplexed and dying to know, but Chuoba Liufeng shook his head. Something was definitely up. Everyone could see it, but it was not like you could just ask about it. Even if they did, he might not reply. So the better option here was to stay silent and not provoke him. Lionel had to stifle her suspicion for now as the group went forward. They soon reached the end of the tunnel, faced with a pitch-black stone wall. Lionel asked, "A dead end?" "Ha ha ha, fool, if it's a dead end, how did that couple get here to enjoy themselves? Besides, with how many rooms there are around, with the guy calling it his training room, it's clear that people come here often to train." Zhuo Fan mocked. "Girlie, did you leave your head outside the cave? You must really have no care for your life, ha ha ha." Lionel was fuming mad. "Why you?" Ignoring her, Zhuo Fan felt the stone wall and grinned. "This is a defensive array just like the one back in Demon Scheming Sect. Without a specific technique of the sect, one just can't get in." "What now? We're no beast-taming sect disciples. How could we know the right technique?" The sixth prince shouted. Zhuo Fan ignored him. "You sound quite sure this is beast-taming sect's land." Didn't you just say the same thing? And also that guy." The sixth prince showed a bright smile, snickering. Zhuo Fan said, "It was just a guess, and that guy said he was from the beast-taming sect, not that this is its land." "I guessed it then." The sixth prince blurted, "Oh, then should we go on?" The sixth prince looked hard at Zhuo Fan. Lionel found it very odd. Zhuo Fan had been going about looking for something from the start. Why then is he starting to question the sixth prince? Or is it something the sixth prince asked him to find? The sixth prince was the only one who knew Zhuo Fan's intention. So the sixth prince bowed. "I'm accompanying Sir Zhuo to look for what Sir is after. It is at Sir's discretion to continue or not. To me it's nothing while it spells trouble to you. Going back just like that?" Chai's brow quivering, the sixth prince pondered, then nodded. "Everything will go per Sir Zhuo's wishes. As your fan, I can only give you my full support." "In that case," Zhuo Fan nodded. The sixth prince stared at the wall with a tense heart. "We go on." Zhuo Fan grinned and came to a decision. The sixth prince was beaming with joy. The Tauba siblings were stumped. What's up with them? Is it Zhuo Fan looking for something, or sixth prince? Ignoring their curious gazes, Zhuo Fan's left eye flashed with a black thunderflame. It shot straight at the wall. Apocalyptic thunderflame eye, the minute mote of fire exploded into a roaring flame. The tiny flicker of flame looked small, but it exploded the instant it touched the whole wall, covering it in scorching flames. The black thunderflame licked the wall, with the lightning crackling over it, jarring the ears of those present. The spectators were afraid of it, getting away from it so it would not jump on them and kill them as well. They had no clue what that thing was to give off such dread. Just looking at it was like staring death in the face. The pitch-black wall burned away to reveal a 3-meter-tall exit. Beyond it was a lush forest, mesmerizing and soothing. The thick spiritual energy hit them head-on. It really is beast-taming sect's land. With an evil smirk, Zhuo Fan led them out, happily looking around this paradise. Figured as much. A whirlwind tunnel can be a paradise or hell, but no matter which, no one from the secular world can have it. Only a sect can truly take it for itself. I should have known the minute I got to Quanrong. The first place to look had to be the beast-taming sect, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan showed a pleased smile, while the other three were taken in by the glorious sights around them. Bam! A loud sound echoed as two creatures 100 meters tall arrived before them with their claws ready. The trio were startled, paling and crying. 7th grade spiritual beast, and 2 of them. The beast-taming sect was known in the Western lands for their beast-related skills. All the cultivators in Quanrong also followed a similar path when they trained. They might get to tame the spiritual beast outside, but a 7th-grade spiritual beast was beyond them. But in the beast-taming sect, 2 of such creatures appeared, scaring them to death. Only Zhuo Fan, having seen the true king among beasts, disregarded them. A black flame flashed in his eye as Zhuo Fan spoke. "Beat it!" Shuddering, the 2 spiritual beasts showed dread in their eyes. Then they blacked out and slumped on the ground. Zhuo Fan's outrageously destructive aura knocked them right out. The others looked at Zhuo Fan agape. They knew Zhuo Fan could scare beasts, but now he could knock them out. Just where the hell did he learn this strange beast art? Zhuo Fan was stunned as well. He only wanted to scare them off, but then they suddenly collapsed. The destructive thunderflame really is beyond the 5 great sacred beast powers, even more effective than the azure flame. He grinned and walked on. He finally felt he was king among beasts. In an ancient and quaint hall, a pale, middle-aged man was sitting on a throne. The lines of elders on each side released powerful auras, ethereal stage experts. Looking at the jade slip flashing in his hand, the middle-aged man frowned. "The fighting is tense. I thought getting Zai Yu's 1,000 sacred stones was an easy deal, but even with our 50 ethereal elders joining the war against Tianyu, we're still at a standstill. Even worse now that Elder Lane is asking for help. What do you think?" One elder shook his head. "Sect leader, in the recent years, Tianyu's power has grown beyond anything we've seen. Even without the Empire's 3 guardian sects stepping in, they alone have the strength to not only fight back our 50 ethereal stage experts, but even hold the advantage." Another elder stood and bowed. "From what I can tell, for us to win, we have to send more men." Bam! Following the loud noise, a buffed man with black beard shot in rage. "Humph! Send what? The elders and venerables we sent must be heavily wounded if not dead. Sending any more will only mount our casualties. This is a problem between Tianyu and the 3 guardian sects. Zai Yu wants to waken those traitors and wants to do it through us. Ren Zaya Oyan wants to use the weakened Luo clan to control Tianyu as well. That's why he's holding back and watches from afar. But this is Tianyu's problem. What does it have to do with us? Have you forgotten the bitter lesson from 8 years ago? Tianyu is cunning, twisted, and treacherous. Last time they took a large piece of fertile land, cutting our income by half. Are we to do it again?" Yeah, that's true. It's best we don't get in other people's business." The other elders nodded. The sect leader crushed the jade slip, hesitating. Was he to send more men or draw them back? He was in a dilemma, trying not to fall for those bastards' plot again. Just then, a sound echoed throughout the sect. Chapter 818. Rampage. "Someone broke the sect's defensive array," sect leader cried out. "Elders and venerables, follow me. Let's see who had the nerve to barge into beast-taming sect." Everyone bowed, "Yes, sir." Sect leader flew out with the elders behind him, leaving an empty and desolate hall in an eerie silence. "Stop!" Zhuo Fan had entered the beast-taming sect and was letting the flower spirit lead the way again. His entourage was looking around scared and jittery. But when they saw Zhuo Fan's laid-back attitude, they sighed. "Dude, we're sneaking into another's home, practically like thieves. Can't you act like one? Strolling around like this in their own backyard would get unneeded attention. The only reason we're sticking around is because a 7th-grade spiritual beast can pop up anytime. But you're too damn conspicuous. It's like you're asking to be found." The team barely took a few steps before 2 disciples blocked their path. "You arrogant bastards, how dare you barge into beast-taming sect? Who the hell are you?" The trio ducked behind their guard. Zhuo Fan glanced over the 2. "You don't know already. Why the useless questions? How are we to know?" The 2 started. Pointing at his face, Zhuo Fan declared, "Didn't you call me arrogant bastard? Well, there you have it." PFF Lioner giggled. The 2 disciples roared, "You're toying with us? Die!" One disciple charged towards Zhuo Fan at full power. Zhuo Fan didn't spare him a look, merely punching the air. Bam! The disciple went out in a puff of blood, gone from this world. The other disciple panicked. now realizing the enemy was in the 8th layer radiant stage, while the two of them were just in the 4th. He did not flee, however, raising his hand. A flaming eagle 2 meters large cried as it made itself known. 6th level spiritual beast, scorching eagle, Lioner cried out. Laughing, the disciple looked smug. Yes, a 6th level spiritual beast, ha ha ha. You'd never guess that disciples from the beast-taming sect aren't just cultivating themselves, but paired with spirit animals to display their true power. You may be in the 8th layer, but against a 6th level spiritual beast. Shriek Tilda the eagle cried in fear, knocked out cold. Across from it, Zhuo Fan's left eye flashed with black thunderflame. Ugh, the disciple was dumbstruck, his mind numb as he watched his dear spirit animal. What just happened? A punch came while he was still perplexed, turning him into another bloody mist to feed the grass. Zhuo Fan looked at the flower spirit in his hand. Which way? Jerking, the spirit looked scared as well, pointing out the right direction. Zhuo Fan strutted onwards. The Taoba siblings were speechless. They thought Zhuo Fan had the nerve only out there, but he was on a rampage even in a sect. Only the 6th prince was overjoyed, beaming at Zhuo Fan's attitude. It went to show Zhuo Fan had the power to cleave through the beast-taming sect. That's my idol? So awesome, he. Grinning, the prince walked after him, leaving the Taoba siblings to sigh as they dragged their feet. Since we're in this as well, might as well see it through. Zhuo Fan and co. strolled further in, head high, chest out, right in the middle of the beast-taming sect's home. Many disciples came to visit them, but were destined to be reduced to nothing from Zhuo Fan's bloody welcome. Even as more and more kept coming, Zhuo Fan had no trouble. It led to an odd feeling of safety for Lioner, despite the brutality surrounding the trio. Chuoba Liufeng, the young commander who had gone through many wars, noticed that despite the danger, it was also followed closely by calmness. This was a mood Zhuo Fan made. As long as he led the way, they were unaffected whatsoever. He now understood why the Luo clan relied so much on Zhuo Fan. It can't be that the Luo clan also felt like they were on vacation fighting us in that war 8 years ago, right? That would be so embarrassing. Though there's a high chance it was true. Sighing, Chuoba Liufeng watched the straight back in front. He's deadly to enemies and dependable to his allies. I'd rather be his ally, though. Boom tilde the rumbling never stopped as beast-taming sect disciples kept coming in waves. But the tide was soon followed by stillness as each crumbled to nothing from Zhuo Fan's punches. It didn't take long for the death count to go up to the thousands. The following disciples now felt fear, staring as Zhuo Fan's team walked on while they shook back from his path. Whoosh tilde beast-taming sect's sect leader, elders and venerables finally arrived. Seeing their disciples in fear, they roared, "What are you doing? Attack, get those thieves?" Sect leader, the guy is a monster. We can't do anything to him. He already killed thousands of our brothers, and none of them even touched him. It will only end up with all of us dying for nothing. A disciple bowed, reporting his plight. The other disciples nodded. The sect leader looked around at the field of corpses, then at Zhuo Fan. 2nd layer, 5th layer, and 8th layer radiant stage. Then there's a profound heaven cultivator, too. You mean to tell me this was all done by those 4? No, sect leader, just him. The rest were hiding behind him. The disciple pointed at Zhuo Fan in fear. The sect leader frowned, more shocked than ever. Just one man slaughtered my disciples. How? What about your spiritual beasts? You couldn't do it even when working together? It was better if he hadn't asked. The disciples looked crushed, almost crying. Sect leader, we don't know why, but our spiritual beasts just refuse to come out. They'd rather stay in their rings than fight that guy. They seem afraid. Seriously? The sect leader was stunned, then sized Zhuo up. He turned to his elders. Take out your spirit animals, see if there's any problem. Ha ha ha, sect leader, my spirit animal has been with me for decades and always answers. It's not like those newly tamed beasts the disciples have. The disciples' methods must be lacking. In times like these, it is up to us, their elders, to show them how it's done. Yeah, our sect is expert in rearing spiritual beasts, but I see the new generation don't train too hard anymore, making our sect look bad. It seems we'll have to set these twerps straight, ha ha ha. The oldies were so smug even before their pets came out. The disciples were silent, not like they could complain. Sect leader was annoyed. Getting the enemy is more important. Elders, the one to capture this kid will definitely be remembered. He, no worries, sect leader. My 7th grade spiritual beast, Flaming Cloud Tiger, will take him down. He's just a radiant stage cultivator. One elder mocked as he shouted, Flaming Cloud Tiger, come out. No response. The people watched his valiant pose, yet there was no pet to answer his call to duty. Ugh, face twitching hard, everyone sighed. Of course it won't come. Some disciples even snickered. Getting flustered, the elder looked embarrassed while the sect leader frowned. What's going on here? Has beast taming sect's main power just died out? That means this group is specifically here to target us. They even prepared countermeasures. Though he still did not know the reason behind it. Chapter 819. Just 200. Ha ha ha, old coot, did your boast go bust at last? Seeing him standing there with no trusty spiritual beast in sight, another elder just had to make use of this perfect chance to mock him. Talk about handling the kid when you can't even handle your pet. It seems to me we ought to start straightening you up first. Why you? The elder glared at the speaker. But that man stuck out his chin. So you have had your spirit animal with you for decades. Well, I have had one for a century. 7th grade spiritual beast, Ice Cap Leopard. We've worked together for so long, it's practically human. Allow me to show you how it's truly done. This is how you work with a spirit animal. With a smug grin, the old guy flicked his wrist and pointed his ring at Zhuo Fan. Ice Cap Leopard, bite his head off. The ring clearly showed a reaction, then it died out. Awkward the old man froze in his grand pose, though there was not a hair of his pet around to complete his act. The first elder who made a fool of himself just had to be petty and laugh at his misfortune. He, old fool, weren't you just mocking me? Look at you and your century-old relic, it still left you high and dry. The victim here had his eyes turned bloodshot and glared in silence. Sect leader was becoming agitated, speaking to the rest. You all try as well, see what happens. Everyone summoned their faithful beasts, just that all their beasts chose this particular moment to ignore the summons. All the elders kept flicking their rings around in hope their pets would come out at some point. Much good did that do. Not a single creature answered the owner's call of duty, choosing the safety of the ring instead. Everyone cried out in disbelief. Using spiritual beasts to fight was beast taming sect's specialty. The name said it all. Not using their spiritual beasts was like cutting their arms, reducing their power by half. Such an event was a complete disaster for this sect. Sect leader? An elder panicked. Sect leader raised his hand to stop him, roaring at Zhuo Fan. Boy, did you do something? What's going on here? You better talk sense or, ha ha ha, it couldn't be simpler. With an evil smirk, the black thunder flame ignited in Zhuo Fan's left eye. You're standing before the king among beasts. No spiritual beast dares to face me under the fear of death. Is that clear enough for you? All the people shuddered. King among beasts. The spiritual beasts were divided into grades, though there weren't many called kings. Be that as it may, none of them could instill such fear into a spiritual beast as to make it cower in its ring. That went double for a spirit animal that had been trained for years among people. It would hardly ever cower against another spiritual beast's threatening aura, to say nothing of not coming out at all. Also, he's not human to call himself a king among beasts. How were they to know Zhuo Fan's abominable thunderflame was made up of 4 sacred beast powers combined? It was simply specifically made to target spiritual beasts. The coming of the thunderflame spelled certain doom, so any spiritual beast with self-preservation instincts chose to stay away. Boy, take your lies elsewhere. King among beasts? As if, sect leader stared at Zhuo Fan. Talk, who are you and why have you barged into my sect? What deviant trick are you using on our spirit animals to lose our control? Cocking his head, Zhuo Fan snickered. You want to know the secret? Well, too bad, it's mine and I'm not telling. As for who I am. Zhuo Fan glanced at the 6th prince behind, who knew when to keep silent and fade into the background. Chuckling, Zhuo Fan turned to sect leader. I'm not telling you, though there's no harm in informing you of my reason. I heard you have some paradise here and plan on borrowing it for a couple of days. Borrow? Are you having a death wish coming before a full moon? Full moon, Zhuo Fan pondered. The sect leader mocked. Ha ha ha, so you only know that we have a special area but not its details. Not that it matters, since I never planned on lending you anything. For charging into my sect, you shall never leave this place alive. My, how confident. Zhuo Fan taunted. Sect leader's smile turned savage. And you're overconfident, boy. You might have countered our beasts, but don't think for a second my sect is defenseless without them. We have over 200 ethereal stage experts here. 200. Not bad for a lower 3 sect, though doable. Zhuo Fan grinned. What else did you want me to say, sect leader? You just gave me an assurance, ha ha ha. Eye twitching, the sect leader snapped. Curses, boy. You're just a radiant stage cultivator, yet you mock us so. Elders, bring him to me alive. I will make him regret the day he was born. I'll make him pay the price for disregarding the beast-taming sect. Yes, sir. An elder bowed and charged at Zhuo Fan. A flash of gold revealed a 100-meter-tall golden tiger coming at Zhuo Fan with its maw open. Ha ha ha. Any radiant stage cultivator is useless against an ethereal stage expert. I can handle you even without a pet. Whoosh. A huge dragon claw came out from Zhuo Fan's back in a flash of scarlet, grabbing the oversized feline. The cocky elder halted in his tracks from shock. Tee that, my soul. Grinning, Zhuo Fan said, Yes, a radiant stage cultivator is futile going against an ethereal stage expert. A shame that doesn't apply to me. With a crumbling sound, the dragon claw crunched the golden dragon to dust. The elder looked on in fear, dying with a horrified expression. Everyone else gasped in shock. He has a soul, a really strong one at that. He can kill an expert's soul in an instant. No average soul can do that. Who the hell is he? Sect leader stared at Zhuo Fan with wide eyes, his lip quivering. Who are you? Used to be a guest, but now, Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed. With a mighty roar, the almighty Scarlet Dragon King came out in all its glory, releasing its entire aura. Ha ha ha, now I'm your doom, Heaven Dragon Soul. Why your demon scheming sect's Zhuo Fan? Sect leader cried out, making the others shudder and falter. They were lost and wary. Didn't the demon scheming sect tell them that after Zhuo Fan betrayed the sect, the universal righteous sect helped them by destroying him? Why was the dead star of Double Dragon gathering, the new and brief best disciple of Western lands, barging into beast-taming sect? None here could figure out why, not even sect leader. Though one thing was certain, this was no social visit. Squinting, sect leader took a deep breath to calm himself. Zhuo Fan, I haven't yet gotten around to paying you for destroying my team of disciples at the Double Dragon gathering. Now I see you came here of your own free will. Humph, the universal righteous sect didn't take your life, actually giving this chance to the beast-taming sect. This is providence, helping us take revenge and bring rest to the spirits of our late disciples. Yeah, a superior 3 sect couldn't kill me, so what could a puny lower 3 sect possibly do to threaten me? Zhuo Fan mocked. Sect leader's brow twitched. Zhuo Fan, enough of your arrogance. Who knows how you escaped the universal righteous sect's pursuit? But now, in beast-taming sect's home, there are 200 ethereal stage experts surrounding you. You're finished. Ha ha ha, my words exactly, just 200. Shut up. What only are you mocking the beast-taming sect? Humph, I'll show you the true might of our sect. Glaring at him, sect leader shouted as he gave the order, Attack! Kill him! Yes, sir. With mighty roars, the elders charged. The 200-plus ethereal stage experts' auras slammed into Zhuo Fan, stilling his breath. Lioner panicked inside. Zhuo Fan could handle one, but 200 Zhuo Fan had a constant sneer on his face, charging as well and clashing with the enemy. The elders were stunned. Just as something black flashed, and Zhuo Fan was now wielding a black longsword as it was brought down on them. Chapter 820, Perfect Harmony. Whoosh tilde, the pitch-black edge flashed like lightning in their vision. The elders had no time to react as it mowed through 8 of them, spilling guts and blood into the air. Not even their souls escaped, destroyed along with their bodies from the black blade. The beast-taming sect in its entirety was shell-shocked, and the wave of elders stood there overwhelmed. Zhuo Fan and his blade was all that was reflected in their eyes. Ha ha ha, told you so, just 200 ethereal stage experts. A lower 3 sect can only get so strong without a soul harmony expert around. Snickering, Zhuo Fan taunted the sect leader. Beast-taming sect's leader, tell me I'm wrong. Sect leader's face twitched as he stared at Zhuo Fan's smug look. That blatant disregard was getting to him so much, he felt his blood rising. But more than that, he was simply overcome with shock from having 8 ethereal stage experts killed like that. Something no average ethereal stage expert could do. Is he even a disciple? They knew that the superior 3 sects' disciples, especially the core ones, were much stronger than the lower 3 sects' venerables and elders. The problem with Zhuo Fan wasn't one of power, but being on another level entirely. Killing ethereal stage experts so easily was not something anyone could do. But sect leader's eyes trembled as sweat trickled down his brow. Freak. Sect leader, he came first in the double dragon gathering. He's no pushover. Shouldn't we just settle it peacefully? One elder tried as he neared sect leader. We know his goal and it sent so hard to accommodate. Let's just... Bullshit. Sect leader snapped in rage. And what about the name of beast-taming sect? What will become of us once word gets out a mere traitorous disciple of demon scheming sect ran amok within our own home? But, enough. Sect leader waved him off. He's one man. How strong can he be anyway? Everyone, release your souls. We're going to stall him until he breaks. They all cupped their fists and bowed at his order. Yes, sect leader. The sky reverberated from all the roars that followed as all kinds of beast souls littered the heavens, with Zhuo Fan's team in the middle. Lionel felt like she was in the middle of a horde. The power these souls gave out crushing her chest, their eyes filled with the desire to swallow them whole. Only Zhuo Fan was laid back. Top profound ranked combination art, Song of Paradise? 2 elders led the charge, making signs as they made their souls go for Zhuo Fan. The 2 large beast souls were 100 meters tall. One was covered in green flames, the other had a crimson glow. The 2 birds revolved around each other until they became a red and green fire tornado. This was a combination attack, not the kind those random attacks from before could compare with. Even Zhuo Fan frowned, holding the sword tighter in his grip. Venerables Hu Yan and Jia Huer's combined art, a person cried out, filled with hope. The 2 venerables are in the 6th layer, and they are always so close to each other, like one person. This combined attack is as strong as 10 6th-layer ethereal stage experts. No matter how strong he is, he can't block such a flawless attack. An approval came from the crowd. Sect leader was grinning now. Zhuo Fan only got to kill 8 in the first attack because his men went at him without coordination, far weaker than what these 2 venerables were doing. The boy will be heavily wounded, and then, humph, squinting, sect leader grinned just as the fire tornado exploded on contact with Zhuo Fan. The sky took on a red hue, making everyone gasp at the sheer might of the shockwave. Lionel was the closest, and could feel the scorching heat suck all the moisture out of the air, shaking her heart. How would Zhuo Fan fare against such an attack? 6th Prince's brow shook, staring intently at the aftermath while his heart thumped hard in his chest. Rumble tilde the fierce flames reached high into the sky. There were 2 distinct shapes of birds spinning around in the inferno, acting like a large furnace to refine Zhuo Fan alive. The 2 venerables' signs changed. Sect leader, we have the boy trapped. He will be burned to ashes in a few minutes. It's best if Sir lets the elders go back. It's not worth wasting time on a disciple, ha ha ha. Venerables are amazing. I won't ever forget what you did today. Sect leader smiled. The 2 smiled. It's nothing, it's ugh. The 2 shook and slumped dead. Venerables, what's wrong? Sect leader shouted in fright. A shockwave was his only answer as the fireball was split in 2 perfect halves. The 2 bird souls fell from the fire, also cut in 2 like the flames. They faded away slowly, returning to the skies. Zhuo Fan held his sword as he walked out with a smile. Not bad at all. Even the souls were good. A shame nothing works when faced against me, ha ha ha. Startled, everyone turned to Zhuo Fan. The two venerables were among the best beast-taming sect had to offer. Yet, Zhuo Fan, you've gone too far, sect leader shouted, pointing at him. Attack, use wave tactics and kill him. Roar, the people shouted as they settled on attacking as a whole. The sky was filled with souls, drawing closer and tightening like a net, all to take Zhuo Fan down. Even he would have to have a hard time fighting so many at once. A gap might form in his defense that would let someone strike a heavy blow. It was common knowledge that there was strength in numbers. Zhuo Fan might have been tense before, but not this time around. With a sign, a draconic roar echoed, and the still almighty Scarlet Dragon King shifted. Golden flames lit up all over it, and it turned the Heaven Dragon Soul into its strongest variant, decimating Golden Heaven Dragon King. Receiving the decimating golden flame, Zhuo Fan now knew how to turn the Heaven Dragon Soul into its fifth form. This form exploded in power. As the horde of souls were getting closer, the golden dragon roared and released a torrent of golden flames from its wide maw. Half the sky took a golden hue from the flame's brilliant display, as if there was a wall in place. Some overexcited souls had no time to stop and went right into the golden flames. Their bodies shook and wailed as their weak souls were burned to nothing. The rest were shocked and made their souls stop the attack. More than 100 souls were now watching the huge golden flames. On the other side, Zhuo Fan grinned and attacked with the demonic sword. In a flash of golden flames, Zhuo Fan appeared in the middle of those souls, relishing in the slaughter as he reaped souls with every slash and hack. The souls wanted to attack, but moments later, he broke the encirclement again. When they wanted to chase, the golden dragon blocked them with its fire breath. The man and dragon worked in perfect harmony to cull the opposition. The decimating golden flame was a fierce and brutal flame. Zhuo Fan had his body remade by the dragon ancestor, and his speed had grown as well. All the others could catch was his shadow as he darted around, having harvested dozens of poor souls already. And every time some got close to surround him, the golden dragon would spew flames. Zhuo Fan and the dragon soul worked to chip away at their numbers, one soul at a time, while they could do nothing. More than 100 experts watched helplessly as Zhuo Fan's death toll reached 50. They were dumbstruck at how this man worked so well with his soul to toy around the 200 enemies. While the previous two venerables were experts in a combined art, Zhuo Fan and the dragon were relying on tactics, taking care to plug every weakness while taking the enemy down. Looking from another angle, the 200 people's pointless efforts at catching one guy only to end up losing instead had the disciples of beast-taming sect in despair and regret. Even the sect leader looked to be crying. This had got to be fate. Using heavy numbers against one guy, only to be suffering in the end of chapter 821, Abyssal Swamp. The skies were filled with the cries of those dying. Zhuo Fan wielded the demonic sword like a certified reaper, taking life after life in his hunt for beast-taming sect ethereal stage experts, all while the enemy was panicking. Every time the enemy even tried mounting a counterattack, the golden dragon would step in with its fire breath. It was akin to David and Goliath, with the exception here being that the giant had its arms and legs stuck, letting the tiny guy peel away. The sect had all that power, yet it was unable to put it to use. How were they supposed to know he had a crowd control skill? They all looked helpless, while Zhuo Fan was bouncing around the battlefield for more lives to take. The golden flame wall was just too tough to crack. Sect leader, we've got heavy casualties. It has only been half an hour and yet 100 ethereal stage experts are dead. We can't keep doing this or we'll all die, an elder reported in panic, pleading all the while. Sect leader gnashed his teeth. Why can't all the power beast-taming sect employed deal with just one damn brat? Sect leader, he's just that strong with hardly anyone his match. Also, a venerable bowed. Our power is based on our beasts. The sect might have fewer experts, but by working with our spirit animal, we double our power, no less stronger than the demon-scheming sect. But in this current situation, our spirit animals are rendered useless by the enemy's devious tricks. They are scared to death and won't come out. This is the real reason why we can't do anything. So, sect leader looked at him. What are you trying to say? Sect leader, in this situation, we can't use all our potential. Stepping down won't be a disgrace. Our image will stand. Bullshit. Sect leader cursed. You're saying it's fine for brats to barge into a great sect. Spirit animals aside, we have more than 200 experts here, yet we still failed. No matter how you look at it, the rumors will be anything but pretty. The man jerked, but still muttered. Sect leader, what then? Does Sir want to lose everyone? As the wailing continued in the background, and the stage took a more and more pronounced red hue as body parts were flung away, sect leader took a deep breath with a tightened frown. What do I do? Give up and let some brat conquer a sect? We'll become the laughingstock of Western lands. Sect leader? As he was stuck in a conundrum, another shout came, and the newcomer's eyes flashed. Isn't the crescent pool in the abyssal swamp? As long as we trap him inside, no matter how strong he is, he'll end up as bleached bones. Let's draw him there, then. Sect leader's eyes lit up. He nodded and grinned. Ha ha ha, great. Didn't he want to go to our Eden? Then let him become its fertilizer, though we will need a proper bait for a monster like him. Eyes flashing, sect leader glanced over. Zhuo Fan was still having a field day, killing all over the place. Just 1,000 meters behind him, 3 weaklings stood. Frowning, sect leader said, I found our bait. Since they came with the kid, they must be connected, but which among them is the most effective? Sect leader, why not get all 3? 3? Yes. The man whispered in sect leader's ear, to which he nodded and grinned. We'll do just as you said. The man bowed and went to work. In the meantime, Zhuo Fan's kill count only grew, the situation developing completely opposite of when he faced the universal righteous sect. He was relaxed and fast, with the ethereal stage experts unable to surround him. Adding to that was the strongest soul's help, decimating Golden Heaven Dragon King. He had been fighting for so long, yet not one attack reached him. The slaughter was completely one-sided. Scared by this development, the other side's mounting casualties forced them to withdraw, making the battle shift further away as Zhuo Fan and his dragon soul were chasing them. Sixth Prince and the Tauba siblings ducked in a forest, looking at the chaos. That's my idol, beating beast-taming sect by himself. What do you guys think? Will Sir Zhuo kill them all? With his nasty temper, it's more than likely. Chuoba Liufeng paused, then nodded. I used to think he was a strong and shrewd marshal, but his strength is beyond anything I've seen. And it's only been 8 short years. If he returns to Tianyu, then I swear to never battle Tianyu in this life. The sixth prince nodded, all excited. Only Lioner's mind was elsewhere as her cheeks turned rosy. Whoosh. 3 white-haired elders appeared behind them just then, grabbing them by the throat. Og, you! Sixth prince cried out, only to be choked as the elder covered his mouth. Even with Zhuo Fan so far away, he was still aware enough for the cry to reach his ears. Zhuo Fan shook and stopped his chase. Turning around, he saw 3 panicking looks and the elders' panicked faces. He spotted us. Run! The elders turned away with their hostages. Sect leader shouted and the men surrounding Zhuo Fan scattered. Baiting, Zhuo Fan frowned and called the dragon's soul back to him. He now understood why they were falling back while he pushed on. It was all to distance him from the trio and capture them, though they miscalculated. Do they really think I care? While the trio were getting further and further away, sect leader was gloating. Zhuo Fan, if you want them alive, follow me. Sect leader left. But I don't, huh? Zhuo Fan saw nobody around him for miles and scratched his head. There was no point in doing that. They came here by themselves. It has nothing to do with me. I haven't the slightest inclination to fall for your trap for them. Zhuo Fan pondered, then came to a decision. Their business, their problems. Knock yourselves out. Zhuo Fan ignored everything and looked at the flower spirit. Point the way to your birthplace. Afraid of Zhuo Fan, the spirit pointed to Zhuo Fan's right where all people fled. Zhuo Fan went that way too, but only because the paths intersected. Whoosh, tilde half an hour later in a place filled with flowers. A stone platform a meter wide with 3 pillars lay in the center. a thing of beauty. Sect leader landed first on the platform while the rest appeared just shy of the field of flowers. "Did those elders come back?" Sect leader shouted. Everyone shook their heads. Sighing, sect leader asked, "What of Zhuo Fan? Is he chasing?" Another round of shaking heads. That puzzled him greatly. "Doesn't he want to save those three? It can't be. They came here together, so they have to be close." Just then, 3 people and the elders returned. Sect leader lit up. "Tie them to the pillars, hurry. We'll be trapping him soon." "Yes, sir." The elders laughed and did as ordered. He, the punk's done for." One elder snickered while tying his hostage. 6th Prince glared and kicked his stomach. "A bunch of shameless old rats dare to trick Sir Zhuo?" Bam! The kicked elder was caught off guard, and the kick folded him, right as he fell in the field of flowers. Everyone panicked. "Look out!" Chapter 822, Gemini Shell. Ugh, the elder that fell in the field of flowers froze in place. But even so, his joy was long gone, now replaced by an ashen face. He then slowly floated while watching the flowers beneath him with a sweaty brow and fearful eyes. The others sighed in relief seeing him come out. "Goddamn brat, you almost killed me." The elder that almost fell slapped the 6th Prince hard in anger. Bleeding from the mouth, the 6th Prince glared in defiance and hatred. For some odd reason, the elder felt a deep-seated hatred coming from the 6th Prince. So much so he wanted to end the brat then and there. He realized the primal fury in the boy's eyes could not be overcome, so it was better to get rid of him now, just to be on the safe side. But he held himself back. He couldn't just kill his hostage, that wouldn't do, sect leader pondered. Cover their mouths before they let something slip and ruin everything. "Yes, sect leader." The elder eyed the 6th Prince and tapped his neck. The prince still glared in hatred. The other 2 were dealt with as well. Sect leader eased up, then told someone to scout. Moments later, he returned. "Sect leader he's coming." He took the bait at last, ha ha ha. Sect leader flicked his hand. "Hide, don't let him find you." The men scattered, though extremely careful to not get too close to the field of flowers. The hostages shared a glance, knowing this was a trap for Zhuo Fan. They were still thinking the best way to let Zhuo Fan know when the guy was already here, just across from the field of flowers. Squinting, sect leader snickered on the platform as he pointed at his hostages. "Zhuo Fan, did you finally come to save them?" "Nope." "Since you do," sect leader thought it'd be an obvious yes and took a long time for his brain to process the refusal. He cried out, What you mean nope?" The anxious hostages were looking stumped at Zhuo Fan. "Bro Zhuo, maybe you blurted that out without thinking. Why don't you try that answer again?" Sect leader tensed. Zhuo Fan, there's no rush to reply. They're your closest friends." "Says who?" "Ugh," sect leader continued, perplexed. "Or at least friends." "Says who?" Zhuo Fan scratched his head, not giving a damn as usual. Sect leader's face twitched as he shouted, "Then what are you anyway? You definitely can't be strangers since you want to save them." "There's practically nothing between us, actually. I've only seen 2 of them a couple of times, while the 3rd I've only known him for a day." Zhuo Fan looked stone-cold at sect leader. "Did you really think there was something going on? They followed me in here for their own reasons. We're nothing more than strangers on the same road." Twitching, sect leader was fuming mad. "Then why are you here if not to save them?" "Saving them never even crossed my mind." Zhuo Fan shook his head, holding out the flower spirit. "Didn't I tell you I'm looking for your cultivation paradise? I have a flower spirit here that came from there. I'm just following its directions, so you can kidnap them without a worry from me. I won't bother you." PFF, sect leader almost spurted blood. He didn't give a damn about the hostages, making their painstaking efforts go up in smoke. The guy only came to their precious area to set up a drawing array. What was the point of using fancy tricks anyway? Sect leader face-palmed. The hostages were even more shocked. Now they knew they were nothing to Zhuo Fan, not worth even a save. The trio were crushed. "How can you be so cold?" "We journeyed together." Zhuo Fan looked around then at sect leader. "This must be the place I was searching for. You must have laid an ambush as well, I bet. So to make sure nothing disturbs my concentration later, it's best to remove all the variables." Zhuo Fan's eyes turned cold and shot for sect leader. "Wait, don't you care if they die? I have hostages here." sect leader cried out. Snickering, Zhuo Fan continued. Are you deaf? You call those hostages? Whoosh tilde in a pitch-black glow, Zhuo Fan's hand was now holding the demonic sword and slashed. Sect leader panicked as he dodged. Whoosh! The pitch-black blade went through the stone platform and the 3 pillars broke. The hostages cried out in shock, but their covered mouths blocked the sounds. Then, the pillars knocked into each other and suddenly stopped. The trio eased a breath. Just witnessing an ethereal stage expert showing such fear to those flowers made them realize it was best to avoid it too. This act of Zhuo Fan confirmed that he didn't give a damn about their lives. Sect leader was regretting it now. The bait was useless. A golden glow came from Zhuo Fan's feet and his speed spiked. Sect leader shook in fear and released his soul, a red and blue shell. It was 10 meters wide, just like a shield, as it blocked Zhuo Fan. Gemini shell. Zhuo Fan squinted and slashed and cut the shell in 2. But as it split, the shell turned into vanishing lights. That's quite a rare beast soul. Zhuo Fan looked below to see sect leader fleeing with all he had. Grinning, Zhuo Fan shot after him. Ha ha ha, Gemini shell is a rare illusory beast soul. I wonder just how you managed to form it in this lonely mountain range. They say that each time this soul appears, one is false while the other is real. The real one won't appear until the fake one is destroyed. It can be a sort of barrier that helps attack and hide. But to make the fake part, a huge amount of Yuan Kai is needed. I wonder how long you'll last, Humph. Shit. The Gemini shell never appeared in Western lands, so how the hell do you know it better than I do? Sect leader cursed. Zhuo Fan snickered. I've been around. Mountain destroyer. Zhuo Fan flashed in front of sect leader and slashed. Sect leader shook and released a shell to defend, while he himself vanished behind it. Smirking, Zhuo Fan hacked and the shell was no more. But this time, he let the blade slash all the way into the field of flowers. Zhuo Fan shook and cried out. Was this their trap? He felt the sword was stuck in a quagmire. There was a pop behind him and a violent kick shoved him further in, completely into the field of flowers. PFF. The flowers moved like waves on a sea. Zhuo Fan struggled to get out, but something black was holding him and dragging him deeper. He wanted to fly, but nothing he did worked. Above him, beast-taming sect leader cackled like mad. Ha ha ha, you dumb brat, got you now. He, didn't you want to see our Eden? This is it. Any that enters the abyssal swamp, regardless of their power, can't come out. You may be the bloody first in double dragon gathering, killing so many of my elders, but now you're finished. Zhuo Fan frowned, his face stern as he looked below. Chapter 823, Rock Bottom. Bubbles of air floated above while Zhuo Fan sank. He found himself surrounded by them, all going towards the surface. His clothing was dissolving under his eyes, as if he was in some kind of vat of acid. With the swamp being caustic now, I'll be next if it keeps dragging me down. Zhuo Fan finally turned serious, struggling to get out of this stuff. The swamp wasn't just caustic, but extremely invasive. The minute he touched the swamp, it stuck to him like glue. To make matters worse, the sludge seeped into his skin and went through his meridians to seal his Yuan Kai. All his struggle was in vain, as he just flopped about and sunk further in. Sect leader cackled smug. Ha ha ha, damn brat, keep your schemes to yourself. There has never been anyone who managed to escape the swamp. So be good and let it take you to the bottom and push up daisies from hereafter. The hostages saw Zhuo Fan struggling and panicked. All their cries were muffled by the covers and couldn't reach him. Do you really think some swamp can hold me? Half already in the quagmire, Zhuo Fan snickered. Sect leader of the beast-taming sect, don't lump me in with those fools that end up dead because of your plans. You are nothing. A ripple echoed out as he finished. Sect leader shook and looked tensely at Zhuo Fan. One thing was certain. What kind of normal radiant stage cultivator could surpass an ethereal stage expert? He was very wary of Zhuo Fan's power, going as far as overestimate it than look down on it. No matter how confident he was in that swamp, he was still nervous if it could hold someone like Zhuo Fan. He stared at Zhuo Fan with a frown, ready to act if needed be. He would make sure to kick him and stop any attempt at escaping. The minute the freak got out, his sect was doomed. Sect leader's hands were sweaty. Divine Eye of the Void's first stage, Shift, Zhuo Fan's eyes shone golden as he snickered. The sludge blocked his Yuan Kai, but Divine Eye of the Void used the soul to work. He just had to swap places and he'd be A-okay. Space warped around Zhuo Fan, making Sect Leader even more tense, not knowing what he had planned but ready to strike at a moment's notice. Bam! And that was it. The ripple formed but popped in the end without even taking Zhuo Fan with it. Zhuo Fan's pride in Divine Eye of the Void was crushed. This can't be, Zhuo Fan cried out in utter shock. Looking inside his mind, he saw the sludge seeping in there as well. Even the Heaven Dragon's soul couldn't shake that thing off no matter how it flayed around. His soul was sealed as well now. Zhuo Fan was stumped, looking at the pitch-black sludge around him with utter confusion. What is this thing? There's no way the mortal domain can have something this weird. Maybe, Zhuo Fan recalled Dragon Ancestor's words. Whirlwind Tunnel connected the sacred domain, so maybe something slipped through from the sacred domain. Frowning, Zhuo Fan lamented. What a blunder. And it's all because the Beast Taming Sect is a lower 3 sect. I never dreamed it possible for their secret domain to be so different from Ultimate Clarity sects. Ultimate Clarity sect's realm was paradise for cultivators, while he was now here sinking into hell. Both of these spaces were all at the level of sacred domain. That meant that even a saint would be having a hard time with this sludge. Zhuo Fan lamented and shook his head while the earth took him. Sect leader laughed at this surprise. Ha ha ha, rotten punk, you're nothing but a show-off. Where's your cockiness now? You almost scared me for a second there. I really thought you could get away, but you're just running your mouth. You're still just a mortal in the end. How can you escape my sect's abyssal swamp? Zhuo Fan fell silent as he sank further in until his head was covered as well. All that remained were bubbles popping, the only sign Zhuo Fan was there, beneath the surface. Lioner shouted all this time, even as no sound reached him. The three had fought against their bonds with all their might, to no avail. The bubbles thinned and soon stopped. The brat is a goner now, ha ha ha. Sect leader saw the swamp stilled and grinned. Everyone, I killed that punk. Come back. Whoosh tilde people came from all directions, the elders of Beast Taming Sect. Seeing their calamity, Zhuo Fan, had been swallowed by the mire, they were overjoyed and flattered Sect leader. Sect leader is the greatest? His plans are flawless, ha ha ha. Sect leader, since we killed Demon Scheming Sect's greatest traitor, shouldn't it pay for our efforts? Yeah, Sect leader. For dealing with Demon Scheming Sect's problems, we should get 1,000 more sacred stones. We've suffered too many losses. Of the 200 ethereal stage experts, we only have half left. Everyone reacted, yes, that's right. Yes, that's how it should be. My sect's losses will be compensated by Demon Scheming Sect. Sect leader nodded. But first, full moon is almost upon us in 3 days. It's the time for our sect's monthly crescent pool baptism. You all know that the day when the moon is brightest, this will turn into the clearest pond with thick spiritual energy. Training inside will make it far more effective than outside. We can't miss it once. That is why the talks with Demon Scheming Sect shall be put on hold for 3 days. They all cupped their hands. Yes, Sect leader. Sect leader, what about those 3 brats? One elder pointed at the pillars. Sect leader eyed the mournful trio and snickered. Take them for now and look into them. We'll deal with them afterwards. Yes, Sect leader. The elder bowed and left with the hostages. Everyone left, leaving Sect leader all alone. He looked at the still quagmire one last time with a smile. Zhuo Fan, no matter how tough you are, even after escaping Universal Righteous Sect, you actually fell here in the Beast Taming Sect, ha ha ha. Sect leader was gone as well. He left just as the still quagmire began to bubble up, stronger and stronger, demon transformation art. Deep below, at the very bottom, surrounded as he was by the thick sludge, Zhuo Fan opened his eyes. Black energy came out of his body and had the sludge spun around like a tornado as he sucked it in. Inside his mind, even as black from the sludge as it was, began to act as well. The Heaven Dragon's soul shook and turned into the heaven-devouring demonic Dragon King. With a roar, It gathered all the sludge around it and made it vanish in the black energy. Zhuo Fan and the dragon's soul worked together to suck the swamp dry, acting like a bottomless hole. Demon transformation art could convert anything in the world. Let's see which is stronger, the swamp's corrosiveness or this demon emperor's demonic art. Humph! Grinning, Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed. Chapter 824. Lunar Peak. As the sun set on the third day, the cover of night swallowed the last traces of twilight as it heralded the moon's brightest peak. Beast-taming sects higher-ups returned to the edges of Crescent Pool. Sect leader stood on the stone platform, awaiting the night to settle in with a smile. Elders and venerables will soon be able to enjoy the purifying water. But first, we shall address the 3 brats that invaded our sect 3 days ago. Sect leader looked at his people as he spoke, settling in on one elder. The elder waved, and 2 disciples brought the 3 hostages forward. The 6th prince looked around with malice. Lionel and her brother looked afraid. Chuoba Liufeng was deeply regretting coming here. He should have just taken his sister and left. Now that they were in the beast-taming sect, they were done for. Grinning, sect leader spoke. "Who are you? Where do you come from?" The trio was silent. "Ha ha ha, keep your silence then. I already had you investigated anyway." Sect leader turned to his elders. "From Elder Chai's investigation, they have entered via the secret tunnel by breaking its array." What? Everyone looked stunned, then their faces fell. Pa. One elder stomped, his eyes filled with bloodthirst. "That means Quanrong knew about that tunnel. That inept ruler knows what we've done in his lands through the years. I wager it's sooner than that, just that he was faking it. But now that cover is blown, ha ha ha," sect leader smiled. Not only Quanrong's humiliation will come to light, but also the beast-taming sect's image will take a huge blow. If Double Dragon Manor catches wind of it, that an empire's guardian sect, then make sure it never gets out. The elder spat before sect leader finished. "Didn't Zhuo Fan pop up in Quanrong? We'll just have to remove all that know of this and just dump it on his head. This bastard has committed such atrocities, killing and pillaging, before he was finally put down, ha ha ha." The other nodded, their minds set. 6th prince was outraged. "Damn hypocrites, stooping so low yet not even having the nerve to own it. What's laughable is that you preach yourself to be a righteous sect. Sir Zhuo's a saint by comparison. One day you'll get yours in the worst way imaginable. Beast-taming sect will be crossed out from Western lands 9 sects." Pa, an elder slapped him. "What can a filthy bastard like you possibly do?" "Humph!" 6th prince spat the blood in his mouth, his eyes bloodshot, his face a mask of rage at how weak he was. The man snickered in disdain. Lionel was confused. "What's going on here? What's so special about that tunnel? Why would you go as far as killing all who know of it? Even His Majesty, Father, and whole court?" "Lionel?" Chuoba Liufeng shouted over her, hinting her with his eyes. Clueless as he was about the tunnel, one thing was obvious. It was beast-taming sect's taboo. Any that knew of it would have one ending, certain death, and the Emperor was most definitely included. Now he realized why His Majesty was so nervous. Sect leader mocked. "Oh, here I thought you came here knowing, but you're just as clueless. We don't know anything, nor do Father and the rest. Please don't drag them into this." Lionel pleaded. All she got for her efforts was mockery. 6th prince sighed, finally turning serious for once in his life. "Miss Lionel, these pricks are savages. It doesn't matter if the tunnel was found, just by being close they'll end up being killed. This is the disaster befalling Quanrong that none can escape." "Right you are." Sect leader snickered. "Any and all related to this will be silenced, for good." Sect leader spoke such hair-raising words with a smile, making the trio feel he was a demon from hell. Lionel's face fell and crumbled. "That means Father and everyone." Chuoba Liufeng sighed, feeling just as dejected. Only 6th prince closed his eyes, having seen it coming. This gamble was lost. Sir Zhu could have won if these degenerates hadn't fooled him. So close, 6th prince lamented. Sect leader sneered and turned to look at the night sky. The full moon hung above, bathing the swamp in its gentle glow. It was as if the moon was cleansing the sludge, breaking it away and transforming into a clear pool of impeccable beauty. The trio watched this spectacle in awe. The thick spiritual energy that came after stunned them, feeling as the Yuan Kai within moved 3 times as fast. Ha ha ha, Crescent Pool is here? Sect leader laughed. These flowers are an abyssal swamp normally, deadly to anyone that comes near. But once the full moon comes out, it turns into Crescent Pool, a paradise for cultivation. Cultivating here for 1 day equals a year outside. Only nature could give birth to such a marvel, ha ha ha. Everyone nodded, looking excited. Sect leader, time waits for no one. This is more important than a wedding night. Let's go in and train. Sect leader nodded and took the lead to jump in. Wait, sect leader, what about those 3? Someone pointed at the hostages. Snickering, sect leader glanced over. Each time the full moon came, we always cultivated alone. How do you think we'd fare if we dual cultivate? Their eyes lit up, showing repulsive smiles. Sect leader is wise. That'll be even faster, ha ha ha. Girly, you're in luck. You're about to bring joy to sect leader, he he he. An elder clutched Lioner's neck and threw her at sect leader. Lioner cried out while the other 2 hostages cursed. Is that how the sect leader of the righteous beast taming sect acts, resorting to these vile acts? Let go of my sister before words get out how rotten your sect is. Beast taming sect is nothing but a mob of degenerates who dissolute women. Even the glorious sect leader is reduced to a disgusting pig, so what can be said about their image? The 2 kept cursing in anger. The elders laughed. Sect leader held Lioner in his embrace, righteous image. What can any of them amount to when enough clout gives you both? You think you'll have the chance to leak this? Ha ha ha, just like the tunnel, all will go as I say it will. If I say I'm right, hiss, that's what I am. What could dead people possibly do? Humph, how naive! Chuoba, Liu Feng, and 6th Prince's brow shook and they gnashed their teeth. Missy, let's enjoy cultivating, ha ha ha. With a positively repugnant smile, sect leader's dirty hand traced Lioner's soft cheek, his eyes shining with desire. He then ripped her clothes in one move to uncover her pristine skin. Sect leader's desire spiked, panting like an animal. Flawless? Ah, Lioner shrieked in tears. Someone help me, please. Girly, this is the beast taming sect. No one's ever going to save you. Sect leader cackled. Zhuo Fan, Lioner struggled, calling for the person the swamp swallowed a few days ago. Even though she knew the call was in vain, but in her moment of greatest despair, she didn't call for her father or brother, but him. Sect leader laughed and mocked. Dumb girl, the guy's dead. You've seen it yourself, so why call him? Or are you calling his ghost to save you? Ha ha ha. The others joined in his laughter. Yet Lioner still cried out for Zhuo Fan, holding the last hope in this pit of despair. Unknown to anyone, the clear pond took on a black luster as it spread all over. Chapter 825. Second Soul. Bubbles reached the surface as something dark spread through the clear water pond and gave it a black luster. Someone finally caught on to the peculiarity of the pond, crying. Sect leader, why did the pond turn black again? What? Sect leader lost his joy, staring at the water. A full moon is just above, so why the sudden change back? Did something happen this time to lead to such a change? Is the moonlight poor? He had no time to make sense of it as a black shadow jumped out on the banks, spreading beneath everyone's feet. Whoosh, tilde the shadow rose above, trapping everyone in some sort of a barrier, unable to get out. It got so thick that even the moonlight couldn't pierce it. Everywhere they looked, they were met with more black. Sect leader cried out, Is this a domain soul? Domain soul? We're a beast taming sect, just who even comprehends such a soul? Everyone shook, looking around in panic. The domain soul was known as the strongest type. Once trapped inside, you were at the other's mercy. They were still trying to figure out who was its owner and how it got all of them. Does he want to destroy the beast taming sect? Nah, can't be. With so many people around, the domain's soul would be popped open with their efforts and give the owner a heavy wound. All that mattered now was to figure out the domain soul's nature. But in the end, no domain could actually trap so many of them for good. Holding the whimpering bell, sect leader lost his mood to pay her attention, looking around in panic. Who the hell is it that releases a domain soul in beast taming sect? Humph, you have some nerve. Take it back right now and I'll write it off as a joke. Don't and we'll be forced to take lethal actions. You're gonna pop my soul. What a show-off, ha ha ha. The cold voice came from everywhere. The familiar tone had everyone shaking in fear. How, Zhuo Fan? Lioner and the other two guys were speechless. And no way. Zhuo Fan fell in the abyssal swamp. He's deader than dead. Sect leader shook his head, shouting his denial. Zhuo Fan also has the rare heaven dragon soul, not a domain soul. I don't care who you are, but don't think you can fool me. Come out now. The others nodded as well. You tell him, sect leader? Even if Zhuo Fan is alive, he has the heaven dragon soul. We saw it ourselves. How can it be a domain soul? Zhuo Fan's mockery came again. Ha ha ha, true. I do have the heaven dragon soul, but thanks to your kind gesture of kicking me in the abyssal swamp, I have formed my second soul. Now you're all within its bounds, the devouring domain. Second soul. Sect leader was stunned. There's no way a cultivator can have a second soul. You're not fooling anyone. I've been alive for so many years in the Western lands and not once heard such a baffling thing. That doesn't mean it ain't true. Didn't Danking Shen get to have two as well? Ha ha ha, having met him already, I then knew how to get two souls as well. But since you never heard of it, that just proves what an ignorant lout you are. Danking Shen? Sect leader took 2 shaky steps back, his face dark. He'd never have taken Zhuo Fan's words about having a second soul seriously. But since Danking Shen was involved, he had no choice. Danking Shen was legendary in the Western lands. Anything could happen around him. Since he did it, then a freak like Zhuo Fan had a probable chance of doing it as well. Sect leader's face fell. You're really Zhuo Fan? In the flesh. Humph, Zhuo Fan. You are simply looking to die coming back again, sect leader snickered. Your domain soul was too strong for us to handle, but with just a domain soul out, humph. Even if the type is stronger than a beast soul with so many souls in your domain, you'll die either way. If we charge right out, your domain soul will be pulverized or heavily wounded. Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan, you've miscalculated. Not all domain souls are stronger than a beast soul. Sect leader shouted, Men, release your souls and scatter this damned domain. Yes, sir. Everyone followed his orders and gathered their souls. A horde of beasts thundered, releasing their devastating power and increasing their pressure inside the domain. Lioner and the other two were gasping in shock. With such a horde of mighty beasts, any domain would fall. Zhuo Fan Lioner was tense. Her hope of hearing Zhuo Fan was back from the dead being shaken. Sect leader cackled. Zhuo Fan, it's too late to take your domain back. Everyone attack! Roar. With a thunderous yell, a stampede formed as it charged at the Black Dome's peak, the weakest point in a domain soul. It could not resist an attack and would collapse. Sect leader shook in glee. Humph, Zhuo Fan, I didn't kill you the first time, but I'll make sure you're finished now. A clanking sound echoed out before he got to gloat at his glorious achievement. The stampede stopped charging as if trapped by something. Sect leader cried out, what's happening? Why aren't you attacking? Sect leader, we don't know why, but we are lacking the strength to move. The elders panicked, as if our Yuan Kai and souls are out of our control. What? Sect leader's legs were shaking like jelly. A cultivator needed Yuan Kai and soul power to show their might. With both of them locked, that stopped one from being a cultivator altogether. Nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. How can this be? Zhuo Fan grinned as he floated. I formed the devouring domain inside the abyssal swamp, so of course it has its power. Didn't you say anyone would die once stuck in this quagmire? Ha ha ha, now all of you are in the same situation. The only difference is that this is worse. Everyone shook in fear and horror. The domain is the same as that weird swamp. Does that mean we're screwed? None caught in the swamp's sludge ever made it out alive. Beast taming sect leader. Zhuo Fan's coy grin was plastered on his face. You're wrong about one thing. Demon transformation art said the condition to form a second soul was for it to be stronger than the first. So you tell me if the devouring domain is weaker than dragon soul. Ha ha ha, you've really underestimated me. Not that taking me seriously would have changed things. So be good and die already, demon transformation art. Whoosh tilde as Zhuo Fan's voice traveled, Black energy clutched around every beast-taming sect soul. Without their soul power and Yuan Kai, they had no chance of even resisting. "Hold on, Zhuo Fan, if there's anything," sect leader begged while the elders howled. Zhuo Fan just ignored him. The black energy wrapped around them all, turning them into black statues and snuffing out their pleas. With a sound, the devouring domain faded, along with the statues. The crescent pool once again appeared with the bright moon shining from above. Only this time, the beast-taming sect's higher-ups had now been devoured by Zhuo Fan, boosting his power. Chapter 826, Nether Sea. The gentle moonlight fell on the clear pond as the pretty birds around it began to chirp in their beautiful voices. The previous rowdy area now became one of peace. In this scenery, Lioner and the other two were still there. When the blackness vanished and the moonlight shone on their dumb looks, the trio felt their hearts thump harder. They felt like they had survived hell and felt so much better for being alive. They were still looking stunned. Maybe it was the beauty around them, or they didn't want to disturb the mood. Crash! A sound came from the pond, and the waters parted to reveal a man with defined muscles, and traced by golden hues as scales began appearing on his skin. His long, pitch-black hair danced in the wind like a black dragon. As he approached, his dark eyes absorbed anyone that dared look into them. Zhuo Fan? Shaking, Lioner was teary. The utter despair she felt before was now replaced with joy upon seeing Zhuo Fan's familiar face. She did not care about his unclothed disposition, throwing herself in the arms of her savior and clutching tight to his manly chest. "Zhuo Fan, you're still alive? You scared me to death." Feeling warmth on his chest and the soft girl's body rubbing on him, Zhuo Fan didn't even twitch a muscle. "Miss Lioner, I understand you've been through hell, but can't you at least let me get some clothes first?" Ugh, Lioner trembled, now realizing her teary face was stuck to his warm chest in direct contact. Looking up, she realized Zhuo Fan was buck naked. "Ah." Lioner cried out and flicked her head away with a red face. What are you doing coming out naked?" Glancing over, Zhuo Fan flicked his hand and clothes came out of his ring to change. "My clothes dissolved in the swamp. And besides, changing inside the pool will get them wet." "It seems to me you have a long way to go before using your head to not have figured this out." Pouting, Lioner snapped. "Are you done changing?" "Yep." Whoosh! Lioner swished around and grumbled at him. Zhuo Fan felt baffled. What did I do this time? He sized Lioner up again, pointing at the evident ruined clothes on her chest. "Now that I'm decent, shouldn't you look after yourself?" "Ah!" Lioner shrieked and turned around, rushing to get her clothes fixed. She then looked back with a red face, only to see Zhuo Fan's teasing eyes. What are you grinning at? Don't look." "It's not like I haven't seen it before, TCH." Zhuo Fan clicked his tongue and flew to the shore. Lioner's face was burning now, with even her ears red. She was taken back to when Zhuo Fan saved her life in Tianyu, when she was the one naked instead. A flood of emotions had her overwhelmed, but most of all feeling embarrassed. Ignoring the Missy's budding affection, Zhuo Fan looked at the other two. They were ecstatic for being saved in the nick of time, and also because Zhuo Fan was fine. The sixth prince was over the moon. "Sir Zhuo is truly godlike, killing all those bastards in a blink. I can't thank you enough." Sixth prince immediately gave a deep bow. "Please, you were after this as well." Zhuo Fan grinned and waved him off, scratching his head. The sixth prince beamed. "Sir Zhuo is so sharp." "I knew I couldn't hide anything from Sir. When we return to the palace, I'll be sure to tell you all about it." "I don't want to know. I didn't kill them for you anyway. They were just in my way." Zhuo Fan shook his head. Sixth prince bobbed his head, but Zhuo Fan's look made him hesitate. "Sir Zhuo, how come your hair isn't white anymore?" "To keep my nose down, ha ha ha." Chuckling, Zhuo Fan brought a black strand to his eyes, only to shake his head. The white hair was due to the grief that once assaulted his heart. Maybe because demon transformation, art, and the swamp had combined that his hair was now raven, if not blacker. A kind of black that came from absorbing anything, even light. Maybe it was the result of his second soul, devouring domain after swallowing everything. Regardless, it wouldn't matter much while being a lone operator. being eternally away from any friends. The more he changed, the better. Zhuo Fan flicked his hand and threw the hair behind before walking towards the pond. He was sure one of the 8 whirlwind tunnels was inside. That all dragons sketch ain't so crummy after all. Let's set up the drawing array and get it over with. Ah, what is that? Lionel cried while pointing at the pond. Everyone looked over and shook. In the pond appeared huge and strange things. Each of them was thousands of meters wide and bore savage looks. But the pond was akin to a mirror, as each creature minded its own business, not even registering they were there. This, however, did not stop their power from shaking their core. These things weren't mere spiritual beasts. Chuoba Liufeng was grave. What are those things? It'd be a disaster if they come out. Nether Sea? Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed. The others looked at him cluelessly. Zhuo Fan did not offer any explanation. The Nether Sea was the biggest ruthless area in the sacred domain. Not even a saint would tread inside it. Scores of 12th-grade aquatic spiritual beasts roamed it, while the entire sea was covered in a dark air. It was a place of extreme yin. Anyone's power would drop sharply there. This whirlwind tunnel connected the Nether Sea, which explained the weirdness of this swamp. Affected by the Nether Sea, it changed in a bizarre way. The creatures inside the pond were not really monsters living within it, but what the light of the moon reflected on its surface due to the thick yin that had gathered, allowing a glimpse into the Nether Sea. With that settled, Zhuo Fan started waving his hands around, sending sacred stones all over the pond, disturbing its surface. The trio was afraid of disturbing him. 3 hours later, Zhuo Fan had enough of throwing stones around and made a sign, shouting, "Moon spirit, seal this field of flowers, draw onto the mortal domain until the mountain forms to break the heavens." A spatial ripple passed, and the clear pond shook, as if the space warped. But then it stilled again like nothing happened. What they saw was the same field of flowers spreading everywhere. Sixth Prince was curious. "Sir Zhuo, what about the pond?" "I sealed it." Zhuo Fan entered the field of flowers and no longer sank like last time. The abyssal swamp was no more. "I sealed this place so there won't be any more swamp, nor will it open under the moonlight." Sixth Prince nodded. "Is this Sir Zhuo's aim?" "Yep." Zhuo Fan's eyes shone, then left. "I'm done here, so I'm leaving. Since you've helped me along the way, I'll return the favor to be fair and square." A bloody glow flashed from Zhuo Fan, and the Tao blood aura came out again. It flew high in the sky and vanished, but then wailing was heard from everywhere. Lionel asked, "What's that?" "Beast-taming sect's higher-ups are dead, which leaves the disciples. Since you won't be able to handle them, I'll do it for you." Zhuo Fan's eyes shone coldly. Lionel shuddered, realizing Zhuo Fan was destroying the entire sect. The Sixth Prince was overjoyed, bowing at once in tears of gratitude. "Thanks you, Sir Zhuo, for all you've done. Quanrong will never forget this." Chapter 827, Quanrong's Matters. "Commander Tauba, are your aides gone?" Behind Quanrong's palace, the forlorn emperor sat on a rock as he sighed. Chuoba Taishan nodded heavily at the side. "Your Majesty, I'm aware of the gravity of this matter to take such measures, going as far as sending away the people I trusted for decades. Regardless, I still need to know just what is going on. Old Commander, there's no harm in telling you now that you're in this mess." Looking at the moon, the emperor took a deep breath and began. "Oh, the disgrace, the Quanrong's greatest humiliation. For so many years in this palace." Whoosh! His words got cut off as a figure came out of the dark cave, soon followed by 3 more. The emperor was startled and cried out, "Why you weren't found out?" The trio looked at each other and shook their heads. More like this big shot here was strutting inside out of fear of not being found out. Zhuo Fan scratched his head. Sixth Prince chuckled and bowed. "Imperial Father, they found us the second we got in, and that led to a long fight." "Then why?" The emperor was in disbelief. "You were found out and fought, yet still got out. What's going on here? Since when was the beast-taming sect so weak?" He had been waiting here for the beast-taming sect to come for revenge, to kill him. Now he found out that none came, instead greeted by the people who should, by all accounts, be dead instead. Even the emperor found it hard to cope with such facts. Sixth Prince laughed. Imperial Father, Sir Zhuo's power is unmatched. He has gotten rid of all the bastards making the beast-taming sect. All of them? The Emperor and Chuoba Taishan blinked in shock. What? The sixth prince's eyes shone with joy. Imperial Father, Sir Zhuo has purged the world of the beast-taming sect. We will no longer suffer at those bastards' hands. Shaking all over, the Emperor and Chuoba Taishan stared at Zhuo Fan like he grew a second head. One guy destroyed a sect. Is that possible? Son, is this true? The Emperor was still in denial, but hope began to blossom. Lionel and the other two smiled. She took a step forward and bowed. Your Majesty, sixth prince is correct. He was so ruthless as to remove all the disciples as well. Not one survived. Lionel complained, but her words sounded pleased, like Zhuo Fan did her a favor. Giving Zhuo Fan another long look, the Emperor became grave. Son, come here. The Emperor grabbed him and threw himself at Zhuo Fan's feet. I'm but Ha Lichai, Quanrong Emperor. I am immensely grateful for saving Quanrong of this calamity. We shall never forget this. Chuoba Taishan and the rest were in shock at his display. Your Majesty, you can't do this. You're the lord of our nation. Some lord I am. Without Sir Zhuo, I would have still been a figurehead even now. The Emperor rose and showed a bitter smile. Commander Tauba, didn't you want to know how hard it has been? It is the greatest shame and humiliation for Quanrong and the imperial family. The Emperor looked at the sixth prince. Son, you know as well, don't you? I know everything, even how my mother died. Desolate, the sixth prince sighed, looking at Zhuo Fan with gratitude. Sir Zhuo, all these years, Quanrong's palace had been nothing more than a place for the beast-taming sect's elders to vent their lust. What? Chuoba Liufeng cried out with the others. Only Zhuo Fan had guessed it and was calm. Since the tunnel was located near the imperial harem, it has nothing to do with politics. Then there's that woman you killed in tunnel. She's the Emperor's concubine. Eyes flashing with murder, sixth prince gnashed his teeth. In the entire Western lands, the guardian sects don't involve themselves in a nation's politics, except beast-taming sect. Being just 10 miles from the imperial capital, it held Quanrong in a tight grip. This was the usual practice in the past. Only later they went even further, cutting a tunnel to the imperial harem to indulge. The Emperor nodded. This tunnel has been around for centuries, throwing the harem in chaos. Every emperor was aware of this, but none could expose beast-taming sect's debauchery. All the girls of the palace would be taken in by force by those elders. Any that refused still would be dealt a savage blow. In face of such a situation, many women compromised, but some, who were loyal like the sixth prince's mother, chose death instead. They had come begging for help, only for them to turn a deaf ear and play the inept ruler. The Emperor shook his head with teary eyes. Chuoba Taishan clenched his fists in anger. The ruler of a nation couldn't even protect his women. It was a national disgrace. Commander Tauba's fury hadn't subsided as sixth prince continued. But then it got worse. These rotten bastards plotted against Quanrong's leadership. Many of Imperial Father's sons, including Crown Prince, aren't even his. What? Outraged, Chuoba Taishan shook. Does that mean they wanted to affect the imperial family's bloodline? The Emperor was filled with hatred. Yes, with the backing in the shadows, they planned on taking control of Quanrong from me. Especially that Crown Prince, appointed as the next emperor by the beast-taming sect leader himself. No matter how I saw it, he was his son. Humph, woe is me, the great emperor of Quanrong, reduced to passing the throne to someone other than my son. This is absurd. A secluded sect wants imperial power. What empire in Western lands would ever want to have them as support then? You have to report this to Double Dragon Manor at once. How can we bow down? Bam! Chuoba Taishan punched a nearby rock to dust as he cursed. The Emperor and sixth prince sighed. Commander Tauba, you're too naive. There's no such thing as good and evil in this world. Righteousness is nothing more than a rule to enslave mortals. Seeing their downcast looks, Chuoba Taishan was startled. Zhuo Fan nodded. Commander Tauba, if the Emperor had told Double Dragon Manor, would they purge beast-taming sect? Zhuo Fan asked Chuoba Taishan. Chuoba Taishan paused, then shook his head. The 9 sects of Western lands are its main power. Taking one out meant crippling themselves. Double Dragon Manor would never do this. Exactly. As long as beast taming sect exists, a few years later this news would die down. But would you, a third-rate nation, was able to bear their revenge? Chuoba Taishan turned grave and sighed. Zhuo Fan laughed at the sky. I can now understand somewhat the feeling Danking Shen had when he stomped on the 9 sects. Western lands is nothing more than a tranquil hell. Order and righteousness are nothing more than filthy excuses. There are some things only demonic cultivators can do. Evil begets more evil, ha ha ha. 6th Prince, this is what you had in mind when you took me to Crown Prince and then the Imperial Palace. Zhuo Fan laughed, eyeing him. Though I've been searching all the time, even without clues, I'm still willing to bet you'd take me here. Also, I would clash with the beast taming sect. I would never. The 6th Prince rushed to bow. I know Sir Zhuo's style more than anyone, hating being used. I never ever dreamed of using you either, no matter how much I wanted to when we met. Seeing Sir's display at Double Dragon Gathering, I knew your character and that you wouldn't stand for these hypocritical bastards. All I entertained was a thread of hope that Sir would help free Quanrong of their suffering. I would have been happy even if I only helped Sir to find what you sought. You must believe me that I'm just a fanboy. Looking him dead in the eye, Zhuo Fan nodded. I know, I've been testing you all the way here. Even when you were excited, you still didn't try to shift my decisions. This was good enough. Chapter 828, Closure. The 6th Prince's eyes lit up and beamed. Zhuo Fan chuckled, turning to leave. Well then, it's time for me to leave. Take care. You're just going to leave? Lionel cried out. The 6th Prince was also taken aback. Hold on, sir. After destroying the beast taming sect, you'll have a hard time moving through Western lands. It's fine. Western lands has no way of restricting a dead man. Zhuo Fan spoke. Moreover, after paying them a visit, I will leave Western lands for good. Why you're even leaving the Western lands? Where will you go? Lionel looked with deep longing, hearing that he would be gone to who knows where. Zhuo Fan shook his head. Anywhere I can in this vast world, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan jumped and flew away out of sight. 6th Prince jumped to his feet and shouted, Sir Zhuo, I'm your fan. Won't you learn my name? Say it. A faint voice came from the night sky. Zhuo. Ha ha ha, you have my family name. I'll remember that. That's not it. My entire name is Hulalsharushiasti Zhuo. You can't forget it. A pensive silence fell over the world before an irate voice snapped. The hell I will. The others smiled. Sir Zhuo is such a blunt guy. Only Lionel sighed in desolation. Commander Tauba? Chuoba Taishan looked back to see the Emperor looking at him with a stone-cold face. Commander Tauba, you are henceforth reinstated as the head of the Quanrong army, its commander. Gather all the city guards and sweep the imperial capital clean of anyone related to the beast taming sect, including those concubines. The Empress, the Princess, all of them are to be put down. Don't let any of them escape. Even with Sir Zhuo destroying all of the beast taming sect, there are still many of them waging war at the border with Tianyu. Do this without letting any of them catch wind of this and come back for revenge. Chuoba Taishan shook and ventured. Your Majesty, all of them. There's just too many people. Every single one? The Emperor spoke with an edge to his tone. I've had enough of these bastards over the past years. It's time for their penance. No one shall steal Quanrong from me, ha ha ha. The Tauba brothers glanced at the crazed Emperor in fear. He was meek before beast taming sect. He was miserable before Zhuo Fan. But now His Majesty got hold of his power, and his actions were swift and cruel in getting rid of any vestige the beast taming sect had on this earth. By comparison, Zhuo Fan was blunt and determined, although seeing himself as the bad guy. Lionel looked at the sky with longing. Chuoba Taishan bowed and carried out his order. Zhuo Fan was somewhat far from here, but he still heard the man clearly, having entered the ethereal stage. Humans, they need but a thought to become saints or demons. No one is better than the next. They all turn demonic once they grasp power. This was the way the world worked. The nobles oppressed the people, who had the emperors oppressing them, who had the sects breathing down their necks, with finally the very top experts coming down on the sects. As for those experts, they were at their turn at the whims of the world's laws, unable to break from them. One must constantly improve, grow stronger and stronger if they hope to shed their shackles, even above the entire world. Zhuo Fan had gleaned into the way the 10 ancient sovereigns were thinking. They did not want to be under anyone either. Smirking, Zhuo Fan flashed out of there. 3 months later, in an open field of sand, military tents were arranged in perfect order, with no end in sight. In their center lay the biggest tent, the one that also released the strongest aura. The war has been going for 6 months now without bearing any result. We've lost scores of good men and sent out a jade slip for aid, but help is late to arrive. We can no longer fight. An old man with a twirled beard looked at his men with a sigh. The others sighed as well. In the previous wars, as long as Quanrong's warriors fought, we'd still make some headway since the strongest in these wars would be in the radiant stage, and the common people could still handle. But with Tianyu growing so fast, they just sent ethereal stage experts on the battlefield, forcing us to send our own to withstand the pressure. But this is no war. It's now been reduced to showing off one's power. It's more apt to call it a war between sects than nations. Who said it isn't? Do any of you think Tianyu's 3 guardian sects didn't send anyone, that they're all Tianyu's men? One elder spoke. The others shook their heads. Ever since the Luo alliance formed in Tianyu, its power grew close to that of a sect. They may as well be a 10th sect in Western lands in the future. Yeah. Tianyu is just too strong for a mere empire. All the officials here nodded their heads as they discussed among themselves. A shout came from beyond the tent. Imperial Capital's jade slip has arrived. The Imperial Capital's response is here. Did reinforcements come? Perking up, the top elder laughed as he hurriedly said, "Give me the jade slip." "Yes, sir." A soldier bowed and walked in to give the jade slip. The elder snatched it in joy, but then froze. The others were curious. "Old man, what's up? What does it say?" Did the sect leader send curses for being useless, and that no men are coming? If only. The elder's shoulders shook, putting on the most heart-wrenching expression he could. "It's Quanrong Emperor's jade slip." He said that 3 months ago, some power infiltrated the nation and wreaked havoc in the imperial capital. To make it worse, it destroyed the beast-taming sect. We're homeless? What? Everyone looked stumped. While they were fighting here with their lives on the line, their home was getting pillaged. What the hell? It must be Tianyu. They must have sent someone to attack our backs. I'm going to kill them. Is it really them, though? The sect is stronger than just the few we have here, and it has a defensive array as well. Tianyu would have long since killed us if it could destroy our sect. What kind of an idiot would drag this useless war on instead? Oh, right. True. Everyone pondered, but the same guy just wouldn't give up. Then who else could destroy our sect? Demon-scheming sect. Another man shouted, "Think about it. Demon-scheming sect is guarding Tianyu, yet suddenly gives us 1,000 sacred stones to attack it. This is clearly a trap. We never saw through their intentions, but now we know. It's cutting off our escape. Blast it. I'll kill them all." Someone jumped to his feet, about to march to demon-scheming sect. Another one cursed, "Cut the crap, with the sect gone, we alone are nothing." Are you suicidal to get revenge like this? What else are we supposed to do? Go to Double Dragon Manor. We'll have them take revenge for us. The Exalted will settle it. The others nodded, having met consensus, so the Quanrong's army withdrew. Across from Quanrong's camp, Luo Yunhai and Elder Lai were discussing their plans when a report came. "Marshal, Quanrong is retreating. They're all leaving." "They're leaving?" Luo Yunhai looked at him with a dumb look. "Why, just yesterday they pushed hard at us with their spiritual beast army. We only managed to hold thanks to the sacred stone array. But that still didn't give us any advantage. Why the sudden withdrawal?" Lang Wuchang spoke. "Maybe the cost was too much. Since nothing worked, they wasted too many resources and men, or maybe something happened back home to their leaders." Lang Wuchang's eyes flashed. "Guard, scout Quanrong at once. Just what happened?" "Yes, sir." A man bowed and left swiftly. Luo Yunhai sighed, much relaxed now. This war took 6 months, but it's finally over. Demon's scheming sect wanted to wear down our will to fight, but now that the enemy withdrew their troops, everything is ruined. It's like Brother Zhuo is watching us from beyond. Clan head, you shouldn't give Steward Zhuo's spirit all the credit. Lang Wuchang scratched his head. Eyeing him, Luo Yunhai said, Sister said that one should respect immortals. We also should respect the Luo clan's ancestor and Brother Zhuo just the same. That's just superstition. If Steward Zhuo is up there somewhere, he should just get rid of the demon scheming sect and do us a solid. Don't you agree, clan head? Lang Wucheng glanced at Lang Wucheng, then shook his head. Sir Lang, ha ha ha. Chapter 829. Back to demon scheming sect. Before a magnificent and lush forest stood a man. He was all black, including his hair and those deep black eyes. The biting wind traced his face. Zhuo Fan was at the entrance of the demon scheming sect. His mind made on leaving Western lands. Now that he set up the array, he still felt like paying his old friends one last visit. The first on the list was his esteemed master, who said a demonic cultivator didn't value his master. He might just be the only one he'd bid farewell in person. Regarding Luo Yunhai and the rest, he'd settle for watching them from afar before leaving. He made a sign, and despite all the warping space, it just settled down soon after. Did the method to open it change? Frowning, Zhuo Fan muttered, While that may be when there's a traitor among the sect to stop them from returning, by all accounts, they should think I'm dead. Does this mean this was set by another? Zhuo Fan was pensive, then shook his head. Whatever, after saying goodbye to Elder Yuan, none of it would matter. You might have closed the door, but I have another way in, humph. Zhuo Fan made a different gesture. It was something Elder Yuan taught him when he became the new sect leader. Only he could use it. As long as the sect's defensive array didn't change, this method would remain. With how utterly expensive and time-consuming it was to change it completely, no sane sect would ever do that. Zhuo Fan had no trouble opening it this time, seeing as how a path opened up. Grinning, Zhuo Fan walked right in. He could have used the black flame too, but he went for subtlety this time around. Whoosh, Zhuo Fan moved from hiding to hiding, searching the demon scheming sect for Elder Yuan. Yet there was no sign of him even in High Venerable's secluded room. What baffled him was that the demon scheming sect was no longer as lively as before. There was not one familiar face in sight, no venerable by, no laborer. Frowning, Zhuo Fan's heart sank with unease. After Yilin brought him to Ultimate Clarity sect, he was stuck in the infernal gorge with the dragon ancestor. Yilin had told him of the outside state, but the demon scheming sect wasn't included in the news. Now that he was here, something was off about this place. Did you hear? The beast-taming sect withdrew from the battle without so much as a word. Those damn fools in Tianyu have gotten away again. Didn't we give those bastards 1,000 sacred stones already? They even said they'd root out the clan from Tianyu, so why are they suddenly backing down? I just knew we couldn't trust those fools who only know to hang around beasts. Sect leader Zai and Venerable, she are going to be pissed. Isn't he already? I just heard sect leader's roar coming from the main hall. Well, he did spend 1,000 sacred stones. You think we'd have asked them if we couldn't do it ourselves? To avoid a repeat of last time with Heaven trailing sect messing it all up, sect leader gave those guys plenty of stuff. At this rate, all the winnings Zhuo Fan got us will soon be used up. What? Just how many is it this time? 2 people were grumbling while passing by Zhuo Fan's hiding place. They were inner sect elders. Squinting, Zhuo Fan checked his surroundings and then shot for the 2. Whoosh, they had no chance when the shadow descended upon them, clutching their throats and sealing their Yuan Kai before leaving the place. They looked around confused when they suddenly slumped on the ground, only to find themselves on the mountain behind the sect. The 2 cried out. Who dares attack the demon scheming sect? We're its elders. I know. Walking closer, the sunlight shone over Zhuo Fan. Why else do you think I grabbed you? Remember me. The 2's eyes got used to the glaring sun and were then rooted in shock. Zhuo Fan, aren't you dead? Ha ha ha, I figured as much. You did have something to do with those bastards from Universal Righteous Sect. Zhuo Fan shook his head. But I'm from the demon scheming sect and the sect leader at that. As long as you're not behind it, I am willing to let the elders of my sect go, ha ha ha. Shaking all over, the two bobbed their heads, pleading. Sect leader Zhuo, this had nothing to do with us. It's all Venerable Shi and Zai Yu's plot. I know. Zhuo Fan waved them off in annoyance. I don't care about that. What I want to know, Zhuo Fan's eyes hardened. Where is High Venerable and Venerable Bai with the rest? Where are the laborers? The two shivered, lowering their heads. Zhuo Fan's heart sank, putting on a savage smile. I see, since you don't see me as a sect leader, then you're no elders to me. I should get rid of traitors like you. Zhuo Fan raised his hand, gushing black smoke. Wait, please, sect leader Zhuo, we've always seen you as our sect leader. The two panicked. Then why don't you answer? Are you defying my orders? Whoosh! Zhuo Fan's aura exploded with bloodthirst, making the two elders feel chilled to the bone. The two bowed once again and begged. Sect leader Zhuo, please, we won't hide anything from you. Please spare us, sect leader. The two then spilled everything that had happened. Zhuo Fan's brow shook, hatred building in his eyes. He thought the Universal Righteous Sect attack was only to deal with him. But that piece of garbage Zai Yu even struck High Venerable before removing any that was tied with him in the sect. As far as going after the Luo clan who rescued the stragglers, using beast taming sect to do it. Sect leader Zhuo, it's all Venerable Shi and Zai Yu's fault. We didn't do anything, we just followed orders. The two begged in tears. Zhuo Fan clenched his fists with bloodshot eyes. The most respected elder in the mortal domain, the only one who he took as his master, was now dead before he could even say goodbye. Curse you! Zai Yu! Zhuo Fan's eyes were filled with bloodthirst. He flicked his hand and had the two wrapped in black smoke. The two shouted. Sect leader Zhuo, spare us. We'll remove the traitors with you. Please let us go. We're also elders of the demon scheming sect. As a sect leader, you have to let us live. Screw being a sect leader. Zhuo Fan cursed. I became sect leader only because Elder Yuan asked. Now that he's gone, I'd be a moron to become one for you fools. You really think I'd let you live after killing my people with Zai Yu? Demon transformation art? The two howled as the black smoke enveloped them. Their pain and grief was laid bare until the very end. Once the black smoke scattered, dust fell in the wind. Zhuo Fan flicked his hand. He was out for blood, his bloodthirst increasing as he marched for the main hall, chapter 830, his spirit above. God damn it, damn that beast-taming sect, taking my money yet it won't do its part? Bam. Zai Yu pulverized a mahogany table to dust in a fit of rage. His eyes were burning with hatred. Venerable, she sat nearby with a frown. He sighed. This is odd indeed. A sect wouldn't back out of their deal just like that. What could have led to this? Nothing, that's what. A bunch of savages got scared after hitting a snag. Zai Yu snapped. What's worse is that they ran with our damn sacred stones. Curse them all. Then bribing Heaven Trailing Sect is also costly. There's almost nothing left of the winnings from the Double Dragon gathering. Venerable, she shook his head. Ha ha ha, can't bear to see them go. You shouldn't have taken the seat back then. That way the demon scheming sect would have surely flourished. Venerable Shi, what's your point? Zai Yu squinted with malice. Venerable Shi lazily put one leg over the other while shaking his head. Isn't it obvious? All inner conflicts are sources of heavy loss at core, with no fruits when overcome. Funny thing is people never get tired of doing it. And why, you ask? Just so they can sit their ass in the biggest chair. Ha ha ha. That's what happened to Tianyu's emperor, and the same goes for you. If the Luo clan didn't rise and stop the emperor's scheme, Tianyu would have lost 1/10 of their lands and would have weakened greatly. Now, though, Tianyu still has the Yuan clan at the helm. As for us, if we hadn't gone after Zhuo Fan so hard, we'd still have the 10,000 sacred stones to grow the sect. With Zhuo Fan, the sect leader, sent to Double Dragon Manor, the future was bound to have us as Middle 3 sect at the very least. But rather than enjoy such a great future, it was much better to have your ass stuck to that chair. Ha ha ha, you win some, you lose some. The sect is in a dump, but we have our sect leader and I'm still the first venerable. Zai Yu gnashed his teeth. Are you saying that all of this is my fault? That Zhuo Fan was a better sect leader than me? That's not it at all. I'm only stating facts. Venerable, she squinted. Besides, what's the point of a strong demon scheming sect if I don't have my seat? Ha ha ha, I'm only urging sect leader to ease up and stop minding the lost sacred stones. What matters is that we're still the leaders here. Zai Yu faltered, then sighed. Yeah, Venerable, she is right. As long as we are here, winning or losing doesn't matter. Everything is ours, not someone else's. Venerable, she nodded, pleased, but discontent still flashed in his eyes. Zai Yu, what a shame for High Venerable, so astute and sharp, working for the betterment of the sect, only to have such dumb disciple. Greed has taken root in your heart, turning you into my puppet. Having a sect leader as my pawn ain't that bad. Ha ha ha. Grinning, Venerable, she stayed silent. Ha ha ha. What a shameless disciple, being proud of running the sect into the ground. Elder Yuan's toil for 1,000 years was ruined in a blink by bastards like you. His spirit above wouldn't know rest watching you. Startled at the sudden cold shout, the two jerked in panic. Who's there? You dare toy with the demon-scheming sect? Come out now. Toy, ha ha ha, this is no game though. Zhuo Fan came out from a shadowy corner with a mocking smile. Zai Yu and Venerable, she were shell-shocked. Why, you're supposed to be dead? Of course you'd want me dead. Zhuo Fan's eyes were cold, but I'm still alive. Who else would take revenge for Elder Yuan? As his disciple, it's my duty to clean up the dregs and the rats. Zai Yu recoiled, but then steeled his heart. You want to kill us? Humph, you who hasn't even entered the ethereal stage in 10 years here. Whoosh, tilde, a golden light shone and Zhuo Fan flashed in their faces. The aura made them choke on their words, so fast. To be honest, I just entered it. With an evil smirk, Zhuo Fan punched at Zai Yu. SSS tilde, the almighty power of his fist made it hard to breathe before it even landed. It forced the two to stagger back, right as the punch passed by. Whoosh, tilde, the scorching gale reached his face, burning him while the mighty strike hit a wall, blowing a huge hole in it. The force then shot into the sky, making it quiver, punching a gap in it. Zai Yu was overwhelmed, stumbling backward as he was covered in sweat. When he finally stood straight, the punch had ripped his robe on his chest open. Zai Yu was even more shocked, watching Zhuo Fan in fear. It was his first time really fighting Zhuo Fan, but as it happened, Zhuo Fan was at his strongest. Zhuo Fan had been in the profound heaven stage when he got to demon scheming sect, and even when he entered radiant stage and formed his dragon soul, he still was no match. Now, though, in the ethereal stage with 2 souls, dragon ancestors refining and killing arm, Zhuo Fan was in perfect form. Not even a soul harmony expert could survive a clash with him, let alone peak ethereal stage Zai Yu. Zai Yu staggered backward 2 steps. Venerable, she did the same, coming next to Zai Yu. Zhuo Fan was beyond strong, even forcing Zai Yu back with 1 casual punch. Zhuo Fan did not care what they did since they couldn't stop him. He only had a devious smile on his face. That punch was a miss on purpose. Zai Yu, weren't you always in denial about me? Weren't you always questioning why Elder Yuan chose me to be sect leader? I'll let my strength do the talking. You and I are worlds apart. You're not fit to be a sect leader, not even worthy to lick my shoes. Zhuo Fan? Shuddering, Zai Yu found Zhuo Fan's taunt insufferable. His biggest regret had been when his master accepted someone else over him. He wanted to prove to himself that he was better than Zhuo Fan, that his master was wrong. But with Zhuo Fan before him and taunting, he found himself lacking the nerve to fight. That punch alone told him Zhuo Fan was terrifying. Venerable, she glanced at Zai Yu. Sect leader, we can't fight him. I'm going to get help while you stall him. Venerable, she trembled as he went for the door and fled. Zai Yu didn't react the whole time, only looking at Zhuo Fan in panic. It was either fight or flight, but he was struggling to make a decision. He did want to fight to prove himself, but instinct told him fleeing was healthier. Zhuo Fan ignored Venerable. We're both Elder Yuan's disciples. His spirit is watching us from above. Zai Yu, today we'll see if Master was right or not. If you win, You are the one in the right. If I win, I absolve, Master. Zai Yu's fists clenched, a fire burning in his eyes. Master, watch me. I'll prove to you I'm right. Zhuo Fan is no match for me. We'll let facts speak for themselves. Snickering, Zhuo Fan looked at the sky with a soft gaze. Elder Yuan, I and Zai Yu will be fighting. It is a fight between disciples, but also for you. Judge for yourself, Master. Chapter 831, Wiping the Shame. Whoosh! Zai Yu's hand went through gestures with bloodshot eyes. He was in a crazed state, obsessed with beating his enemy just to prove himself right, that he was the best sect leader the demon scheming sect could ever have, that his master was wrong all along. By contrast, Zhuo Fan was standing there, waiting for him to finish without even paying him any attention. It was complete disregard. Zai Yu, as he was now, was nothing more than a bug to him. The condescending look only worked to drive Zai Yu's rage to new heights. Finally done with wiggling his fingers around, a deep roaring came from the sharp winds exploding into existence. The flood dragons wound around each other before shooting for Zhuo Fan with their claws and maws ready to maul him. Quasi-Earth ranked martial art, dragon-crushing flood. Boom! The three flood dragons slammed into the dull Zhuo Fan, enveloping into a tricolored tornado that covered the entire main hall. The storm was so savage that it pulverized the main hall's ceiling as it touched it. Anything that got near it would be turned to dust. Zai Yu panted, then snickered. Ha ha ha, against my quasi-Earth ranked martial art, not even a soul harmony expert could come out alive. Especially not you who didn't even defend, overconfident in your strength. You're suicidal taking it on like that. One more reason you're unfit to be a sect leader. Bam! His gloating was cut short as the tricolored storm vanished. Zhuo Fan eased down his hand, standing there like it hardly was worth the effort. Going by that skill alone, nothing you do can harm me. I have an unbreakable body, not something a dog's bite can even scratch. Brushing the dust off his shoulder, Zhuo Fan's clothes were broken in places, revealing his perfect and unmarred build. His skin even had a golden hue to it. It was obvious Zhuo Fan didn't use Yuan Kai to shield himself from the storm, evident by his shabby clothes. This only made it even more scary, proving he really had one obscenely tough body that not even a peak ethereal stage expert's quasi-Earth ranked martial art could break. This outrageous fact had never appeared in the entire world, least of all the Western lands. Abomination. Zai Yu was still in denial, but more so helpless. That was his strongest skill, but Zhuo Fan just shrugged it off. Next was a battle of souls. Zai Yu's eyes shook, and a flood dragon came from his body in a gray light. Tear the sky, flood dragon claw? Roar. The flood dragon bared its claws at Zhuo Fan's chest. Humph, I know you have the heaven dragon soul, but you only formed it 5 years ago. My soul has. Bam! Zai Yu's eyes had a savage glint as he raved, only to see his flood dragon getting smacked away before even reaching Zhuo Fan. Zai Yu shook and spat blood. Looking ahead, he saw a scarlet dragon claw in front of Zhuo Fan. With a look of scorn, Zhuo Fan said, "When it comes to souls, power isn't determined by just time. Strong is strong and weak is weak. My dragon soul needn't even come out to finish off your flood dragon. Zai Yu, you are nothing to me." Zhuo Fan, roaring at the top of his lungs, Zai Yu had lost his mind, throwing himself at Zhuo Fan. His hand flashed and revealed a bloody spear in the 10th grade. Your body can be invincible for all I care, but you still can't defeat me. Bam! The spear was smashed in his very hands and turned into red motes as they flew away. Startled, Zai Yu was in disbelief. How did a 10th grade spiritual weapon just break? Looking forward again, he saw Zhuo Fan holding a pitch-black longsword. Zhuo Fan's gaze was still, devoid of any feelings. I'm also a refiner. 10th grade items are nothing. Shaking all over, Zai Yu's mind was having a meltdown, utter defeat. He was outclassed in every way imaginable, from skills and soul to equipment. He had no chance in hell of winning now. His futile attempt at proving himself better only backfired with Zhuo Fan coming with strong responses, beyond anything he could ever do. The feeling of failure closed in on him, squeezing his chest and making him shiver. It wasn't born out of fear, but out of helplessness. Just why did I lose? Zhuo Fan hid the demonic sword, his eyes stone cold, his lofty position akin to an emperor looking down at a beggar. Zhuo Fan, I cannot lose to you. A shrill cry came from Zai Weiyu as he shot forth to strike again, clawing Zhuo Fan's head. Zai Weiyu. Zhuo Fan spoke in a low and dark tone. I didn't strike you out for master, to show he made no mistake. Now it's time to wipe away the shame you brought. Whoosh tilde, his dead expression turned savage in a flash, twisted with rage. The ruthless aura spread around, decimating anything in its path. Zai Weiyu's claws were halted and he was filled with shock. Zhuo Fan's brutal killing arm took the moment to grab his head and slammed him head first into the pavement in the middle of shouting. The main hall crumbled then and there, down in a deep crater. Zhuo Fan was far from finished, however, dragging Zai Weiyu around on the ground for 1,000 miles. Zai Weiyu, I have brought the 10,000 sacred stones to the sect on my own merit. Now I am using my power to drag you around like a rag doll. I had also gathered the respect of most of the sect. You lack in merit, a mere paper tiger in strength, and are utterly useless when it comes to leading. So why can't you just accept it, instead of insisting on fighting me for a seat? As well as... Zhuo Fan held Zai Weiyu's hand into the dirt, speaking with red eyes and a ruthless tone. There were even some tears mixed in as well as he roared, going as far as killing your own master. I'd have failed master's spirit watching us if I don't rip you limb from limb. Rumble, Zhuo Fan snatched Zai Weiyu out of the dirt and flung him into the air. Zai Weiyu was looking mangled, his face beyond recognition and barely any teeth left. Alas, the glow around his body protected him from taking his meager life. Zhuo Fan looked up, noticing the glow as well, coming from the 10th grade spiritual armor he gave Zai Weiyu before. Sect leader, we came to help. Venerable, she was back with reinforcements, all the elders and venerables in the sect, to surround Zhuo Fan. Zai Weiyu showed a crazed smile, feeble as he was. Zhuo Fan, you came very close to killing me, but too bad you can't now. This is all thanks to the spiritual armor you gave me. Ha ha ha, what a shame. With the other ethereal stage experts here, you have no chance at all. Providence is by my side all the way. I'll live while you'll die. The demon scheming sect will be mine still, ha ha ha. Moron, there's no way a spiritual armor I made would protect someone who killed their own master. Zhuo Fan's left eye flashed with the black thunderflame. Zai Weiyu's spiritual armor exploded then, and there in a gush of black thunderflame, searing his body. What the hell is this? The armor. Zhuo Fan's cruel smile said it all. He never trusted Zai Weiyu, ever. So he laid a few tricks just in case. When they were still on friendly terms, he thought it best to place a spatial array inside the spiritual armor that connected to his divine eye of the void. Thanks to that neat trick, Zhuo Fan could use the power of void annihilation through the spiritual armor Zai Weiyu was wearing and take his life. But since he had something much better, like the thunder flame, it was a shame not to use it. Zai Weiyu's squeals of pain soon died out, his figure burned wholly by the black thunderflame until there was nothing left. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath, looking at the sky. Master, I've wiped away the shame. Chapter 832, No Home Without Kin. Sect leader. Zai Weiyu's howls of agony inside the black thunderflame died out along with the signature of his soul. All that remained was the violent black thunderflame flickering in his place one last time before fading out as well. Demon scheming sect's elders were panicking. Zai Weiyu's very existence had been erased from this world. They slowly turned to the still figure beneath and gulped in horror. It only took 15 minutes for Venerable She to gather the elders and come here, just 15 minutes. It proved to be more than enough time for their sect leader, a peak ethereal stage expert, to die like nothing. What did that say about Zhuo Fan's power? Just how strong was he, seeing Zai Weiyu's cruel demise? Everyone's heart was in their throat, looking at Zhuo Fan in fear. Ignoring their fear mixed with hatred and anger, Zhuo Fan just walked away with a stone-cold face. The ones surrounding him broke out in cold sweat and stepped back in fear each time he advanced. Fear had taken root in their hearts, robbing them of any will to fight. Venerable, she looked around with gnashed teeth and shouted, "Don't let him escape. As long as he's alive, everything will unravel. Double Dragon Manor will side with him and ruin us. He has to die now for the demon-scheming sect to be ours." Shuddering, the elders halted, looking grave and finally releasing their bloodthirst. Zhuo Fan stopped as well, glancing at Venerable Shi. "Humph, no matter how strong, he's all alone. Together we'll crush him to pieces." Seeing his speech worked, Venerable Shi lifted their morale. "Letting him go will make him join Tianyu's traitors. That will be the moment we'll lose everything, even our lives. We can't let that happen. We must end him here and now." Roar, the old weasel sure knew how to use people, inciting them to fight. The fearful elders in front roared to mask their dread, releasing their souls and sending them to attack Zhuo Fan. The air felt heavy as the horde of souls unleashed their power at Zhuo Fan, making the earth he stood on sink 100 meters. The immense might brushed his cheek and fluttered his black hair, but not even this grand display of raw force from demon-scheming sect's best was enough to move Zhuo Fan. In fact, he had on a mocking smile. Looking around at the souls coming for his life, Zhuo Fan sneered. "I see, so there aren't even 100 ethereal stage experts left. Ha ha ha, and you wish to kill me now that the sect is so weak. Aren't you a bit naive? Humph, we may be weaker, but united. 100 ethereal stage experts are enough to kill a prick like you." Whoosh tilde Venerable, she grinned, his words cut off by a shadow covering the sky and everyone around. Their bodies and souls had black creeping over them, halting them in place. Everything turned eerily quiet. The elders were overwhelmed. "What is this?" Venerable, she was the most shocked of all. Zhuo Fan's flat voice pierced their ears. "What a pity Elder Yuan had toiled for this sect, yet you fools snatched it. I'm sure his spirit wouldn't want to see this. As his disciples, I should do my part in wiping away the disgrace." The endless shadow opened its maw like a deep abyss as something dragged them down to hell. The fear they felt was out of this world. What the hell is this?" Venerable Bai shouted, switching to begging, "Zhuo Fan, you can't kill us or the demon-scheming sect is finished. The sect is High Venerable's pride and joy. I know you care and respect him, and as his disciple, you wouldn't want to see High Venerable's efforts go to waste. Let's make up, putting you as sect leader. We'll listen to anything you say. Venerable Bai and the others can come back. We'll hand over power and become laborers as penance. Yeah, we'll do anything as long as you spare us. Sect leader Zhuo, please let us go. We're from the same sect. We should help each other." Everyone turned to pleading now that he had them in his tight grip. Zhuo Fan paid their cawing no heed. "So now you appeal to my humanity for being from the same sect? Ha ha ha. What about the elders and labor office's disciples? Did you think about them the same? Humph, that's rich, using High Venerable as an excuse when it suits you. Venerable Shi, I've never seen such a crass and revolting act, going as low as using the same person you had killed." Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed. "I'll say this. I do see High Venerable as my master, but never demon-scheming sect as my home. It's nothing but bullshit. High Venerable would have fallen for it and spared you, and I would listen to him. Too bad you killed High Venerable, and I ain't as soft as him for the sect. There's no home without kin. Elder Yuan is gone from the demon-scheming sect, and that broke any ties I had with this sect. Venerable Shi, I wonder if you'd spared High Venerable if you knew this day would come." Shuddering, Venerable Shi had no response. "Ha ha ha, Venerable Shi, this is called a deadly sin brought on by yourself. You're to blame for your own death." Zhuo Fan flicked his hand and the blackness flooded the space. Wails were heard as it swallowed everyone. Demon transformation art? The black domain faded away and Zhuo Fan stood alone. His face never changed, still walking out of the sect. The demonic sword flew out of him, whistling through the demon-scheming sect's grounds as it painted the skies with the agony of its disciples. Zhuo Fan's step never faltered, his smile sad. "Elder Yuan, I told you I only cared about you in this sect. A month later, in the Luo clan's hall on top of Blackwind Mountain, Luo Yunhai sat in his main seat with elders on either side of him, each frowning and grave. Clan head, I don't know why beast taming sect withdrew, but demon scheming sect must have had something to do with it for sure. And with heaven trailing sect giving the cold shoulder, it seems they'll become our enemies at some point. We must be on constant guard around these three sects. Venerable Bai spoke. Everyone around agreed. Fiend Yang shook his head. It's all our fault for bringing this disaster. Venerable Yang, you mustn't say that. Brother Zhuo had approached us in person, and that makes us brothers. How can I just let you suffer? Luo Yunhai sighed. We need to send more scouts to the demon scheming sect just in case. They all nodded. Rushed steps approached, with Leng Wuchang bursting in with a jade slip. He bowed. Clan head, we know why beast taming sect withdrew. The scouts report that 6 months ago some strange power invaded the Quanrong imperial capital, stamping beast taming sect out and causing chaos in the city. Many princes died as well as other minor nobles. With their roots cut out, of course they'd withdraw, ha ha ha. That really happened. There were gaps of shock around. The more affected were the group from demon scheming sect. No matter how antagonistic the 9 sects in Western lands, none would go as far as total annihilation. Not even Danking Shen went so far that time. There's no way the force that did it was from Western lands. Who cares? It did us a solid, ha ha ha. Leng Wuchang laughed. Luo Yunhai nodded. Yes, if any reinforcements came, we wouldn't have lasted much longer. Regardless of where this power came from, it was God sent Brother Zhuo's blessing. Clan head, you're giving Steward Zhuo's spirit all the credit again. If Steward Zhuo's spirit had acted, he'd go pay his debt. And kill Zai Weiyu, right? Leng Wuchang smiled with a sigh. Sir Leng, I'm not superstitious here and was only thinking. Brother Zhuo is a miracle worker, so much so that anything utterly baffling that is happening makes me think Brother Zhuo was behind it, that his spirit is watching over us. Luo Yunhai's passionate look touched the others. Report. A scout in black rushed into the hall, presenting a jade slip. Demon scheming sect scouts say that somehow the demon scheming sect was gone overnight. What? There was a collective gasp in shock. Leng Wuchang shook, stunned for a good while. Hell, Steward Zhuo's spirit appeared for real. Chapter 833, Western Lands Unrest. Tilde with barely a sound to announce their arrival. Many tense figures filled a small path. They weren't the only ones, as on all the hills around were rows upon rows of people. In front of the path was a man in black, with black hair and black eyes. His gaze chilled everyone to the bone despite the sun shining above. Who the hell are you to break mystical heaven sect's barrier? One disciple in white shouted. The man in black simply walked on with an eerie vibe around him. The disciples shook, feeling sweat trailing down their brow, yet none made a move. They knew this man was in the ethereal stage. Only elders could face such power. Heed me well, stranger. Stop right there. This isn't the outside world where an ethereal stage expert can just walk wherever. This is the mystical heaven sect, with many peak elders and venerables. You have no business stirring up things here. Another one barked at the man in black, not that he gave a damn, still walking on. The disciples were getting tense, feeling something bad would happen. Tilde, the disciple in front, looked over at the sound and was overjoyed to see the sect leader and the venerables here. The power of 7th, 8th, and 9th layer ethereal stage flooded the area, giving the disciples confidence and safety. Even below ethereal stage as they were, they could tell the man in black was only in the 1st layer. With the best of the sect arriving, they could squash the interloper with their thumb. This fact filled them with confidence. The first disciple even grew smug. Ha ha ha, I told you to leave while you can. Now that sect leader is here, you have no chance. There'll be no mercy for anyone who steps into our sect. TCH, like sect, like people. I was kind enough to spare you last time, but now look at you, all lively and forgetful of past misfortune. You're even yapping at me, ha ha ha. The man walked on uncaringly. Sect leader cupped his hands. Sir, who are you? Which sect has come to mystical heaven sect? Sect leader was no fool like those disciples. Being on his seat for centuries, he knew how to act. Who cared if this guy was in the first layer? Did you know who had his back or how strong they were? What kind of guy just waltzed in through a sect's array set up with sacred stones? He had to be someone to do that. It was common knowledge that such a man was representing the force behind him when he acted. The floundering, ignorant people would only earn a quick death at his hands. Only the sect-grown disciples like mystical heaven sect would act like this too. The elders, however, knew more about the world, that cultivation wasn't everything. This gap in knowledge left the disciples stumped as to why sect leader showed such courtesy. He's just in the first layer ethereal stage, sect leader. Why waste words with him? Are you scared? Sect leader glared at them, then sighed inside. These brats can only show off here in the sect. Once they go out, they'll be sure to step on someone's toes and die without even knowing how. Ha ha ha, sect leader Xuan, it's been a while. The man in black stopped in front of him, revealing a familiar face. Did you forget me already? Sect leader Xuan narrowed his eyes, cupping his hands once he snapped out of it with gnashed teeth. Zhuo Fan, you're still alive, brat. Fortune must smile upon me to come back from so many brushes with death. Zhuo Fan smirked. You must know why I'm here, right? Sect leader Xuan spat. Why, it's to take revenge, isn't it? Right you are. Zhuo Fan spoke. Sect leader Xuan's laughter was filled with sorrow. Ha ha ha, you dare talk to me about vengeance. You took the life of my son. Yep, I killed him. Zhuo Fan said, a man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. I won't deny it. You have all the right to attack me. However, Zhuo Fan's eyes shone coldly, filled with bloodthirst. You should have turned down Zai Weiyu instead of taking revenge on someone else. Demon scheming sect's high venerable is my revered master in Tao. I didn't plan on nitpicking over this matter, but the killing of my master. Ha ha ha, so now you know the pain of loss? Sect leader Xuan cackled. I see the old coot mattered to you. If I knew, I'd have his corpse thrashed after heaven trailing sword killed him. A son's mistake is a father's fault. A disciple's fall is a master's shortcoming. I should have taken all the rage I had for you on that old coots. Zhuo Fan's brow shook, gnashing his teeth. Say that again? I'll say it 100 times if I want to. I'll thrash his body, maul it, butcher it. You came just in time. Once I kill you, I'll go to the demon scheming sect and take that old fool's head so you two would enjoy being mutilated together to quell my hatred. Zhuo Fan's face fell, showing a cruel smile. I was going to go easy on King Cheng's master and fellow disciples, only coming to deal with you. But now, mystical heaven sect has no place in this world. You want to destroy us. Sect leader Xuan laughed like mad. Ignoring the fact it's impossible for you alone, even if you bring help like last time, it won't do squat. Destroying a sect in Western lands will have severe repercussion to you and them. Zhuo Fan smirked, his eyes flashing with savagery. To a dead man like me, no rules of Western lands can hold me. Mystical heaven sect will never see tomorrow ever again. Zhuo Fan shot straight for sect leader Xuan enveloped in black. Kill him? Sect leader Xuan roared, leading the charge. A flood of people came at Zhuo Fan, while his darkness spread to every corner, covering the world. 3 months later, the heaven-reaching pavilion in double dragon manner. The exalted sat in their seats with tightened brows. Below them were 50 ethereal stage experts, the survivors of beast-taming sect. So you're saying it's all demon scheming sect scheme? Exalted High Rand's piercing gaze washed over them. The men bobbed H-tear heads. Exalted, it's without a doubt their plan. They first wanted us to wear down Tianyu, helping them eliminate their traitors only so they could ambush our sect from behind, even destroying it. If not that, how else would our sect barrier be broken so easily and have our home in ruins? Maybe sect leader's guard was down since we were in agreement with Zai Weiyu, giving him the chance to raid us. I ask that Exalted make it right for our righteous beast-taming sect. Bam. Exalted High Rand slammed the table, barking, Damn that Zai Weiyu! I warned him not to cause trouble. Does he really think I'm blind to his twisted methods? I overlooked it this time, but he actually went as far as bringing outsiders to weaken his sect. Exalted is right. Zai Weiyu is vile and repulsive. Beast-taming sect's elders echoed at once. It only worked to have exalted High Ran vent on them. You fools aren't any better. His sect had gotten peaceful again, yet you stepped in as well. We'll take Exalted's lesson to heart. The elders bobbed their heads. Exalted High Ran snorted and glared. What now? Your entire sect is gone. High Ran, let's leave this matter for now. The most important thing is if the demon-scheming sect really did it or not. Exalted Baime spoke. Demon-scheming sect's power aside, will he really have the nerve to do such an outrageous act? The conflicts between the 9 sects would never go as far as total annihilation. Everyone in Western lands knows that. The minute a sect violates it, the others will remove it. Would he actually do such a thing? But if it's not demon-scheming sect, then who? In one night, not a single soul was left in the sect. Exalted High Ran frowned. Report? A double dragon Manor's elder scrambled to present a jade slip with trembling hands and pale face. Exalted, the demon-scheming sect and mystical heaven sect have been destroyed in the span of a day. What? The two shot to their feet in shock. Beast-taming sect's elders were stunned. Demon-scheming sect is gone as well. So it's not them who ruined ours. Did we blame the wrong person? Chapter 834, Investigation Team. Dang tilde crisp sounds came from far and wide. Bam. A golden light flashed from the depths of a stream, revealing Yilin's tense look. He was covered in golden flames as he slowly withdrew them within himself. Yilin looked in the distance. What's gotten the Exalted so anxious to call a meeting of everyone in Double Dragon Manor? An enemy attack, perhaps? Thinking it over, Yilin flew for heaven-reaching pavilion. He, this should be fun. Hu tilde in another part, colored lights faded to reveal 3 lithe figures. Through much toil this past year, Chu Qingcheng, Shui Ruo Hua and Danner finally entered the ethereal stage. Qingcheng, empty spirit body is amazing. We're fresh ethereal stage cultivators, but together we can even fight one in the 6th layer. Shui Ruo Hua revealed a wide smile. Catching her breath, Chu Qingcheng wiped her brow, not relaxing for a moment as she shook her head. Still not enough. This isn't nearly enough to face the guardians of the lower 3 sects, let alone an entire sect. Qingcheng, you still want the demon-scheming sect. Shui Ruo Hua sighed. You have to understand already that the Exalted won't ever let you do this. Double Dragon Manor is already conceding more than enough by allowing Zai Waiyu to be taken down and putting Zhuo Fan's spirit to rest. Danner nodded. Western lands has its rules. No matter how strong our array is, we still can't destroy its core. We'll end up being hunted down. I don't care. None who harmed Zhuo Fan shall escape. Chu Qingcheng's eyes flashed with hatred, her fists clenched. For my late husband's revenge, anything is worth it, even becoming Western lands' enemy. The 2 girls sighed. We'll have to leave Western lands together, senior sister. You don't have to say it. A sister in need is a sister indeed. You want to betray Western lands, and we shall stand with you all the way. Shui Ruo Hua held her shoulder with a giggle. Besides, Zhuo Fan sure left a good impression. If not for you 2 being together and us being sisters, I might have made a move. Revenge for one's husband doesn't sound so bad. Hi, senior sister, you finally admit it. You like your junior sister's husband? Danner teased. Shui Ruo Hua raised an eyebrow, bit back. You're one to talk, always sticking so close to her husband. Don't think for a second your innocent act fooled anyone. As if. You're still denying it, the girls burst out laughing. Chu Qingcheng felt comforted having them around, the only 2 sisters who would go with her. The sound of a bell echoed in the distance, startling them. They rushed towards heaven-reaching pavilion. It was their first time hearing the bell being sounded, knowing it was only rung in dire situations. The bell's ringing reached one particular pond. Once the blaze faded, Yan Mo's stern face was revealed. A breeze went by and Wu Qinkyu appeared as well. Did something happen? We'll know when we get there. They flew in the bell's direction as well. People from all around the Double Dragon Manor had heard the call and answered by converging to heaven-reaching pavilion. The Exalted sat on their main chairs, with the elders seated just below them. Behind them were Chu Qingcheng and all the other disciples Double Dragon Manor had taken in to nurture. The image was complete with some laborers who bowed at the further end. The Exalted scanned the crowd to see all had come. Their faces were grave, finding it hard where to begin. "Lords, what has happened to warrant an urgent meeting?" One elder bowed. Exalted High Ran took out a jade slip, sighing. "News just arrived that in just 6 months the Western Land's lower 3 sects, Beast Taming Sect, Demon Scheming Sect, and Mystical Heaven Sect had been wiped out overnight. There are no survivors." "What?" Panic spread among the crowd, with the elders whispering among each other. Order had been instilled ever since the 9 sects of Western Lands came to be, preventing anything remotely as grave as this from taking place. So how all of a sudden? Chu Qingcheng's group was taken aback for a moment before smiling. The criminals behind Zhuo Fan's death had been put down before we could. Is this providence? Ha ha, good for them. Yi Lin was looking mighty uncomfortable, to say the least. "Oh hell, don't tell me elder brother did it. Master had him go around setting arrays, but he went for revenge first. Not that it has anything to do with me. I do wonder, though, was it really possible for him to actually kill every last one of them? Won't that mean elder brother got even stronger? I better put my back into it before he leaves me way behind." Yi Lin's mind was set. Exalted, was this done by an insider or by other lands? Wu Qinkyu stood up. Exalted by Mei nodded, appreciating his valor. While others were too overwhelmed, he was focused on unraveling the problem. "It's too soon to tell, but I suspect it wasn't done by anyone from Western lands. There's just too few that can actually do it. A simple investigation is sure to expose them, and they would never go that far either. This only leaves other lands as the probable suspects." Wu Qinkyu nodded, having reached the same conclusion. This was the only logical explanation. "I bet it was a ghost." The snort drew everyone's attention to Yi Lin's mocking look. They gave him a weird look, then Wu Qinkyu asked, "Little junior brother, why do you say that?" Nothing. It's just that I find these sects odd." Yi Lin darted his eyes around before saying, "Just think about it. Beast Taming Sect aside, the other 2 lower 3 sects had all engaged in murder just a year ago." The Exalted exclaimed at once. "Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan." Chu Qingcheng swayed, her gaze vacant as she looked at Yi Lin. What are you trying to say?" Yi Lin and Zhuo Fan had a bone to pick in Double Dragon Gathering, which made Chu Qingcheng give him the cold shoulder in Double Dragon manner. It was certainly odd to hear this ever-silent man talk of his own accord. Yi Lin glanced over. Zhuo Fan had warned him to not say anything about him, but at the end of the day, this woman was his elder brother's wife. The least he could do was offer some comforting words to his sister-in-law. Gazing into Chu Qingcheng's hopeful eyes, Yi Lin spoke. "I'm saying that it's possible that someone took revenge for Zhuo Fan. Or his ghost did it instead. How else could an entire sect have not a single soul survive? It's too strange, especially when it's filled with ethereal stage experts." The Exalted shook. "Why didn't we think of that? It might be revenge for the cruel event involving the Demon Scheming Sect, Mystical Heaven Sect, Heaven Trailing Sect, and Universal Righteous Sect. Did that make Beast Taming Sect a smokescreen? Won't that mean the next target is?" Exalted High Ran panicked. Exalted by Mei appeased him. "Don't get too excited. Heaven Trailing Sect isn't like the other 3. It's a middle 3 sect with plenty of soul harmony experts. They'll be fine. Still, we'll have to look into this event thoroughly. It will have a great impact on Western Land's order." Exalted by Mei looked below. "I'm forming an investigation team to look into these 3 sects. The team will be led by an elder, taking disciples along as a trial." "I will go." Chu Qingcheng was the first to speak, her eyes shining with hope. Yi Lin's words made her want to see just who took revenge for her late husband. Who would go as far as destroy 3 sects? But what she really wished for was the avenging ghost Yi Lin talked about. Chu Qingcheng's heart jumped. Yi Lin grinned. "Elder brother, I didn't say anything." Chapter 835. Avenging Ghost. Under the sun's warm glow, a soft breeze touched a still lake. The warm air traced the flowers, grass, and trees, which they received by sprouting new leaves. Despite the blissful scenery, one man in black had a permanent scowl on his face, looking like a ghost from hell with that stone-cold expression. The icy aura coming off him was biting as he stood in the lake. He gently pointed in the air, making the air shimmer around his finger. Smirking, he muttered, "So this is Heaven Trailing Sect's defensive array. I might have not come here before, but I'm sure I came to the right place." A crackling sound came as his left eye held a black thunder flame. It spread in the air and burned a 3-meter hole in space, revealing a totally different scene. The man had a mocking smile as he entered with confidence. A piercing sound rang out throughout the sect the next second. Enemy attack. The shouts came from everywhere as they all converged around the man in black. There were tens of thousands, mostly disciples in the radiant stage, with few at peak and even fewer in the ethereal stage. The man shook his head. Heaven Trailing Sect is a middle 3 sect after all, so why do I only see ignorant pups in the radiant stage and some even in the profound heaven stage? Why did all your elders die out? You dare barge into Heaven Trailing Sect. You have a death wish. A familiar face popped in just 100 meters away, still as cocky and obnoxious as ever. Weren't you looking for an ethereal stage expert? Well, here I am. Humph, a first-layer ethereal stage cultivator isn't even worth our elders' time. The man in black halted, looking at him with a shake of his head. The disciples around were excited, buttering up. Young master is the best. Your mere presence has rendered him mute. You're truly the best model for any of us. Right you are. Young master had shown extraordinary valor and bravery in the Double Dragon gathering. With you here, no elder is needed to deal with outsiders. He. Everyone clamored while the young master looked even more smug and cocky if that was possible. The man in black let out a thick, condescending chuckle for some odd reason. The young master barked, "What are you laughing at?" "At how you twisted facts. You, brave at the Double Dragon gathering, did you even get to showcase yourself?" The man in black mocked. "Ren Kong, you're lying to your poor junior brothers who haven't seen the Double Dragon gathering just so you could bask in their praises." The son of Heaven Trailing sect leader, Ren Kong, shuddered. Well, sure, he was a genius in his own right, reaching ethereal stage quite early, but that was relative to the scale. When compared to the whole of Western lands, he didn't make the cut, to say nothing more of Double Dragon gathering, where geniuses are a dime a dozen. The top genius of Heaven Trailing sect ended up suffering more than ever. But who was dumb enough to say that after returning? What then would become of his name, his image, the attention he was getting? So he made himself the tragic hero, having his team set up by demonic cultivator experts, with only him surviving after he fought with his life. This earned him greater fame and the disciples' admiration. As the future sect leader, fame couldn't be more important, far more than his integrity. This was why the elders kept silent too. Now that some weirdo showed up exposing his clowning at Double Dragon gathering, he was revolted. "Who the hell are you?" "Who am I? Ha ha ha." Raising his head with a chuckle, he revealed the one face Ren Kong hated the most in this world. "Young Master Ren, how's your rosebud faring? Does it still hurt?" Face twitching, Ren Kong clenched his glutes in reflex, hiding his trauma with rage and hatred. "Zhuo Fan, you haven't died yet?" "Die?" Zhuo Fan cocked an inquisitive eyebrow, his smile ever mocking. "Who knows? Maybe I'm dead already. But seeing you bastards so carefree, it rubs me the wrong way. I'd be so much better to have you join me in hell." "Cut your damn act," Ren Kong shouted. Zhuo Fan shook his head. "You think I'm playing?" "Ha ha ha, maybe I'm just a ghost right now, one that wants to drag you all to hell." Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with bloodlust. Ren Kong shuddered backward in fear. He knew very well what Zhuo Fan could do. But with so many fellow junior brothers around, he couldn't fail to perform his role. "All you know is how to be cocky. You can't do anything to us by yourself. What a joke. An obnoxious prick like you isn't worth getting my hands dirty. Guys, get him?" Ugh, no one moved. The disciples looked at Ren Kong in hesitation. "Hey, young master, aren't you being mercurial here, sir? We get that you're far too precious and don't want to do it yourself, but can't you see his level? Most of us are in the radiant stage, with just a few fresh ethereal stage cultivators. Are you telling us to give our lives away? You're the only real ethereal stage expert here, so stop mincing words and attack." All looked off at Ren Kong, who noticed his mishap and froze. "Ignorant fools! You think I can win? My butt's still aching here, and you want me to fight this freak? Waiting for the elders is much better." "What's taking them so long anyway?" Ren Kong was waiting tensely while the disciples waited for him to move. It was truly comical how stiff the entire situation was, especially with all of them surrounding one guy. Zhuo Fan caught on and laughed, going for Ren Kong. "Since you won't come, I'll go to you. Young Master Ren, weren't you a hero at Double Dragon Gathering? Show your juniors what their great senior can do, ha ha ha." "Yeah," the disciples cheered, eager to see a good show. "Zip it." Face twitching, Ren Kong glared at the culprit, on the verge of crying. "That's Zhuo Fan we're talking about. Aside from the fact I'm not his match, I'll be sure to die in a few blows. These heartless fools, they only know how to flatter. Now that an enemy has come, you throw me to the wolves." "You're killing me here?" Ren Kong was seething in anger at his junior's betrayal while also waving his hands around at Zhuo Fan. "Wait, let's talk this out. I don't want to fight." "Oh, but I do, ha ha ha," Zhuo Fan laughed, not stopping for a second. Ren Kong's heart thumped in shock. His first instinct was to flee, even forgetting to put up a Yuan Kai shield. "Don't you harm my son?" Whoosh! A mighty pressure spread as a strong man appeared before Ren Kong and punched Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan's Qilin arm flashed red as he punched as well. Bam! Zhuo Fan fell back to his previous spot, while the man trailed the ground for 10 meters. There were clear marks left on the ground while his fist shook from the clash. "Sect leader?" Dozens of elders arrived just then, shocked at the result. Ren Audioverse looked grave as he glared at Zhuo Fan. "Who are you, sir, to trespass into heaven trailing sect?" "Father, he's Zhuo Fan. He came for revenge." Ren Kong was giddy about reporting this fact with hateful eyes. "My help is here, Zhuo Fan." "Now you're done for, ha ha ha." Ren Audioverse looked baffled. "Aren't you supposed to be dead?" "Ha ha ha, that's not important right now. What is, though, is that everyone here will die today." Zhuo Fan had an evil smirk plastered on his face. Shuddering, Ren Audioverse laughed. "Ha ha ha, a ghost coming back for revenge. So demon-scheming sect and mystical heaven sect some time ago must be your work as well, I assume. But don't you go lump heaven-trailing sect with those two. Since you bothered coming here, though, then let me send you off to hell. I'll make sure you won't come back this time either." "Well, aren't you confident?" Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow and mocked. Chapter 836, Corpse. Bam! Ren Audioverse stomped and shot for Zhuo Fan, focusing all his power and bloodthirst into his fist. Zhuo Fan raised the Qilin arm to block. The resulting clash had actually sent Zhuo Fan flying for 1,000 meters, his prized arm unable to take all the brunt. Frowning, Zhuo Fan's red arm shook, which made Ren Audioverse laugh. "Ha ha ha! I didn't believe it when everyone told me what a monster you are, but now I do. My soul is that of the cold steel sword, tougher than anything. Anything below the soul harmony stage, even if made of black iron, can never stand up to it. Who'd have thought I'd see the day a mere fresh ethereal stage punk would do the impossible? You really are an abomination." "Is that praise or mockery I hear?" He was still going backward, even as his right hand was shaking. Zhuo Fan eyed him coldly. Grinning, Ren Audioverse's eyes flashed red. "Praising what else? You're the first ethereal stage cultivator to take on a soul harmony cultivator's punch. Though that's pretty much it." Ren Audioverse's fist swung like a hammer, coming at Zhuo Fan's face from the side. Zhuo Fan felt an incredible pressure, taking his breath away. Squinting hard, Zhuo Fan was quick to act, and a draconic roar echoed as a scarlet dragon tail came from behind, lashing at the punch. "Is this your heaven dragon soul, almighty Scarlet Dragon King?" Ren Audioverse lit up and laughed, wearing a nasty grin. "A shame no matter how strong the soul, it's nothing against a soul harmony expert." Boom! The tail and the mighty fist finally clashed. The dragon howled, its tail flung back from the punch and landed hard on Zhuo Fan's face. He was sent flying once more, this time for miles, blasting any house or building in his way. SSS tilde everyone gasped in shock at the display. Sect leader is so strong. He killed him in one blow. Father is supreme. Sect leader is amazing. Ren Kong exploded in glee after a moment of stupefaction. The others bowed in respect. Sect leader is amazing. One elder came before Ainz Audioverse with a smile and a bow. Sect leader's power has improved again. Congratulations on your imminent advancement. I think so too as well, ha ha ha. Ainz Audioverse pointed in Zhuo Fan's direction. Someone check and see if he's still alive. Ha ha ha, highly unlikely. The elder smiled. It was a fluke for the boy to survive sect leader's first punch, so how could he take a second one? It always pays to be cautious. This kid's too tenacious, ha ha ha. Ainz Audioverse laughed in pride. Even he wrote Zhuo Fan off after that almighty punch of his, but he still wanted to be safe. If he survived, one more light strike should correct that. The elder's gaze was full of admiration, his words oozing flattery. Sect leader is so cautious for the future of heaven trailing sect. I shall now do my duty. Ainz Audioverse nodded, and the elder shouted for 2 disciples to check Zhuo Fan's body. How could young Master Ren ever miss the chance of seeing his enemy's mutilated corpse? Father, can I go as well? In case he survives, I'll be sure to not let my junior brothers suffer any problems. I can make a quick decision if anything happens. Our hero. The disciples were touched to the core. It never occurred to them to ask that since checking a corpse was so dangerous, why not send an elder instead? This showed sect leader was utterly confident Zhuo Fan would never crawl back out. Ren Kong thus was only taking this chance to be in the limelight. Ainz Audioverse admired his son for knowing to be prompt in any circumstance, when to retreat, and when to flex. Sect leader, young master is so brave and always has his fellow disciples' well-being at heart. It's a blessing to have him in our sect. The same elder went for another round of kissing rear, elating Ainz Audioverse. Ha ha ha, my child is always so reckless, making his father worry. Sect leader is right, young master's valor is beyond anyone's. He's a blessing to the sect, but he's also got sect leader concerned. Sigh such woe to your heart. The elder was far from finished, it seemed. Ainz Audioverse eyed him and laughed. The elder is strong enough. He'll make a good venerable, ha ha ha. He gestured for Ren Kong to go. Ren Kong skipped over to the ruins in all his childish exuberance. Humph, Zhuo Fan, you finally got yours. Now let's see just how wretched your death is. Is your head popped like a melon or your limbs all over the place? He he he. Ren Kong shoved his hand in to grab Zhuo's body. An explosion sounded next, with a scarlet claw coming out ahead of him and grabbing his head. Ah! The wail echoed throughout the sect. The people shuddered, watching as a dusty and shabby person came out of the rubble. In his right he had a familiar figure, Ren Kong. Congur? Ainz Audioverse cried out, overwhelmed by what he saw. Zhuo Fan, that punch should have killed you. Zhuo Fan turned his head, his eyes cold as ice. After spitting out the blood in his mouth, he sneered. How is a ghost supposed to die again? With a roar, a scarlet dragon head appeared next to Zhuo Fan. How is this possible? Ainz Audioverse was in disbelief. How is his soul intact after a soul harmony punch? How is it so strong? This can't be happening, Zhuo Fan mocked. Ignorance is bliss. A soul's strength depends solely on the cultivation art. As for this dragon soul, the other variants won't be able to show its true potential. Only by changing its core is its power revealed. The scarlet dragon head shifted, turning golden with raging flames around its frame. Its power was the true difference, increased dozens of times, maybe even enough to pressure a soul harmony expert. Decimating Golden Heaven Dragon King was the strongest form of a Heaven Dragon soul. The only one capable of fighting a soul harmony expert. Ainz Audioverse and everyone around him stood dumbstruck. It was a first for them to see a soul unharmed after taking a soul harmony expert's strike. Reason-dictated soul harmony stage was the bane of souls, but this soul was just way too strong. Ren Kong struggled in Zhuo Fan's grip, whining and wailing. Ainz Audioverse came to at last and shouted, Zhuo Fan, let my son go or pa. Zhuo Fan flicked his hand and threw Ren Kong to the golden dragon behind. It opened its fiery maw, swallowing Ren Kong whole. With a crunch, blood started spilling between its fangs in all directions, some even landing on Zhuo Fan's face. Zhuo Fan's cold smile never faltered, now creepier with all the blood. Ren Kong shook a couple of times before stilling. Turned into a golden dragon's chew toy, his soul was suffering the same fate, torn to bits. Seeing the blood of his son dripping on the ground from the dragon's teeth, Ren Audioverse was lost for a moment. Then his eyes went bloodshot, and he spat Zhuo Fan's name with all the hatred he could muster. Chapter 837. Animal. Zhuo Fan? The shout of grief was filled with hatred and sadness. The disciples shook under it and fell back in fear. They had never seen their revered sect leader so bent on killing. Zhuo Fan didn't care, even giving a taunting smile. Bam! The anger was too much for Ren Audioverse to take. Ignoring Zhuo Fan's power and how he survived, he charged right at him. His rage-fueled punch was actually stronger than before, smashing at Zhuo Fan's head, wanting to pulverize him. Zhuo Fan just stood there, watching the punch come, yet still deciding to block with his killing arm. Bam! Rattled tilde, he was once again sent backward, 100 meters, but then Zhuo Fan exploded in golden flames as golden scales appeared on his skin. Ugh. Zhuo Fan halted there, and Ren Audioverse's raging fist could push him no further. Even through the anger, Ren Audioverse was shocked. How? A mere fresh ethereal stage? Yeah, just how? The elders and disciples around stood dumbstruck. Zhuo Fan grinned. Soul Harmony stage is merely borrowing the soul's strength to improve the body. A sword soul would make a body tougher than ever, while a beast soul would turn one into an animal of extraordinary strength. Though it's not much of a difference in reaching the Soul Harmony stage if a body already possesses such power. There's no way. No one can train their body that hard. A human isn't a tool nor an animal. Going so far will break it. That's the whole point of the Soul Harmony stage. A strong soul in a strong body. Ren Audioverse gnashed his teeth. Zhuo Fan nodded in praise. Very good, sect leader Ren, for understanding the core of Soul Harmony stage. The true character of Soul Harmony stage is to bring a human's body to the strength of a spiritual beast, a notion passed on from antiquity. I wouldn't have known either if not for hearing some old myths. It seems that the arts, skills, and cultivation stages all came to be as a way to fight back the spiritual beasts. Sect leader Ren is sharp to figure on his own. Why can't I understand a word you're saying? Ren Audioverse shouted. Zhuo Fan shook his head. You don't need to understand, just know. You're a soul harmony expert, but I am a true animal. Man and beast had fought since the dawn of time, with the result going either way depending on the case. But don't think for a second you're stronger than me as a soul harmony expert. Zhuo Fan's killing arm shook and sent Ren Audioverse flying. Ren Audioverse cried out, "What's going on here?" He was a soul harmony expert, but a mere shake of a fresh ethereal stage cultivator sent him flying. Ren Audioverse refused to believe it, while his sect was watching dumbfounded. Zhuo Fan snapped in front of him, punching his chest with the killing arm. "Sect leader?" The audience cried out. Ren Audioverse rushed to block with his hands. Bam! Feeling as if a mountain struck him, Ren Audioverse shot like a meteor from Zhuo Fan's red punch, leveling everything within 5 miles of where he landed. Cries echoed as radiant stage disciples rushed out of the way. Even ethereal stage and soul harmony experts looked with lost gazes. How's this guy so strong? How is he forcing sect leader back, and he's just an ethereal stage cultivator? Not even a soul harmony expert can do that. Crash. As the dust fell, Ren Audioverse shot from the rubble with blood dripping from his mouth. His eyes were hard as he looked around in search of Zhuo Fan. The famed Zhuo Fan was actually so strong as to even pummel the sect leader of a Middle Three sect. He was a soul harmony expert, a rarity in the Western lands too, wielding power way above the rest of the masses. Yet a kid was toying with him still. Ren Audioverse gnashed his teeth. Whoosh. Following the whistling wind, Zhuo Fan appeared in a golden flash behind Ren Zaya, punching with his killing arm. Sect leader Ren, where are you looking? Ren Zaya swished around, only to meet the punch. Forced into a corner, he used his hands again to block. Bam! Ren Zaya went flying again. In mid-flight, Zhuo Fan appeared ahead of him and punched his back hard as he arrived. PFF. The immense power connected this time, and Ren Zaya spat blood, looking pale and slamming into the ground again. Golden flashed once more, and Zhuo Fan appeared where Ren Zaya was about to land to punch again. In a twisted game of catch, Ren Zaya acted as the ball while Zhuo Fan just punched him around, making sure not to drop him. He appeared all over the place to make sure to give Ren Zaya some serious damage. The audience was looking dumb at this point. That speed is insane, like a ghost's. They all knew this was no skills doing, but brought about by pure speed, something not even a soul harmony expert could achieve. Who'd ever believe an ethereal stage child could be so abominable? If the late Ren Kong would be here right now to witness such a familiar scene, he'd be shocked to the core. It was the same thing he saw in Zhuo Fan's battle with Yilin. The only difference was, Zhuo Fan was more gruesome. While both had the dragon ancestor's golden flame inheritance, Zhuo Fan had a true sacred beast's body, the Killin's arm. The new and improved Zhuo Fan, coupled with the mighty arm and golden flame, was no longer your run-of-the-mill monster. Saying he was a half-sacred beast wasn't a stretch either. Bang tilde booming came constantly from up above, as Ren Zaya was punched around while spilling blood every time. Despite being in the soul harmony stage, he was powerless to stop him. He was looking worse and worse. He won't last long in this world. Ren Zaya felt downcast at this truth. A great sect leader like him was going to die in his sect as his son did from an ethereal stage cultivator. This was disgraceful. Sect leader? Shouts came from below, and he woke up to the fact he was not alone. Seeing their leader about to breathe his last, the elders sprung into action. A dozen soul harmony venerables finally came to their senses and charged towards Zhuo Fan. Ren Zaya was moved to tears. God damn it, those geezers finally come to help. I've been waiting for ages. No matter how much of a freak the brat was, with these dozen soul harmony experts, even he would suffer since he was still in the ethereal stage. Zhuo Fan glanced over at the incoming enemy and ignored Ren Zaya to deal with them. Brat, are you looking to die coming at us? You killed our young master, harmed the sect leader. Now you shall pay for your crimes with your life, ha ha ha. The men of Heaven trailing sect looked smug, talking about winning before they even clashed, like Zhuo Fan was finished. A shame reality never conformed to their delusions. Whoosh tilde golden flashes shot around as Zhuo Fan clashed with the dozen soul harmony experts. Wails resounded the next moment as the men were split apart, crumbling to the ground. Their scarlet blood gave the sky a red tint. Zhuo Fan was the only one standing with a pitch-black longsword in his hand. Ugh! The hopeful Ren Zaya felt his face twitch. Just how strong is this brat to kill a dozen soul harmony experts in a blink? But why use the sword on them but only punch me around? Hope turned into despair in a matter of seconds. Ren Zaya was so touched by Zhuo Fan's attentive care that he almost cried. Chapter 838, To Each Their Own Path. The witnessing elders, disciple, and venerables looked stupefied, gasping at the totally outrageous outcome. The sect only had those soul harmony experts, yet all were killed in a flash. As the bloody rain fell with squishy parts in between, the audience froze. No one made a single peep. Zhuo Fan took back the sword, turning around to grin at his previous trusty punching bag, Ren Zaya Shuddering, Ren Zaya mood hit rock bottom. Again? Why me? I can't take it anymore, dying in 2 hits. You, elders, don't just stand there, help. Everyone was still looking lost. Maybe the shock was so great it upended all their common sense, or it just might be that they were smart enough to play dumb and not die like the others before them. Ren Zaya wanted to curse. They just loved buttering him up every day all day, but when it counted, None would help. A bunch of double-crossing degenerates. The elders were having difficulties themselves, though. With the best soul harmony experts removed so easily, as ethereal stage experts, they'd only go there to die. Sect leader, you gotta take us into consideration. To preserve the strength of the sect, Ainz Audioverse looked to be in the pits of despair. It's over. Who'll help me now? Zhuo Fan snickered, shooting for him. Ha ha ha, sect leader Ren, the great middle three sect, heaven-trailing sect, is nothing short of a letdown. All your elders are cowards, none willing to risk themselves to save you. Talk about a useless sect leader. Ainz Audioverse's face twitched. Sect leader. The elders finally cried out in anger, though none thought of coming over. Fine, fine, I already knew your stance. I'm about to hang, so what's the point of faking sympathy to console me? Humph, hypocrites. Ainz Audioverse huffed and sneered. He was wondering if these geezers were really after sympathy, or maybe they had been hypocrites for so long, they forgot how to act natural. One thing was certain, these ingratiating oldies were useless when the going got tough like now. I should have just sent them first to fight. What was wrong with me when I went to fight that freak? Ainz Audioverse was wallowing in regret. A shame none of this mattered at this point. Zhuo Fan popped next to him and punched at his head. It didn't follow the same game from before. The strike was filled with the desire to kill. Even Zhuo Fan got tired of playing. Ainz Audioverse's heart sank and sighed. I just had to mess with the wrong monster. Whoosh. Just before Zhuo Fan's killing blow landed, a whistling sound passed by his ear. Zhuo Fan's punch halted and he jumped back while leaning his head back. Just in time, too, as a sword wave was inches from his nose. The sharp golden energy even made his face sting despite not touching him. Boom! The sword wave destroyed a faraway forest in a huge explosion. Fire and dust covered the skies, erasing everything in dozens of miles. That attack was even stronger than his punch. Zhuo Fan gulped, hovering in the air and sweating bullets. Looking up, he saw a tall man in white, looking rather young. He was holding the heavily wounded Ainz Audioverse, looking down with a calm gaze. High Venerable. The audience cheered at seeing their savior, bowing in respect. Ainz Audioverse grinned. High Venerable, you came? You'd be dead if I didn't. High Venerable threw Ainz Audioverse down. The spectating elders rushed to catch him, looking after his every need. Though Ainz Audioverse's opinion of them already dropped, disaster came at our doors and you only now show care? Too little, too late. Ainz Audioverse remained silent with a dark look. High Venerable laughed and turned to Zhuo Fan. What problems might you have with heaven-trailing sect to cause such a big scene? Heaven-trailing sword, Audioverse. Zhuo Fan squinted then mocked. You're out at last. I'm demon-scheming sect's High Venerable Yuan Xingang's disciple, Zhuo Fan. Shaking, Audioverse looked at him hard before nodding. I see, so you're the one he mentioned. Your master was very proud of you till the end. I've never seen that look on him before. It even got me curious to see you. But then I heard rumors of universal righteous sect targeting you and that you didn't survive. Who knew? I'd survive and come find you. Grinning, Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with bloodthirst. Audioverse, I heard you killed my master. That's why I came here to take your head. Audioverse was as calm as ever, turning to the heavily wounded Ainz Audioverse. That's why you kept him alive, to make me step in. True, but you came rather late. Now your great sect is a dozen soul harmony experts short. Ha ha ha, sorry, but I've been in seclusion and couldn't hear the commotion until now. Audioverse smiled, not minding his own sect's experts had been mowed down. Zhuo Fan was puzzled. Is the High Venerable not on good terms with those oldies, or maybe he stands above taunts and ingratiations? Audioverse spoke. You must have come for revenge. Would you mind answering a question first? I'm the most accommodating to dead men. Ha ha ha, how cocky, although. Audioverse looked around and nodded. You do have the power to back it up. I can see now why the old man was so proud of you. You're truly gifted. Only I just heard that the demon-scheming sect is in ruins. Did you do that? Zhuo Fan nodded. Correct. You knew the demon-scheming sect was the old man's most cherished place. Even with the traitorous elders, having a hand in killing him, they were all the core of the demon scheming sect. Their death means the end of demon scheming sect and the end of all his efforts. Is this revenge to pay your respect or get rid of everything? Xiao Yunshen's eyes stared hard, waiting for an answer. Zhuo Fan's gaze didn't falter, then laughed. Who said I'm taking revenge for Master? Xiao Yunshen was stunned. In the end, Master is dead and he won't come back just because I took revenge. Zhuo Fan spoke with a sage look. Everyone is looking to avenge themselves, and I'm no different. Demon scheming sect had been my master's cherished place, but not mine. I only cared about Master and not the sect. I even told him that demon scheming sect will be home as long as he was there. When that ceased, ha ha ha, there's no home without kin. Master had his path and I have mine. Even as Master was killed, I'm sure he still didn't want to see the sect in ruins, but from how I saw it, every last one of them are his killers. If I don't destroy those bastards, I'd have not let down Master, but myself and my path. Xiao Yunshen, do you get it now? Xiao Yunshen shuddered, looking at the sky in ponder. Elder Yuan's final words echoed loud in his ears. Zai Waiyu, you're damning the sect, so that's what he meant. Taking a deep breath and turning to Zhuo Fan, Xiao Yunshen laughed. Ha ha ha, I see it now. Old man, I finally understand why you're so proud of him. He's good, no, great, ha ha ha. Chapter 839, Heaven-Reaching Sword. Xiao Yunshen's laughter confused everyone, even Zhuo Fan. Has the old man gone senile? Why laugh? Did I trigger an epiphany in him? Xiao Yunshen's gaze on Zhuo Fan was even more appreciative. Truly worthy of that old man's praise, having surpassed your master. I'm not talking about strength, but your heart. The old man toiled all his life for the sect, only to have it fall at your hand. It may look like you went against your master, but you actually received his true inheritance. The old man worked hard on his path, as do you. Moreover, you don't let anything interfere, not hesitating even when your master is involved. Ha ha ha, this is the essence of an inheritance, walking your own path. Old man, you failed in your toil, but rest easy now that you left such a disciple behind. Xiao Yunshen sighed. The next moment, his eyes sharpened, staring at Zhuo Fan with bloodthirst, unleashing sharp winds from all around him. I, however, have my own path I shall stick to. Raising his hand and sticking out 2 fingers, sharp sounds echoed around. I know you came to destroy my sect, but to me, like your master, the sect is everything. No matter what, even if you're a junior, when it comes to the fate of the sect, I'll still fight you despite liking you as I liked your master. Your death is the only way. Zhuo Fan had a creepy grin. Enough friendliness. Attack already? Very well. Xiao Yunshen slashed with his hand, and a sword edge extended from his fingers, coming down on Zhuo Fan's head. Like death from above, the immense power of the sharp attack pressured Zhuo Fan. The incredible power that was enough to split the earth in 2 made Zhuo Fan gasp and force him down. This is the might of the first sword in the middle 3 sects. Zhuo Fan squinted. The audience was gaping, but also cheered inside. This is High Venerable. His attack has the power to shake the world. Even the weary Ren Xiao Oyan nodded in shock. He never saw High Venerable unleash his ultimate skill, heaven-reaching sword, to such a degree. It only showed how much Xiao Yunshen cared for Zhuo Fan. The kid is done for with High Venerable's attack. Yeah, High Venerable is different from those other soul harmony experts. He is unique even among the Western Land's soul harmony experts. Yeah, the brat never saw it coming. Heaven Trailing Sect might be the last Middle 3 sect, but our High Venerable is the guardian of the sect. The brat is finished, ha ha ha. Despite the cawing grating the 2's ears, it did not affect their mood. Xiao Yunshen showed no reaction to their buttering, and Zhuo Fan showed no panic to their taunts. They were fully committed to the battle, like veterans. They only had eyes for each other. Rumble Tilda the huge and mighty sword strike was imminent. Zhuo Fan's killing arm let out an eerie red glow while his body erupted in golden flames. He wanted to use the half-beast form to withstand the sword attack. Roar! Zhuo Fan shouted as he punched, clashing with the huge sword with a loud boom. The shockwaves spread everywhere, containing invisible sword energy. Ainz Audioverse shouted, "Scatter! An ethereal stage cultivator can't take a soul harmony battle's shockwaves." The elders flew away with Ainz Audioverse. But there were still some ethereal stage disciples lagging behind and falling victims to the stray sword energy. Whoosh, the traces of sword energy fell like meteor rain upon the entire sect. When one pierced a disciple, the victim was pulverized as well. When it touched the ground, it would leave a crater, shattering any poor devil around it. Cries of agony resounded from every corner, turning this place into the end of days as tens of thousands of disciples met their end. Ainz Audioverse's group had gotten to a safe distance and were aggrieved by the losses, yet too scared to help. Ainz Audioverse was ignoring all these, focused fully on fighting Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan's red arm released a scorching glow as he struck above. The two were in a deadlock, but every time they pushed harder, it spelled doom for the rest of Heaven trailing sect. The brat is actually so strong. He blocked High Venerable's attack and had our disciples suffer around him. Ainz Audioverse looked at the two in a deadlock with a grave look. "The brat can't be left alive or it's over for us." The elders nodded, grave as well. "Good one, kid. My heaven-reaching sword borrows the power of the world to form sword energy. It is like a sword from the heavens above to split the earth below. Few soul harmony experts can take it." "I'm amazed you can too." Ainz Audioverse watched as Zhuo Fan lifted the huge sword. Yuan Xinggang had gotten himself a great disciple. Not just any talent can pull this off. Zhuo Fan showed a smug grin. "Only taking it? I think you're underestimating me here, ha ha ha." Zhuo Fan's left eye flashed with the black thunderflame, then two golden halos in his right eye. The divine eye of the void and apocalyptic thunderflame eye were working together. Zhuo Fan was using them at the same time for the first time ever. Divine Eye of the Void's second stage, Void annihilating thunderflame, boom! A rumble sounded from above, and a black fire pillar shot forth, unleashing its almighty aura. The pillar of fire pierced the sword and reached the heavens. Crack. Something broke then, as Ainz Audioverse watched in disbelief, while his prized, heaven-reaching sword crumbled to pieces. All the power he put in it also scattered. Zhuo Fan capitalized on this opening to use his right fist and break the rest of it, making it turn back into spiritual energy. Ainz Audioverse was overwhelmed. How? His prized skill, heaven-reaching sword, was broken just like that. Ainz Audioverse and the elders were shocked. They knew the power of heaven-reaching sword, connected with the world and using its power. One had to be way above High Venerable's level to break this flawless skill. So how did it fail now? They had no idea Zhuo Fan used Void Annihilation along with the Thunderflame to break it. Nothing in this world could survive the scorching power of the all-destructive Thunderflame, let alone a sword made of energy. Whoosh! Zhuo Fan shot forth for Ainz Audioverse with his scarlet fist ready to draw blood. Ainz Audioverse hastily retreated, using his fingers to release golden sword energy at Zhuo Fan. Having seen his sword energy's power, Zhuo Fan knew very well that being kept at a distance would give the old man an advantage. Zhuo Fan chose thus to not block the attacks, making the decimating golden flame explode around him, and using Divine Eye of the Void's first stage to dance between the attacks and reach Ainz Audioverse with his punch. Ainz Audioverse felt the brutal power bearing down on him, and he replied by unleashing the heaven-reaching sword once more. A sword from above once again struck Zhuo Fan, only this time it was at a much closer distance. Dodging now would make some distance between them, and if Zhuo Fan blocked it, it would result in entering a deadlock like before, letting Ainz Audioverse pull back. It would help Ainz Audioverse regardless of blocking or not. The two tough choices were once again thrown before Zhuo Fan Chapter 840. Master. Knowing the result, Ainz Audioverse was ready to get some distance since any choice Zhuo Fan made would give him this chance. He would get away from the brat, and then use the huge sword energy to gain the upper hand. Zhuo Fan's savage right hand once again came into play, out of his expectations. The guy was determined to block the sword while having a weird grin on his face. Xiao Yunshin was uneasy, watching as the sword energy and the right hand made contact. The attack went through Zhuo Fan, tearing him to pieces and then to nothing. Xiao Yunshin rushed to move away, looking puzzled. What's going on here? His punch should block my heaven-reaching sword, so why didn't it now? He was destroyed in a second. Did he use up all his energy? Xiao Yunshin looked around to see the audience was overjoyed. High Venerable is amazing. He killed the kid in an instant. That's our heaven-trailing sect's guardian. As long as High Venerable is around, heaven-trailing sect fears no one. High Venerable has grown again. A blessing for our sect. Ha ha ha. Ren Xiaoyan bobbed his head in total agreement. It felt off how Zhuo Fan got done in just now, but it also made sense in a way. The first time Zhuo Fan blocked High Venerable's attack, he had time to prepare and inspect it. Even so, it was still tough. But now, High Venerable having unleashed the same destructive attack so close, Zhuo Fan had a lapse in attention that proved to be fatal. Death would come from just one strike in a battle of experts. Xiao Yunshin was in total disagreement. Having witnessed Zhuo's calm and weird smile, he knew for a fact that wasn't a suicidal one. Xiao Yunshin felt uneasy when he recalled it, and his feeling only grew stronger. High Venerable is amazing. Sir has earned the greatest merit in fighting off the enemy attack. Please receive my and all our elders' respect. Barely getting on his feet, Ren Xiaoyan looked grave, giving Xiao Yunshin a deep bow with the rest following after him. Giving an annoyed wave, Xiao Yunshin was feeling restless. Whoosh! A sharp cry came from behind, followed by an icy bloodthirst. Startled, he looked back to see a pitch-black blade in his face. Caught by surprise, Xiao Yunshin worked on instinct, raising 2 fingers to stab with Yuan Kai. PFF. The fingers flew before Xiao Yunshin, seeing Zhuo Fan's weird grin in front of him. Xiao Yunshin, you got soft. Xiao Yunshin's brow shook, feeling pain from below. What he saw made him sigh. He had ended up just like the other soul harmony experts, cut in 2. The black sword had cut through his belly and his soul. Double Dragon Manor's divine weapon, vaulting sword. Xiao Yunshin had blood coming from his mouth, yet he looked quite calm. Zhuo Fan nodded. You're going about what killed you when you're already dead? Ha ha ha, of course, since the heaven-reaching sword was gleaned while training in Double Dragon Manor. I had the chance to stand 100 meters from this divine weapon and sense its aura. While I don't know its current aura, I can tell it from its appearance. Xiao Yunshin smiled. My skill can block any spiritual weapon for some time with just this divine weapon able to cut it. Zhuo Fan said. Your power and heart are high, and I wouldn't have won if not for trickery. You're no ordinary soul harmony expert. I didn't want to kill you either, but you're shielding heaven-trailing sect and have killed my master. I could never let you go. Ha ha ha, I know that as well. Xiao Yunshin smiled. I shouldn't fight you as you're my old friend's disciple. But with your strength and coming to destroy my sect, I had to do it to avoid its demise. We each have our reason to kill the other, just that you came out on top and I lost. That's all there is to it. Though I'm curious about one thing, what just happened? Sensing he was close to the end, Zhuo Fan humored him. I have a lot of great skills, and one of them is capable of setting up a space and creating an illusion. What you have cut was just my illusion while I hid in that space. I waited for you to be consumed by this strange event and struck when your guard was down. I see, so there's a strange skill like that in the world. Xiao Yunshin looked white, looking at Zhuo Fan through a haze. Such a skill had never been seen in Western lands. I'm sure that the whole world hasn't one user, especially that old man. Although he said you're his disciple, who is your true master? Zhuo Fan pondered his hopeful gaze. Elder Yuan is my master in Tao that I respect and admire, while the master that passed on his skills to me is someone else. He is a reclusive expert. I don't know if he's dead or alive, but I'm sure he's very strong, stronger than anyone in these lands, already in the Genesis stage. Everything is nothing more than an ant to him. He's better than the Central Area's invincible sword. Invincible. Humph, only an ignorant fool would call himself that. Zhuo Fan mocked. Even when that master can flick him to death, he still won't proclaim himself invincible. Xiao Yunshin shook and sighed. This is fate. With such a strong master, why did we even go to offend you? Even if you die, your master would come for revenge. Western lands wouldn't be able to stop him, and the sect would perish. I had given my all and have no regrets. Old man, I lost to your disciple. You should rest now. Spewing blood, Xiao Yunshin's eyes lost their light as he fell. High Venerable. The elders below were shocked. Their protector, High Venerable, was dead. Everyone was by themselves with fear as they watched the lone figure in the air. How could they let Zai Yu's twisted words entice them and bring about such calamity? Zhuo Fan looked coldly at the body on the ground and sighed. None of them wanted to fight, but their position made it impossible to avoid a clash. Life is so frustrating. After this frustration, what he loved the most was sending these bastards to hell. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone and turned on Ren Xiaoyun's group with a twisted smile. The victims shook in terror. A month later, Blackwind Mountain was packed with people, as well as 3 new familiar faces, Chu Qingcheng, Yi Lin, and Wu Qingqiu. Luo Yunhai saw that everyone was here and began. People, everyone should be familiar with Edifice Lord Chu. She now represents Double Dragon Manor and has come to investigate the recent sect destructions. The other 2 are Ultimate Clarity Sect's senior brothers Wu Qingqiu and Yi Lin. Everyone bowed in respect and caution. None from Superior 3 sects could be offended, especially from Double Dragon Manor. There's no need for courtesy. We only came to ask some questions. Just think of us as guests. Wu Qingqiu was quite respectful. After our investigation of the demon scheming sect and mystical heaven sect, we found not a soul alive, yet also no traces. The more people there are, the more clues there should be. While the less there are, the more powerful they had to be. As we have nothing to go on as of now, we could only ask the help of the greatest faction closest to the 2 sects, the Luo Alliance. Everyone jerked. Are you suspecting us? PFF, the sudden outburst got everyone to turn to Yi Lin. Ha ha ha, sorry, but have some self-respect. None of us are fools here. You're the last suspects if you ever were, especially with your strength. Yi Lin mocked, earning angry glares. We may be weaker than you, but are you looking down on us by voicing it? Chu Qingcheng mediated. Sorry, everyone, he's always so rude. Don't mind him. We only came to understand something. Who knows where Zhuo Fan's master is? Chapter 841. Special background. Steward Zhuo's master. Everyone present was taken aback. Then they started talking amongst themselves in hushed tones. The members present here were all from the Tianyu Empire, and many from the former 7 noble houses. Yet all here, once foe or friend, looked into Zhuo Fan with no results. Chu Qingcheng's sudden question had them thinking again. With Zhuo Fan's capacity for power and shrewdness, just where's his master? That's what we'd like to know too. Edifice Lord Chu, you're asking the wrong person. All of us are in the dark as well. Steward Zhuo came from the Luo clan, so you're better off asking them. An elder of X-Sword Mark, Ainz Audioverse, pointed to Luo Yunhai on his main seat. The others bobbed their heads. Yeah, you should be asking the Luo clan. Steward Zhuo is theirs. If they don't know, no one does. Luo Yunhai shrugged. People, Brother Zhuo might have come from the Luo clan, but not even we know how he got all those skills. I believe that all of you, having roamed Tianyu for decades, are far wiser and capable of getting some hints into his background. You think we'd have lost to you so badly if we'd known already. Rolling their eyes, the people from Hell Valley, Pill King Hall, and many others twisted their heads away in annoyance. Wu Qingqiu's team frowned. Did Zhuo Fan just pop out of a rock or something? There were so many powers in Tianyu, yet none figured out his master. Luo Yunhai shook his head and cupped his hands. Sorry, senior brother Wu. Brother Zhuo had grown up in the Luo clan just like any ordinary person. Only after the Luo clan was facing disaster did Brother Zhuo reveal his talents. Not once had he ever remotely mentioned anything about his master either, so we didn't press the issue either. Even though you came a long way to check on his background, I'm sorry to say that not even we know. How can that be? Wu Qingqiu was stumped. Chu Qingcheng looked disappointed. hoping to get a trace of Zhuo Fan through them, that maybe we didn't get anything. Yi Lin was calm as a cucumber, though he was smart not to show it, only displaying a vague smile. Zhuo Fan's master was among the greatest in sacred domain and the oldest. It was obvious they were clueless. This secret was privy to a very few sacred beasts and himself, a sacred beast inheritor. Others would ever know such a heavy secret. Not like they deserve it. Humph! Yi Lin dangled one leg over the other, looking quite smug. The grasp of secrets embodies the gap between people. Ha ha ha. Just as the investigation hit a dead end, an aged voice said, "Last Chuchu, why exactly are you looking into Zhuo Fan anyway? Are you perhaps suspecting that the fall of the three sects have something to do with him?" Chu Qingcheng looked back at the group with hope. The one to call her that had to be an elder close to her from years back. "Uncle Jiu?" Chu Qingcheng turned to Elder Jiu from the X-Veiled Dragon Pavilion, Godai Long Jiu. He was the first senior involved with Zhuo Fan in Tianyu. The two grew so close they became brothers. Godai Long Jiu had to know something about Zhuo Fan. Chu Qingcheng bowed in joy. "Uncle Jiu, how have you been all these years?" Godai Long Jiu smiled. "Ha ha ha, still kicking, though aggrieved having heard of Brother Zhuo's passing. If only I had the strength, I would have." Long Jiu's eye flashed with bloodthirst. Chu Qingcheng clenched her fists. Yeah, they don't have the power, or they'd have long destroyed the demon scheming sect. Wu Qinkyu sighed at the sudden shift in mood, also saddened. As a member of the investigation team, he didn't come to incite revenge, though. So he bowed. "Junior sister Qingcheng sees Sir as Uncle Jiu, so I'll be presumptuous to call Sir that as well, despite my inadequacies." "Oh, there's no need for that, young Master Wu." Long Jiu returned the bow. Wu Qinkyu was nice and very polite without any arrogance. He was still a disciple from a superior three sect, not to mention in the ethereal stage. Long Jiu would never take advantage and presume himself his elder. Wu Qinkyu smiled. "Uncle Jiu is too kind. It's only natural to treat seniors as such. Moreover, I also noticed Sir has been referring to Zhuo Fan as brother. I would be very grateful if Uncle Jiu would be willing to answer some questions." "Young Master Wu, please ask away." Long Jiu bowed as Wu Qinkyu did. Wu Qinkyu nodded. "Uncle Jiu, to be quite honest, we suspect the culprit in the destruction of the three sects to have come from outside our lands, or someone taking revenge for what happened to Zhuo Fan a year ago. Thus I ask for everyone's help in telling us if Zhuo Fan had been close to anyone in Tianyu besides you all. As far as I know, his skills did not come from the demon scheming sect, so where could they come from? Are you implying that his master took revenge?" Long Jiu cried out. The others jumped, perking their ears to not miss a thing. It has to be. To train an abomination like Zhuo Fan, the power achieving this must be a force to be reckoned with. They had begun to have an inkling just how great his background was. It was not like just any average power could just ruin three sects in Western lands overnight. The ones to rejoice the most were the X-houses. Thank God Zhuo Fan won in the fight for Tianyu. If he lost at our hands, then Tianyu would have been plunged into hell. When it destroyed the demon scheming sect, of Western lands 9 sects, ruining Tianyu would have been child's play if they thought about it. So that's why he was so obnoxious. I always felt it off. His backing explains it. Demon scheming sect never figured it out, so that's why they're now 6 feet under. That's what you get for messing with someone stronger than you thinking you're better. So easy when you have no clue who's behind him. Everyone sighed. Only Long Jiu pondered. Brother Zhuo's master, well, he did mention it once, though I'm not sure if it was real or not. Really, who? Wu Qinkyu lit up. Long Jiu was grave. Overlord 9 Serenities. Ugh, Wu Qinkyu's group was stunned. Overlord 9 Serenities. Is there someone like that in Western lands? Yi Lin almost did a spit take. Is that a reference to 9 Serenities' sovereign? Elder brother, are you toying with these yokels for not knowing about the 10 sovereigns? Everyone around looked perplexed. Uncle Jiu, Overlord 9 Serenities does sound great, but I'm ashamed to say I've never heard of him. Who is he? Where does he come from? Wu Qinkyu asked. Long Jiu shook his head. I don't know. He just dropped that full of smiles, so I always thought it was a joke. Now that you're asking about his master, it feels like it might be true. Overlord 9 Serenities. Wu Qingqiu's eyes shone. Who is he? No one in the entire world with any amount of name to himself or power knows such a person. Do any of you know? Wu Qingqiu turned to the rest, only to see them stumped. Wu Qingqiu frowned. He came to know more about Zhuo Fan and got a clue, only to have more questions left unanswered. Overlord 9 Serenities, what the hell is that anyway? Sounds as grand as the best in the central area. Invincible sword, but never heard of him. Yilin played dumb while his senior brother was getting nowhere. Why don't you go ask Devil Mountain? A girl spoke. Wu Qingqiu's team turned to Lei Yuding, Luo clan's Shadow Corps captain. Lei Yuding continued. When the Luo clan was stationed in Blackwind Mountain, Zhuo Fan took me to set up the arrays around it. I overheard him say something about creating a second Devil Mountain here. Maybe that's where his master is. Wu Qingqiu had found a direction at long last, though his hopeful look was met with equally lost gazes. Wu Qingqiu's face twitched. No point asking about Devil Mountain then. Where the hell is that even? The more we dig, the more secretive Zhuo Fan's background is. All I got for my questions are more questions. Where should they go next? Wu Qingqiu sighed. Brother Zhuo, did you really pop out of thin air? Why can't we find anything about you? Chapter 842, Overlord 9 Serenities. With his hair billowing in the wind, a tall and bright man stood on a tall peak, looking free and easy. This made the deep sigh that came after from this eminent middle-aged man as he watched the sky uncharacteristic. Whoosh, till the three people suddenly landed in front of him and bowed. Elder Du. Have you learned anything from your investigation in Tianyu? Elder Du looked at them and asked, is the destruction of the beast-taming sect, demon-scheming sect, and mystical heaven sect related to Zhuo Fan? Or did someone else have a hand in it? The trio shook their heads with a sigh. Elder Du was confused. Was that a tough question? If Zhuo Fan has a strong force behind him, we'd continue our investigation in this direction. If not, that leaves our revenge and we can focus on the powers coming into Western lands. This may very well be the first time Western lands has been assaulted and requires the Exalted's full attention in looking into the three areas. Once again, people are suffering. Elder Du gave a bemoaning sigh while the trio hung their heads with heavy looks. Elder Du was curious. What's wrong with you? Just what did you find? Elder Du, we have found something about Zhuo Fan's background, although... Wu Qingqiu hesitated. Luo clan, his home in Tianyu, has now gathered many clans and formed the Luo Alliance. Their growth is swift, beyond anything a small nation could become. It's steadily heading towards becoming a top empire. Elder Du cut him off impatiently. I know of Luo Alliance. No matter how fast it grows, it's nowhere near capable of destroying even the weakest sect of Western lands, especially not without some noise. Only an absolute power can pull it off. They, are way behind. They may have the motive, but since they lack the power, they've been ruled out. Now, is there any other power? Well, there might possibly be just one. The trio exchanged looks and Wu Qingqiu hesitated. Elder Du found it strange. Wu Qingqiu, you're always calm and collected about everything, so why are you dawdling? Speak up, what did you find? Elder Du, have you heard of Devil Mountain or Overlord 9 Serenities? Wu Qingqiu probed. Elder Du asked, where is that supposed to be? Who's Overlord 9 Serenities? I just knew Sir hadn't heard of them either. You think I'd know every damn name in the vast Western lands? You think I have time to learn some nobody's name? Elder Du huffed. Wu Qingqiu sighed. If only he were a nobody. The master of Double Dragon Gathering's best disciple, Zhuo Fan, is Overlord 9 Serenities from Devil Mountain. Being the master of the future best in Western lands can't be said to be a nobody in some way. You're saying he taught Zhuo Fan? Elder Du turned solemn. Since Zhuo Fan had always been showing remarkable and bizarre skills, some of the likes Western lands has never seen, then the master has to be just as monstrous. But the name and location? Elder Du frowned, while the trio waited for him to come up with a response. As he was racking his brain, an elder and three familiar figures came over. Yan Mo, Wen Tao, and Zai Tianshang. Double Dragon Manor had formed 3 investigation teams. Chu Qingcheng's went to Tianyu to look into Zhuo Fan's Avenger, while Yan Mo's checked out Beast Taming Sect's side in Quanrong. The Beast Taming Sect was the only one unrelated to Zhuo Fan. If the investigation in Tianyu reached a dead end, at least over there could offer some clues, but by the looks of them, it was plain to see nothing came of it. For God's sake, what kind of ridiculous power did the attackers on the Beast Taming Sect have? It's too crafty. There's not a trace left in the Beast Taming Sect, with the entire Quanrong being clueless as well. The Imperial capital had lost a large part of Imperial members overnight, yet none was the wiser. This definitely stinks. The fat elder shook his head while whining about his lack of results. Chu Qingcheng bowed. Greetings, Elder Wu. It's fine. Ugh, so damn annoying. Elder Wu waved her off while still whining. Yan Mo sighed. What a waste of time. The culprit left not one damn thing behind, none. I'm really starting to think a Western Lands outsider did this. Wu Qinkyu frowned. Besides outside influence, the only viable suspect would be Zhuo Fan's Avenger, though his investigation had hit a snag. Alas, they had let the clues slip right through their fingers. Zhuo Fan had wiped Beast Taming Sect and Demon Scheming Sect from this world, down to the last soul while none saw him, though he did leave a trail in Quanrong's imperial capital. They just had to look closer, and they'd have caught a glimpse of Zhuo Fan's ghost appearing among mortals. Though the Quanrong Emperor censored anything related to him in the imperial capital right after. He didn't fear Zhuo Fan being found out, but that the destruction of the Beast Taming Sect had something to do with his clan, earning the ire of Beast Taming Sect's elders. It was best keeping a scandal in the family, or they might even be overthrown if word got out they were involved. Quanrong Emperor covered for Zhuo Fan, but more for his scandal since there was common interest. With all of Quanrong tight-lipped, Yan Mo's team had no success. Old Du, what are you mumbling about? Can't I even get a hello? Elder U saw Elder Du pensive and found it odd. Elder Du said, Old U, ever heard of Devil Mountain or an expert calling himself Overlord 9 Serenities in all your years roaming the Western Lands? Where did you hear that taunting title? Elder U asked. Anyone calling himself Overlord 9 Serenities is asking for it. He'd be thrashed the minute one was foolish enough to utter it. Only that invincible sword dares call himself like that, though no one in all the lands could beat him. This Overlord 9 Serenities sounds just about the same, but that would mean peak Genesis stage. Elder Du shook his head. Right. If Overlord 9 Serenities is so powerful, he'll be a calamity upon Western Lands. We can't go looking into this case any longer. We best stay far away from it instead. Who is Overlord 9 Serenities anyway? Did you piss him off? Seeing Elder Du so helpless, Elder U asked. Elder Du was vague. I know not how he looks or his cultivation, so how could I piss him off? Demon Scheming Sect and the rest probably did, though, to earn their destruction. They say he's Zhuo Fan's master. What? Elder U cried out. You're telling me that his master destroyed sects out of revenge for his disciple. Just who is Overlord 9 Serenities? How strong is he? I don't recall any in Western, the whole world bearing that title. Elder Du sighed. I know that, but to call himself such, he can't be a pushover. You said it yourself. To use such a taunting title, he had to be able to back it up. What's most important is that he's Zhuo Fan's master. With the disciple such a monster, what would that make the master? This clears things up. Elder U spoke firmly. This is a classic case of revenge by annihilating sects. Demon Scheming Sect and Mystical Heaven Sect are done, for which means the next is Heaven Trailing Sect. Everyone cried out. But Heaven Trailing Sect isn't a lower 3 sect like the others. It has a dozen soul harmony experts and the renowned Heaven Trailing Sword with his heaven-reaching sword protecting it. Taking it out will be harder, Elder Du analyzed. The others nodded, with Elder U looking tense. However, if that Overlord 9 Serenities is in Genesis stage as we surmised. Elder Du's heart sank and his face was hard. Shui Ruo Hua's team, led by her elder, rushed over, shouting, "This is bad." We went to check Heaven Trailing Sect only to find that the entire sect is destroyed just like the others. What? Chapter 843, Dragon Breath Pills Power. Whoosh tilde with the breaking news of Heaven Trailing Sect's destruction. The three teams now trailed the sunny skies at full speed to reach Universal Righteous Sect. Old Do. If Overlord Nine Serenities wants revenge, then the next target is definitely the Universal Righteous Sect. Elder U said as the two flew shoulder to shoulder. Elder Du nodded with a frown. Wu Kinkyu spoke up at this point. Universal Righteous Sect is a Superior 3 sect, with many Genesis stage cultivators, not like the previous two categories. I just can't see how it's possible for it to end up the same as the others. Child, you're too young, having yet to witness true experts. Elder U sighed. You must have heard by now of Danking Shen trampling on the 10 sects. Did you think he wasn't strong enough to destroy one, even a Superior 3 sect? Humph, it was Western Lands rules that stopped him. He's part of Western Lands after all. But this Overlord Nine Serenities is ready to kill down to the last soul to take revenge for his disciple. Coupled with Danking Shen's strength, then a puny Universal Righteous Sect stands no chance at all. In front of true and ultimate power, a sect is nothing more than a house of cards, left to be stomped under his foot at his whim. Elder U's eyes flashed with a deep look, fearful of such display of raw force. Wu Kinkyu shuddered and nodded. Yanmo mocked. Elder U, since he's so mighty, with even a Superior 3 sect worthless, won't that makes us small fries? No. As we represent Double Dragon Manor, someone with the authority to move all of Western Lands forces. Elder Du's eyes flashed. As long as he's not dead set on it, we can leverage our names to talk it out. Not just anyone is willing to become a public enemy of the entire Western Lands. Not even Danking Shen of old. And if he is dead set on revenge? Well, Yanmo asked, to which Elder Du sighed, then it'll be a second invincible sword. Invincible sword. Yes, going by his rumored strength, he alone has the capacity to fight an area's entire force. Elder Du spoke heavily. Only with the alliance made up of the other 4 areas could we stop his advance. However, now he has reached peak Genesis stage, from which he can't advance an inch. If there was a stage beyond Genesis stage, he'd have achieved it with his talent, becoming the undisputed strongest man in the world. His invincible title is warranted. The others grew tense at the revelation. Yilin's eyes flickered with the flames of battle. The only reason Invincible Sword was stuck at that level was because the mortal domain had a limit imposed on it. Though how did he train to reach such great power then? I wonder who'd win if I'd reached Genesis stage, a sacred beast inheritor or a mere human. The thirst for battle thrummed in Yilin's heart, surging like a volcano. Look, we're almost at the Universal Righteous Sect. Elder Du pointed in the distance at a verdant forest. Let's hurry up, a boom. An explosion of fire like no other erupted and drowned his words. The golden inferno rose beyond the clouds like it had swallowed the heavens. The heat wave came next, slamming into them like a hammer. The 3 elders cried out, "Protect the disciples." The elders unleashed their Yuan Kai, and with the world's power, they formed a shield in front. It proved to be of no use, as a shockwave came and blew it to pieces. It attacked the elders and forced them to spew blood before sending them flying. The next were the disciples, faring no better, spilling blood from their mouths and falling unconscious. An hour had to pass for them to come to, but what they were seeing was nothing their tiny minds could prepare them of the devastation. For thousands upon thousands of miles, not a blade of grass grew. Any sign to indicate a lush and verdant forest once grew here was now gone, replaced by ashes and burning soot. PFF, Elder Du spat blood once more. What the hell is this? WI is there's nothing left. We must have arrived just as the explosion happened. But for even we, in the Genesis stage, to suffer such heavy wounds, I can only dread what power it has at its epicenter. Elder U got up on shaky legs, his words waking everyone up. Right, the Universal Righteous Sect was just there. Then, Looking ahead, all they saw were golden flames billowing higher and higher. Its searing hit burning on their skin, so strong it evaporated the blood they just spilled. It worked on their bodies as well, baking them alive and drying them up in just 15 minutes. Chu Qingcheng found this view eerily familiar, her eyes filled with tears as she muttered, "Zhuo Fan?" "What?" the elders jerked. "Qingcheng, what are you saying?" Chu Qingcheng sobbed. On the day of Zhuo Fan's death, the same inferno happened, spreading for 500 miles, taking even his body. "This fire may be much stronger, but I'll never forget such flames." The elders looked at each other in realization. "Junior brother, this fire feels similar to yours." Wu Qinkyu asked Yilin. Rolling his eyes, Yilin huffed, "Senior brother, are you mocking me? This is far more powerful and concentrated. If I had this in the Double Dragon gathering, I wouldn't have lost." "Really?" Wu Qinkyu eyed him, still suspicious. Yilin was faking it on purpose. Of all the natural golden flames in the world, he knew only one that held such unbridled power. Decimating dragon ancestors, decimating golden flame. As to how it ended up here, he was positive Zhuo Fan got a dragon breath pill from the dragon ancestor. "Elder brother, what a waste of a dragon breath pill to use it here." He knew the dragon breath pill Zhuo Fan got was a sacred beast's strongest attack. That thing he used was a mere toy. Throwing such a dragon breath pill around the mortal domain was like burning ants, an utter waste. Yilin sighed inside. "That's supposed to be used to save yourself, not get revenge. Let's see what exactly happened." The elders nodded with grave looks. They all knew the universal righteous sect had been wiped out, but an investigation still had to take place. The three elders carried their damaged bodies as they led the disciples towards the inferno. Zhuo Fan was walking away from the blaze in a black robe and with a smile on his face. "Ha ha ha, dragon breath pill is the best. I just poke a hole in the sect barrier, then threw it in. No matter how many Genesis stage and Soul Harmony stage experts it has, they're all toast. This had to be the easiest revenge yet for Zhuo Fan. He didn't have to waste time and sully his eyes with their presence. Just throw something in and send them to their maker. Worthy of dragon ancestors' true power. Though seeing such destruction, Zhuo Fan found it unbearable, not remorse for anybody, but that the dragon breath pill was such a waste here. Though he used it in the end, wiping any sign of life from every corner, humming a tune, Zhuo Fan walked on. But then he frowned as he looked further ahead. "Hey, someone's coming, whether friend or foe, an away team or a fugitive, I'll know once I'll look." Zhuo Fan's right eye flashed in 6 golden halos. Divine Eye of the Void 6th stage, Void Domain. The air rippled under his power, forming a barrier. Zhuo Fan entered it and vanished from the world. All he left behind was a world of flames. Chapter 844, Heart's Reaction. Whoosh! The blistering heat coming off the golden inferno burned anything and warped the air. Chu Qingcheng and the other teams from Double Dragon Manor soon arrived, where no living being could survive. Even the Genesis stage elders were feeling the hot air burning their throats, to say nothing of the disciples. They all looked pained and panting for breath, like staying here any longer would directly sap their life. For God's sake, how can a human do this? Everywhere they looked, all they saw was golden flames and even more golden flames. Elder Du's face watched in shock. The Superior 3 sect, Universal Righteous Sect, had been destroyed in a flash. Is this the power of Devil Mountain's Overlord 9 Serenities? Overlord 9 Serenities and Devil Mountain. Zhuo Fan, in his little hidey hole, had his heart jump at that name. How did they come to know that? Soon he figured they must have looked into Tianyu. Double Dragon Manor started investigating the destruction of Western Land sects. Great. Pinning it all on the fake Overlord 9 Serenities should buy some time before Double Dragon Manor gets to the real answer. Who knew the little joke he pulled ages ago in Tianyu would be so useful? If Double Dragon Manor had kept investigating, they'd soon catch up to him. And that wouldn't do. While he feared no one, he wasn't looking for trouble either, and getting chased to death all the time wasn't a good thing. Obliterating 4 sects of Western lands was a heavy crime from which he could never escape. Did Overlord Nine Serenities do this? Elder Wu looked around in shock. There's just no way. No person could have such power. I bet not even the world's strongest, invincible sword could pull this off. You mean? Something stinks around here. Elder Wu's eyes flashed at Elder Du's words. This can't be done by just one man. There has to be another explanation we've yet to figure out. Maybe something volatile was happening beneath Universal Righteous Sect that he made use of to do this. Why else then of all the other sects, only the Universal Righteous Sect ended up like this? In any case, I refuse to believe that a cultivator could be so strong. His analysis earned the nods of others. Of course, if he's so powerful, what's the point of investigating anyway since they'd end up killed all the same? If not, the whole Western lands would fall. But if it were like Elder Wu said, using the Earth's unstable power to create such a disaster, then he wouldn't be as strong. We could fight him. Zhuo Fan nodded inside. At least there's someone in the team that can use his head. Yes, there's no one in mortal domain capable of such might. As this was the strongest attack of a sacred beast from sacred domain that none in the mortal domain had ever heard of, coming to the conclusion the power of the Earth was borrowed instead was not a bad logic. This, however, meant the team would keep going and affect Zhuo Fan in turn. Yi Lin was well aware, though clueless how to ease this problem. Elder Wu, maybe Overlord Nine Serenities didn't do this by himself, but the entire Devil Mountain perhaps. Do you think by finding this sect can Western lands fight it? The elders shook and grew tense. Right. A guy doesn't have the power, but if Devil Mountain was packed with experts, then anyone could resort to such cruelty. This proves their sect is stronger than Western lands. There was no point in looking further into it when they couldn't even beat it. Impossible. Elder Wu spoke with determination among the hesitant looks. Kid, look closely at this catastrophe. Could all the power of the world gathered together recreate it? That's why only the world's power can be the culprit, and not a man's. I still believe Overlord Nine Serenities used this method to shake us, a mere bluff. Also, we would mistake his level and drop the investigation. This only proves he hasn't that kind of power Western lands should fear. How else would you explain his secretive actions, vanishing after ruining every sect? Even as we came here, we saw no sign of anyone around, clearly done to cover his tracks. Elder Wu sputtered on in a loud tone, finding his logic even more sound. It even sounded smug for being so smart. The others nodded their heads. When did the old Coots melon get so sharp even Zhuo Fan had to give him credit? He might believe the old guy's logic if he hadn't done this himself. Only Yi Lin was not about to let it go, sighing. What if going after Overlord Nine Serenities is us playing with fire? When we face him, what then? There's no what if. I don't believe anyone is almighty unless I see him for myself. Like hell, he's even more unstoppable than that invincible sword. Elder Wu flicked his hand, looking smug and convinced, buying into his own excuse. The others nodded, finding the logic sound and continuing the investigation. Zhuo Fan chuckled with a shake of his head. Having ruined 4 sects in Western lands, it was safe to say, the sooner he left here, the better. Zhuo Fan gave one pair of eyes with the golden inferno reflected within, one last look, finding it hard to look away. We won't be seeing again, King Cheng? SSS Tilda as thunder exploded, he saw sparked lighting flashing between his hands. Startled, Zhuo Fan watched the thunder ring flicker to life. Chu King Cheng's own ring reacted the same. Zhuo Fan looked at the 2 rings in shock. How? This space is cut off from reality, so how are the thunder rings reacting? As this ring had been with its master for so long, it molded to his true nature. The yearning Zhuo Fan and Chu King Cheng had for each other triggered the rings, breaching the confines of this space. Zhuo Fan. Chu King Cheng looked at the thunder ring in shock, her eyes tearing up as she cried out and searched everywhere. Zhuo Fan, you're not dead. You're here, aren't you? Zhuo Fan ain't dead. The elders turned to her. King Cheng, what are you saying? How do you know that? Chu King Cheng only cried out Zhuo Fan's name, her eyes filled with hope. She knew that only his thunder ring could connect with hers. These rings were their oaths. Junior sister King Cheng, maybe you just think you saw him from how much you long for him. Zhuo Fan is dead, so how can he be here? Yi Lin started. If they find elder brother, then he'll become Western Land's enemy. While shouting, he rushed to Chu King Cheng, holding her hand and the ring, hiding its luster. Chu King Cheng only knew him and Zhuo Fan as enemies, and that didn't change. His sudden action earned her hatred. Beat it. I know you only see Zhuo Fan as your enemy and can't wait for him to die, but he's still alive and he's here. Zhuo Fan, it's me, King Cheng, come out. Yi Lin shrugged, his kindness scorned. What good will it do calling him out? You're just letting Western Lands hound him. This chick has lost it, thinking my gesture was out of ill will. If only you weren't sister-in-law, Yi Lin gnashed his teeth. Use your souls to scan the area? The elders immediately started looking around for any signs, but all they sensed, though, was the searing heat. The three elders shook their heads, sighing at Chu King Cheng's frantic cries. Is this how an excellent disciple fell into darkness by the loss of her husband? Chapter 845. Scared to death. King Cheng, don't do this. Zhuo Fan's gone. He's not here. Chu King Cheng was frantic in her search and cried even as Shui Ruohua and Danner hugged her, tearing up at her pain. The others shook their heads. This is called being obsessed. Chu King Cheng did not listen to reason, shaking her head and pointing at the flashing ring with joy. Senior sister, he's still alive and here too. Just look, only we have this pair of rings and they only react when the other is around. This is his keepsake. He's definitely here. Chu King Cheng was desperate in convincing everyone of this reality, but they only saw it as her lying to herself, wanting to believe with every fiber that Zhuo Fan was in this world. King Cheng, I may not know that ring, but we have scanned this place for 100 miles around, yet there's no one here but us. Elder Du soothed. Chu King Cheng bit her lip, not giving up. No, he's close by. It's just that you can't find him. No one can find him with his skills. Only I, as his wife, know in my being that he is here. That's enough, Chu King Cheng. Elder U shouted in anger, a vein popping on his forehead. We're Genesis stage experts, yet you're saying we can't even find some brat. We can find something as small as an ant, let alone him. Since we did not find him, then he isn't here. How long are you going to continue this crazy act? Glaring at him, Chu King Cheng still called out Zhuo Fan's name. Zhuo Fan, it's me, your wife. Please come to me. Don't just stand there, take her away. Elder U's patience was at an end as he stared at Wu Qingqiu. Bobbing his head, he went to Chu King Cheng with a sigh. Junior sister King Cheng, there's something off about the ring, I'm sure of it. Zhuo Fan is gone now, and there's no way he can be here. Let's just get you back to Double Dragon Manor and get some rest. No, the ring never lied to me. He's here. Struggling with all she had, Chu King Cheng kept crying out, Zhuo Fan. In his sealed space, Zhuo Fan gnashed his teeth and shut his eyes, even though tears gathered at the corners. He knew he shouldn't have met her because he could not take the parting. King Cheng. The heart prevailed in the end, and Zhuo Fan spoke in a low tone. All shuddered at the heavy tone, unable to overcome their shock. Chu King Cheng was overjoyed. Zhuo Fan, is it really you? I knew you're alive. Is Zhuo Fan actually alive? The elders looked around frantically. With him alive, the case of the sect's destruction has a solution. Yet no amount of searching helped. A laughter came then. Ha ha ha, 3 imps trying to scan with your souls in face of yours truly. How pitiful. With a whoosh, black thunderflame erupted from that space, as high as a kilometer and spreading for miles and miles. The black thunderflame took the shape of a giant with golden eyes, the flame within like 2 erupting volcanoes. The sheer dread coming off him slammed into the 3 Genesis stage elders. They shuddered and felt like mere insects that could be stomped at any time. This. All craned their necks to watch the black fire giant, feeling their knees going soft at its power. Yi Lin fared no better despite knowing the truth behind it. He gulped. What is this? Did the 9 Serenities sovereign descend? This power was at the level of his master, and only the 10 sovereigns wielded it. Everyone knows 9 Serenities sovereign is missing, so how can he suddenly be in the mortal domain? Yi Lin was too shocked to make any sense of it. When a sacred beast inheritor was scared, much couldn't be said about the rest, looking white as paper and gasping for breath. The 3 Genesis stage elders were overcome with fear, looking at the huge face gazing at them with scorn. "Ha ha ha, weren't you great before, you weaklings? Did the cat get your tongue?" Senior. Elder Dew's shaky voice barely got a word out as he bowed. "May I know who Senior is?" The 2 golden balls of fire flashed as he cackled. "Ha ha ha, mistaking respect for fear. I've heard this saying many times, but weren't you 3 pipsqueaks shouting about wanting to see me? You won't believe it until you see it, right? Well, here I am. Do you believe it now?" "Overlord 9 Serenities." SSS the elders gasped in shock. Elder U, who had analyzed Overlord 9 Serenity's power just now, almost soiled his pants. The sheer power rolling off this giant was enough to rob them of all of their courage. They knew now Universal Righteous Sect's demise wasn't made by borrowing power, but by unquestionable might. Overlord 9 Serenities had never been seen before, but now they felt it all too well, the destructive power he wielded. The trio fell to their knees on the spot. "Senior, please forgive our foolish words of ignorance." "Ha ha ha, brats, do you take me for someone as petty as you?" The black giant mocked. "The Missy has gone against your words and contradicted you, yet you wanted to attack a helpless woman." "Humph, who knows how pissed off I'd be over the last 300 millennium if I were as petty as you." SSS gasping for the 3rd time, they all looked in shock. "Oh hell, 300 damn thousand years. What the hell is he?" Even the oldest sect in Western lands is barely 10,000 years old, but this guy is 300 times that. For crying out loud, he's an old freak through and through. What invincible sword, he's nothing to this guy. No wonder he's so amazing and overpowered. Wonder what stage he's at. Definitely above Genesis stage. The trio broke out in sweat, scared to death from even moving. Ignoring them, the black giant stared down at Chu Qingcheng with a sigh. He waved and a flickering ring floated down. "Qingcheng, may I call you that? Is this what you were looking for?" The ring rested in Chu Qingcheng's palm, staring at the keepsake belonging to Zhuo Fan. "This is Zhuo Fan's." Chu Qingcheng looked at the giant, wanting to ask more but too afraid to know the truth. The giant spoke. "Child, forget about him. He won't be coming back." Chu Qingcheng's fist shook. "I had founded Devil Mountain 300,000 years ago when no one could stand up to me." Recalling ancient memories, the black giant spoke. "But after 200,000 years, I grew tired, focusing on understanding Tao and entered seclusion, vanishing from the world. As it happened, in my rare travels in between across the world, I have met with disciples worthy of note. Zhuo Fan is one such disciple. To understand Tao, one must live in the world, then rise above it. Most disciples do not roam the lands, but Zhuo Fan was still young, and so I let him go before taking him back to dwell on the experiences. I thought the skills I passed on to him were enough to safeguard him, but never have I imagined he'd be tricked by some rotten people. This is life, this is fate." The black giant sighed in mourning. The elders broke out in sweat. "It's obvious now that it was revenge, but it's not like we can do anything to him either. Didn't you hear him? He was already at the top of the world 300,000 years ago, stopping all in fighting before withdrawing. He's on a different level than our petty wars. All of Western land's power won't be enough to even scratch him, not to mention Devil Mountain isn't made up of one man. There's still plenty of disciples. If they come out, what would happen to the world? The elders were scared to death. Looking into this case any further would poke the hornet's nest. Not even the invincible sword would be so stupid. Chapter 846. Consideration. But Senior, I've seen the same fire when Zhuo Fan died that I see today. Was that Senior as well? Unafraid of this giant's power, Chu Qingcheng looked up with hope. The golden balls of fire flashed. Yes, that was me snapping my fingers. Well, crud, if just snapping your fingers turned 500 miles into a wasteland, then the old guy must be beyond almighty. The elder's heart jerked. Yilin barely held himself from lashing out. He knew what happened the best, since that was actually his doing. The fact that this black guy took credit for it proved, this is no 9 Serenities sovereign, but Zhuo Fan's high-class act. How did he make it so real, though? He's even got 3 Genesis stage elders shaking in their boots. Glancing at the said elders, Yilin snickered inside. Then Zhuo Fan. Chu Qingcheng was still hopeful. The giant was blunt, is dead. Dead? Chu Qingcheng recoiled from shock, paling. Zhuo Fan was in pain seeing his lover showing such utter despair. His nails drew blood as they dug into his palms, but his voice was firm. When I arrived, Zhuo Fan's soul was gone, his body mauled. In my rage, I removed everyone, down to the last man. I then took his body to bury him on Devil Mountain before coming to handle any resentments. Some puny sects of Western lands showed some truly outrageous nerve to kill Devil Mountain's disciple, Humph. It's all thanks to my insights in Tao that tempered my spirit, or else the whole of Western lands would have burned. The elders hung their sweaty heads, fear already prevalent in their terrorized hearts. Holy hell! The 4 sects had poked a god this time. Only fortune has it that his temper got milder and he did not drag down the rest of Western lands with them. They could practically imagine him changing the world's landscape 300,000 years ago like it was nothing. Good the 4 are done with, lest they troubled Western lands further. The elders instantly switched tunes, no longer looking into the unfortunate loss of 4 sects, but actually cursing them for asking for it and getting what they deserved. You'd be better off messing with the invincible sword than this old freak. Does that mean he's truly dead? Not registering all of his words, Chu Qingcheng gazed with dead eyes before slumping. Shui Ruohua rushed over. Qingcheng, what's wrong? Zhuo Fan wanted to go as well to hold his wife, but he reined in his impulse, lowering his hand and shaking his head. His heart was bleeding, but he found no other solution, not when his enemy was just too strong. It was tantamount to suicide, with no idea when he'd appear. He didn't want to drag her into this, and chose to cut off this cherished marriage he had barely formed. Till the thunder ring in Chu Qingcheng's hand vanished and appeared before the giant's face. Listen up, you brats, Qingcheng is my disciple's wife and now a part of Devil Mountain. The black giant looked at Chu Qingcheng. Tell her when she wakes up that all of Devil Mountain will recognize her ring. To stay calm in the face of trouble, for it will flicker and shine with new hope. The giant vanished then, along with his power. Looking at the remaining inferno around them, the elders stood up at last, only to slump back down, gasping and lamenting their fate. Old Du, that was scary as hell. That freak, senior, felt worse than when meeting the Exalted. You think? I bet not even facing Invincible's sword would get such a reaction out of me like that, senior. His dreaded aura was just terrifying. Yeah. The trio felt like they went through hell, now fortunate they came out alive. Then they looked at Chu Qingcheng. Hurry and take her to the sect. Elder Wu, junior sister Qingcheng, has fainted from heartache. We can't disturb her, yet Sir wants to return. Wu Qinkyu sighed. Elder Wu sputtered. Cut the crap. Who said anything about dragging her back? I'm telling you to carry this lady carefully and tend to her health. She has to recover. Ugh. Everyone made weird faces. What's with the elder's mood flipping like that? 1 minute he snapped when Chu Qingcheng contradicted him, and now Elder Wu rolled his eyes. Are you fools or what? Didn't you hear senior? Chu Qingcheng is seen as his disciple's wife, and now under Devil Mountain's protection. If anything happens to her while in Double Dragon manner, then senior will take it out on us. On the other hand, with the senior backing us, not even Invincible's sword will sound scary. That makes the young lady the brightest gem we have that we must nurture. Elder Wu was firm, with the other elders nodding. Now they understood and agreed with him. These elders are damn practical at least. Yilin realized why Zhuo Fan assumed the role of Overlord 9 Serenities, to protect Chu Qingcheng. He witnessed Chu Qingcheng going against the elder, and while not able to defend her in person, he used Overlord 9 Serenities to give a pretentious speech and raise her value in the elder's eyes. It was the same as looking after her while being worlds apart. He figured that no matter what danger might befall Western lands, none would touch Chu Qingcheng. Yilin sighed and said, Elder, the case of the 4 sects' destruction now has a resolution, but there's still one problem. Overlord 9 Serenities has taken revenge for his disciple, but what about Beast Taming Sect? Let's just lump it in as well. Elder Du waved. Senior had us so scared there's no way we'll still be looking into beast taming sect. Since it and Zhuo Fan have grudges, we'll say it's the master looking out for his disciple since we can't look into it now. That settles it. Yi Lin nodded, grinning inside. That'll be a perfect closure. They took the unconscious Chu Qingcheng and left the area, with the elders taking the lead, not wanting to stay a moment longer. After they were gone, Zhuo Fan came out of his space with a pained look. It was his last goodbye to Chu Qingcheng. Elder brother, that was one high-class act. You got us soiling ourselves from fear. I even thought Nine Serenity's sovereign was here. Zhuo Fan frowned and turned to see Yi Lin coming back. Zhuo Fan asked, "Why are you here?" He, there's still some things I don't get. I had left with the old coots then, but I have come back for elder brother's wisdom. Yi Lin bowed. Zhuo Fan walked away. Don't feel like it. How cold after bringing sister-in-law so you could see her one last time before leaving Western lands. Zhuo Fan paused and sighed. What is it then? Just how did you turn into a demon emperor and even got those 3 Genesis stage experts scared to death? Yi Lin beamed. Zhuo Fan spoke. Easy, a grain of truth in a sea of lies. The figure was an illusion I made, but it's not enough to scare those 3 by itself. But since they were wounded and weaker, they couldn't sense properly. Also, the black giant contained a trace of the destructive thunder flame, but what sold it was the eyes, the remaining 2 dragon breath pills. Those held the power of dragon ancestor, of unquestionable power. This way, truth mixed with lies to make the fear they felt undoubtedly real. Amazing. You're one shrewd guy to not only defeat me, but achieve this as well. Yi Lin gave a thumbs up. Ignoring him, Zhuo Fan left but paused again soon after. I'm leaving Western lands. Make sure that in the double dragon manner, Qingcheng. Don't worry, with me around, sister-in-law will be safe. Yi Lin declared. Zhuo Fan grinned and vanished from the lit-up night by the blazing inferno. Chapter 847, Explanation. Exalted, Overlord Nine Serenities was at least 300 meters tall, reaching the heavens and stepping on the earth, even without being able to see him fully. He was covered in black flames as they swallowed the skies, his eyes burning like the midday sun, around 10 meters big and unleashing a terrible light. In the heaven-reaching pavilion of the Double Dragon Manor, the 3 elders returned with their teams of disciples to report, now kneeling before the exalted double dragons. The fear had yet to recede from their features ever since that encounter. The Exalted looked at them, then at each other with dumb looks. Exalted High Ran was astonished, finding it hard to speak. 300 meters tall, with eyes as big as 10 meters, you call that a man? Ugh, the 3 elders recoiled and shook their heads. They saw this reaction coming, since not even they would believe an old monster like him would still be around without having borne witness. Exalted, sir, we saw it with our own eyes. We'd never lie about this. Sirs can ask the kids too, they were there as well, under the expert's overbearing aura. Elder U sighed. We saw the universal righteous sect being razed to the ground, replaced by a scorching inferno. The senior's power is beyond anything we know, a true monster cultivating for 300,000 years. There may not even be anyone to challenge him in the world, not even Invincible Sword. However, Devil Mountain has secluded itself, with its disciples no longer roaming the lands. If such an ancient and outstanding sect would have stayed around, that Invincible Sword wouldn't even have had the chance to show himself. The Exalted were skeptical still. This was a tough pill to swallow. How can the world hide such an overbearing existence? But seeing the group so flustered and honest, then recalling Zhuo Fan's obscene power, the one to teach him had to be a freak in itself. The Exalted shared a nod, choosing to trust it somewhat. That Overlord Nine Serenities might not be such a literal giant, since there were skills to make one look big, though he had a giant's power to shake 3 Genesis stage experts like nothing. That made looking further into Devil Mountain's vendetta a complex issue now that was better put off. No one wanted to kick the hornet's nest. Exalted High Ran waved his hand. Since no other area is behind this incident, it shouldn't affect Western lands, so we'll let it go for now. With 5 sects gone, they were asking for it to be destroyed by messing with the wrong man. We don't need to stir it further and plunge Western lands into more mess either. Elder Do, inform every sect of this, that it was not a conflict with another area. You're also to warn them to keep to themselves and not run amok. Who knows if there isn't a second Devil Mountain out there? Yes, sir, I'll be right on it. Elder Do bowed and withdrew. Exalted by May frowned. So the 5 sects killed themselves through their actions, but what are we to do now about the empty seats? With the Western lands so vast, with just 4 out of 9 remaining, it will leave a great vacuum across the board. It may even prove to be a weakness for others to exploit. Exalted High Ran sighed. We can't touch Devil Mountain, but now Western lands has suffered heavy losses, affecting its stability. The people below sighed as well. It wasn't as simple as having Western lands' power cut short with the loss of those sects, but also its control over it. This only grew worse since a Superior 3 sect and a Middle 3 sect were included. A Superior 3 sect didn't just have some mere venerables, but oversaw a large empire as well as dozens of other neighboring nations, watching them for any infiltration from other areas. While Heaven Trailing sect was the last Middle 3 sect, located around a third-rate empire like Tianyu, it still overlooked the dozens of other nations around. Adding to that was the Beast Taming sect being gone as well, leaving no one in the Quanrong Empire. At least a fifth of Western lands was now out of the 9 sects' control. It was a severe blow to Western lands' stability. Western lands sects didn't just share control, but also danger. The chances were high that the central area might take advantage of this breach, crushing Western lands' force like nothing as it invaded. This was the Exalted's greatest fear. Elder U pondered before speaking. Exalted sirs, this land might be empty, but not that big, with only universal righteous sects' territory on the large side. Why don't we just split it among the other 4 sects? Absolutely not. Exalted High Ran shot it down. The domain of every sect is based on strength, on what they can take. Not having the strength aside, the sheer manpower required to be sent will be too much to get all that land under control. Don't forget the demon scheming sect's lesson. Elder U shook and hung his head in shame. How could I forget such a crucial point? The 9 sects had stabilized the Western lands, but that was due to their hostility among each other and not unity. When one betrayed, the other 8 destroyed it. The same applied to every sect. The group held together under the same principle, watching each other like hawks. If one betrayed the sect, he'd be culled on the spot. But once a faction rose from a sect and settled outside, you could be sure it would grow and fight the original. Especially now, when the lands need support and help to prevent the outside enemy from creeping in. Zai Waiyu was rubbed the wrong way when he was kicked off his chair and even brought outsiders to rebel. This situation was even worse, as when a sect would be split, internal discord would rise. Elder U was sweating buckets, cursing his loud mouth for such a rotten idea. He almost sent Western lands to its doom. Exalted High Ran knew it wasn't on purpose and only frowned at the problem. Wu Kinkyu bowed. Exalted sirs, I might have a proposal, though unsure if I should speak. There's no harm in speaking. Exalted High Ran urged. Wu Kinkyu began. The 9 sects overlook their own domain, safeguarding Western lands. This makes it so only those people of every sect know their domains the best. Calling them local thugs isn't wrong in this sense. The Exalted looked at him hard. Exalted sirs, since 5 thugs died, rather than take one from the other 5, it's better if we pick a new thug from the empty places to defend Western lands. You mean? The Exalted heard Wu Kinkyu's proposal and spoke at the same time. Foster a new power to make up for the empty 5 sects. Wu Kinkyu nodded. But what group in the secular world has what it takes to take on the duty of a sect? Exalted, I know of one that can take such a burden. Wu Kinkyu's eyes shone with determination. In our journey to Tianyu Empire, I discovered the Luo Alliance, filled with capable people, experiencing swift growth and looking out for others. Among their men, there are also experts from the demon scheming sect that the Alliance took in. With Double Dragon Manor's assistance, they are certain to grow even faster to support Western Land's peace. Exalted High Ran's brow shook, then looked at the rest. What do you think? Agreed? Agreed? Agreed, Yilin Yanmo, when Tao and the other disciples spoke together. The Exalted were curious about this. What's their connection to Luo Alliance to side with it? Then again, since the Luo Alliance could gain such outstanding geniuses' favor, it shows it's capable. Exalted High Ran turned to Elder Wu. Look into it, see if they are worthy and help them. This shall be Western Land's fortune. Yes, sir. Elder Wu bowed and carried the order. The meeting went through some minor matters before ending. Wu Qinkyu and the disciple flew for a waterfall when he smiled. Having secured the Luo clan a seat among the sects, Brother Zhuo's spirit should be pleased in heaven. I don't know about that, just that I can't let my rival down. Yan Mo sighed and shook his head. Let's tell Chu Qingcheng the news as well. It should help her ease her sadness. Hard to tell. She doesn't look like the type to chase glory. Yilin sighed. Yan Mo smirked. Hey, Chu Qingcheng doesn't like you much, so what are you doing coming as well? Her not wanting to see me is one thing, and another for me to go to her. What's it to you anyway? Yilin huffed. Wu Qinkyu chuckled. Don't fight now, we're here. The group landed in an elegant yard around a clear pond. They were only greeted by Shui, Ruo, Hua, and Danner, looking lost and scared. What's wrong? Wu Qinkyu rushed over and then froze. A graceful figure leaned on the bed with a heartbroken look, her silver hair fluttering in the breeze coming from the window. Chapter 848. Back to All Beast Mountain Range. Shriek, tilde, roar. The howls and cries of animals of all kinds shook the forest. The densest area in the Tianyu Empire, while also the most dangerous, was All Beast Mountain Range. Any average person setting foot in it was tantamount to suicide, with even the stronger ones not faring any better going deeper. Rumor had it that the range held some true supreme beasts that no cultivator could defeat or escape its claws. Over the ages, it gave this range the thickest air of mystery humanity had yet to unravel, even though people trekked it now and then. Or maybe there had been some, only to never escape its domain with the truth. Now, though, a man in a black robe was walking casually deeper in, with only the spiritual beasts howling and growling as company. In the end, there were always some ignorant beasts baring their fangs and pouncing on the man's flesh. One got pretty close to him, but the spiritual beast's eyes blanked out, slumping dead. The man, though, went on without a care, his smile vile. The sudden weird intruder stirred up all the spiritual beasts in the All-Beast Mountain Range. Some savage ones scrounged up their courage to challenge this interloper, only to fare no better than the first foolish creature. It went all the way to the 6th-level spiritual beasts. Only after 3 7th-grade spiritual beasts fell dead at his feet did the beasts of All Beast Mountain Range finally know fear and the demonic power of this man. As if on cue, the beasts scattered, the birds fled, leaving no one but the interloper in this wild environment. Finally, with no beast around to growl, the All-Beast Mountain Range's true king descended. Who are you? How dare you venture deep into the All-Beast Mountain Range? With a reverberating roar, the man looked up and the huge shadow bearing down on him. A 3-headed bird looked at him in fury. On its forehead was an azure flame flickering around. Snickering, the man said, 3-headed crow, it's been a while. You know me. The 3-headed crow started. The man in black lifted his head and showed his smile. Forgot me already. Remember when you took me and young Sanzi here to see Senior Kunpeng? Sir Zhuo? The 3-headed crow was stunned, then landed with a bow. Forgive me for not welcoming you, Sir Zhuo. You honor us with your presence. I only heard there was a human making a scene and was unaware it was you. Zhuo Fan waved him off. Ha ha ha, it's fine. I only came to see Kunpeng. Since you're here, take me there. Well, the 3-headed crow looked conflicted. Sir Zhuo, 1,000 pardons, but I need to inform Master first of your sudden arrival. Please wait here for a moment. No beast will harm you with the Master's azure flame protecting you. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, hearing the scorn. The 3-headed crow sounded respectful, but it was just veiled mockery. What he meant by Master's azure flame protecting you was in fact telling him he was nothing without it. How else would you have had an easy time coming here? You'd have long been a spiritual beast's meal by now. Don't get cocky. He's clearly mocking me for only coming here thanks to Kun Peng's power. He couldn't be more wrong. Zhuo Fan squinted. Three-headed crow, I've met Senior Kun Peng before, so why make it so hard? Just take me there. Can't do. All Beast Mountain Range has rules. To see Master, all must be announced first. You can only see him with his permission. Master would otherwise punish me for bringing you unannounced. The three heads shook, his stance clear. Zhuo Fan sighed. That's such a waste, going back and forth when I'll meet the old guy anyway. How about this? You take me and I'll take full responsibility. Just say that I forced you. You, the three-headed crow cracked up, his eyes shone with disdain. Please, and here I thought humans have brains. Why sound so dumb then? I'm a great 9th-level spiritual beast, and you think you can force me, you'd have a better chance with any other spiritual beast, thanks to the azure flame, but that treasure won't work on me. I have it as well. Forcing me. What a joke, ha ha ha. It was plain to Zhuo Fan what he was thinking, so he smiled, while his left eye shone with the black thunder flame, unleashing its dreaded aura. Hutilda as if smacked by a mountain, the three-headed crow slammed into the ground, its azure flame flickering to stay alive before dying out. The 6 beady eyes widened in shock. The greatest gentle flame, chaos flame, belonging to the lord of the sacred beasts, the head of 5 great sacred beasts, was just destroyed. How? It was one of the 5 greatest powers born out of chaos, so how could it just cave? The three-headed crow refused to believe what happened, but looking back at the blackness burning in Zhuo Fan's eye made his heart shudder. It felt like staring death in the face. This human has the power to kill sacred beasts. The three-headed crow was smart enough to figure all that out instantly, its feathers standing on end, sweat trickling down. With a nasty snicker, Zhuo Fan stepped on the still shaking spine. Now you can raise your head high and declare to Kun Peng that I forced you. The heads shook in fear. This overlord of the all-beast mountain range in the 9th level was scared to death. Then let's go. Zhuo Fan's right eye closed and the aura faded. Without terror seeping into its bones, the three-headed crow slowly got its feet under him and took flight without a peep, spreading its 500-mile-long wings as he flew to Kun Peng. The man and beast arrived in 15 minutes, the familiar cave appearing in view, like a beast ready to swallow you whole. The three-headed crow landed next to it, since he couldn't just bring someone unannounced, having already defied his rules. Not like he had a choice, not when the human was stronger. The three-headed crow braced and shouted, Master, Sir Zhu has come to see you. Dad's here. The first to shout was a cheerful youth, followed by a flash of red. Gu Santong shot out of the cave and into Zhuo Fan's arms. Dad, you came at last. Zhuo Fan softened and smiled. Young Sanzi, I didn't come just to see you. Your old man will always be by your side. Really? Gu Santong cheered. Great, Dad will stay with me. Awesome, Dad is. A bright laughter announced Kun Peng's buffed body coming out as well. Ha ha ha, brat, are you so free to see me? You didn't even drop a hint you're coming. I'd have sent the crow to bring you. Thank you for that. Zhuo Fan nodded. Kun Peng sounded polite, but Zhuo Fan read in his eyes a grudge. What kind of king has people coming and going as they please? Chapter 849. Things changed. Zhuo Fan jumped down with Gu Santong in his arms and gently patted three-headed crow's warm plumage like a good pet he was. Thanks for dropping me. You can go now. Ugh. Kun Peng's smile crumbled as his face shook. His cold eyes stared straight at the crow with fury. Three-headed crow was Kun Peng's subordinate, his right hand, obvious by the chaos flame he loaned. As things stood now, even this trusted aide went against him, bringing an outsider without his approval. To top it off, he listened to another's orders. If that wasn't betrayal, what was? Zhuo Fan had done it to undermine his authority, to poach his aide. As the king of beasts, anger was a given. Alas, Zhuo Fan was a distant guest that had yet to push things too far, not enough to warrant conflict. The same couldn't be said about the three-headed crow. He directed killing intent towards the crow, releasing bloodlust. The three-headed crow shuddered, tearing up in fear as the three heads looked hurt. "Master, it's not me. He made me, not like Kun Peng would believe him." His mind was set on dealing with the three heads and how he was going to vent. Senior Kun Peng, I've come too suddenly and I'm imposing on you. I had forced the three-headed crow to take me before informing you. Do forgive me." Looking between one angry and one bitter face, Zhuo Fan chuckled inside. Speaking at the perfect moment, whether intentionally or not. Kun Peng was outraged, not bothering to mask it as he cursed inside. "He's under me and I can do what I want with him. What are you doing helping him out?" Since he still had use for Zhuo Fan, he had to rein it in. He let out a long breath, pushing the anger down and speaking in a calm tone. Gu Santong got ahead of him, though. "What's so bad about it? Dad's one of us. Wherever I am, it's Dad's home. No point of informing when he's just coming home anyway. Right, Uncle?" Yeah, ha ha ha." Kun Peng turned to Gu Santong with a weird look, then let out a dry laugh. "Three-headed crow, listen here, Zhuo Fan is one of us, so he can come see me anytime." "Understood." Kun Peng's smile turned into gnashed teeth at the end, glaring at three-headed crow. Gu Santong was oblivious to the subtleties, taking it at face value. Kun Peng was just teaching his men to look after Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan knew how to read between the lines, though. Sour since his own man was listening to another's orders. Zhuo Fan shook his head. The three-headed crow felt victim here, bobbing his heads. "Don't just stand there looking dumb. Stand aside and wait for Zhuo Fan to leave." Glaring at him one last time, Kun Peng found three-headed crow even more of an eyesore. Three-headed crow didn't make a peep. It just sat there at the side, like a good subordinate. Gu Santong asked, "Uncle, you're looking mighty angry today. What's up?" Nothing, just a toothache." Kun Peng waved his hand. "PFF?" Zhuo Fan almost cracked up. "Toothache? You're a sacred beast for crying out loud, immune to cold weapons and the world's elements, yet you're telling me you got a toothache? Are you alluding to something here that maybe I pissed you off?" Gu Santong frowned. Even for him this reason was hard to accept, but he didn't push it. He returned to hugging Zhuo Fan's neck. "Uncle, you can just have the bird leave. He doesn't need to send him off because Dad said he'll always be by my side. He ain't leaving, he. "Oh, Rhea, what?" Kun Peng jerked around at Zhuo Fan and shouted, "Is young Sanzi right? You're staying as well. What about your affairs? What about mine? Aren't you sorting them out?" Staring at his shocked face, Zhuo Fan smiled. "Senior Kun Peng, before I answer, let me tell you my latest exploits. I've already completed half of your task. Not long ago, I met with the decimating dragon ancestor." Shuddering, Kun Peng looked amazed. What did he say?" "Everything, including the events ages ago, as well as my situation." Zhuo Fan smiled and then sighed. Kun Peng gasped and nodded, looking serious. "Since you know everything, what will you do?" "What else is there but being on your side, hunted as I am as well?" Zhuo Fan looked lonely. "Kun Peng, thanks to Sir's aid, I have gone from nothing to having everything. Wife, son, friends, family. But it's also due to you that I had to cast them all out. I just don't know if I should hate you or thank you." Kun Peng eyed him coldly. "When we met, you had nothing, and the same applies now. What changed?" "Ha ha ha. Anyway, to have everything, you need to keep your life and be the last victor. I'm not asking you to like me, nor to be grateful, because we're all in this together. Me and the other sacred beasts can't escape, and we'll need you to do some things for us. So when you said you wanted to find Heavenly Sovereign's remnant and get his inheritance, I knew you'd be one of us." "Ha ha ha, just like I thought. You didn't let me down and survived Lightning Canyon, a true disciple of 9 Serenities. Also, did that old fire dragon have a solution out of this?" Zhuo Fan sighed and explained. Kun Peng lit up and nodded. "I see, so the mortal domain has 8 large gaps, the world wind tunnel. Ha ha ha, the old fire dragon cell has been thrown around yet still found such a secret to help us escape. Far better than me, stuck here in All Beast mountain range. Oh, since there are gaps in the mortal domain, then Heavenly Sovereign's divine eye of the void isn't perfect. If we unite, winning might very well be in sight. Boy, live on well. We'll just might make it in the end, ha ha ha." Patting Zhuo's shoulder, Kun Peng laughed like he was the winner. Zhuo Fan wasn't in the mood to join him. This was a grudge since ancient times, yet now he got dragged into this mess. He even had to forsake everything. Zhuo Fan's heart was in pain. He sighed and left with Gu Santong. "Young Sanzi, you're coming with me now. We'll never separate again." "Wait, where are you going?" Kunpeng shouted. Zhuo Fan spoke. "I need young Sanzi's help to deal with Dragon Ancestor's task. Since he's in this mess as well, I don't need to push him away. The task he gave you should be much easier with just you alone. If in trouble, you can always send me a message for help, so there's no need to take the child with you. It's better for him to stay here and learn from me. Maybe Kilin will be needed later for the 5 great sacred beasts to unite." Kunpeng squinted. Zhuo Fan sneered at his words. "Teach." "I know exactly how Sundering Thunder Phoenix died. I don't want young Sanzi to die without even realizing, just so you could take his power. There's no way I'll leave my son in such danger." Gu Santong looked lost. "Young Sanzi, come with me if you believe me. I'll explain it later." Zhuo Fan spoke. Gu Santong looked deep in his eyes, then nodded. Kunpeng's eyelid twitched, and he mocked. "You think you can just leave, Zhuo Fan? Where do you think you are, your backyard?" "Maybe not before, but now, ha ha ha, things have changed." Zhuo Fan pointed, and a huge golden flame appeared. Kunpeng gasped. "Old Dragon's dragon breath pill?" The 3-headed crow jerked back in fear. "Humph, you think it can hold me?" Kunpeng sneered. "It may be his strongest attack, but I'm no weakling either. We've been fighting for ages with none coming out on top. You think you can scare me?" "You're not." Zhuo Fan had a vile smirk. "Oh yeah, you sacred beasts never had a winner amongst yourselves. Dragon Ancestor can't beat you, so of course Dragon Breath Pill won't work, though that was before. Kunpeng, remember why you can't leave All Beast Mountain Range." Shuddering, Kunpeng's face fell. "Yes, you need the aura of the beasts to hide your own. The Dragon Breath Pill can't take you, but it will destroy All Beast Mountain Range. I wonder if you'll manage to survive when Heavenly Sovereign finds you out and comes to kill you." The azure flame eyes shook and Kunpeng sighed. "Clever brat, just take young Sanzi. But are you confident you can keep him safe? He's a sacred beast offspring, but has yet to mature. Many in the mortal domain have the strength to end him. Not before, but now I can." He took back the Dragon Breath Pill, and Zhuo Fan's left eye shone with the black thunder flame. "Because I am his father." He took Gu Santong's hand and left. Kunpeng watched in shock. What was that? The 3-headed crow rushed over. "Master, he did indeed force me to bring him here." He looked from the crow to the distant Zhuo Fan. Kunpeng sighed. "I see, so things have indeed changed." Chapter 850, Central Area. The Central Area, strongest of them all, and ruled by a single nation, Sword Star Empire. While the entire world lay fragmented, the Central Area was the most united, filled with experts. While ethereal stage experts ran things everywhere else here, they were errand boys just to earn a living. To the point the guards and patrols in cities were mostly made up of ethereal stage experts. This came as a shock to any cultivator from the other areas. This was a land where one nation ruled, where one power held control, not like theirs, split apart in bits and pieces. Since ethereal stage experts were treated as such, that made all the cultivators below be nothing more than waiters and other odd jobs. So while the outsiders might be seen as young masters in their homes here, there were strong people at every step, enough to squash them. All they could do was keep their nose down and not make a scene. Among them was one odd pair of father and son. The days of being brash, obnoxious, killing whenever and running away when they wanted were long gone. This wasn't their home, and they had to be cautious, especially when their lives were on the line. "Halt! Where do you come from?" The gate had a huge board over it, engraved with the words Flying Cloud City. All flying cultivators were landing before it, making a nice cue to enter the city with calm and order. On each side of the gate stood 2 grizzled old men, releasing their mighty power for all to feel and declare they were rare, ethereal stage experts in other areas, but a dime a dozen here. They were given orders to check all newcomers. Something must have happened for the situation to be so tense. A man in black robe, pulling along a cute and adorable 7-year-old boy, approached the guards with a bow. "Seniors, I come from Western lands. We've been hunted down by an enemy and forced to escape here. I hope seniors will help us. Hunted by an enemy. The two squinted and nodded with contempt. Ha, fifth layer radiant stage, and with a child dragging you back. Of course you'd be hunted. Just go, not like a weakling like you can cause anything. Yes, thank you, seniors. Bobbing his head, the man in black rushed in and dragged the boy, running even. The two watched the pair with derision. This is being weak, unable to rise above their station all their lives. Right. Those bugs will soon find the central area much harder than Western lands. Ha. The two mocked at their expense and continued with the cue. But then they felt a sudden chill in this clear weather that made them shudder, like there was some savage beast looming behind them. Swishing around, all they saw was a busy street with people going to and fro. The two looked around in doubt. Did you feel that, old man? Yeah, like some viper was staring me down, about to take my life. You too? Yeah, the other old man nodded, but then he shook his head. Must be our imagination. It's only been a month since Lord Dongfang slaughtered hundreds of soul harmony experts, driving fear into us. Now everyone is in a panic, but there's no way those thieves would do anything in broad daylight. Especially not targeting nobodies like us. Ha. Yeah, sometimes weakness is good. At least those that are strong will ignore us, the other one said with a dry laugh. Then he turned serious and went on with his job. Ironic how they already forgot that just now they laughed at the father and son's weakness. In a dark corner of the city, the man in the black robe held the child's mouth without budging. When the gate situation calmed down, he eased a breath and let go. The child threw a fit, roaring, "Dad, did those old coots look down on me? This hasn't happened since I came out the first time. If you hadn't stopped me, I'd have their heads in my hands right now. If you'd have done that, then we'd be doomed as well." The man in black smiled. Zhuo Fan was like a totally different man now. His eyes looked bright, his face calm, curbing his evil tendencies to the max. Patting Gu Santong's head, Zhuo Fan smiled. This isn't Western lands. Flying Cloud City is the center of one of the central area's 9 domains. The ruler is one dreadful expert. Meeting him will make it very hard for us. What's there to fear? Don't you have dragon ancestors' dragon breath pill? Just blow it in his face and he's toast. Gu Santong stuck out his head while shouting. Zhuo Fan sighed. There are only 2 dragon breath pills left. I don't want to use them unless absolutely necessary. In the mortal domain, a treasure like dragon breath pill is of utmost value, especially that. Zhuo Fan's eyes were firm. People have to be strong themselves to be safe. I don't want to ruin my cultivation with tools. That's why these past 2 years you trained in that true self-art thingy, regressing your cultivation. Gu Santong pouted. Zhuo Fan shook his head. True self-art is an art for the heart, not to set my cultivation back. Looking weak is just that, appearances, when in fact it brings me close to self. If not for the 2 years spent training in it, who knows how broken my heart would be in this situation. Thoughts give birth to demons and saints. Maybe I'd have already sunk into a demonic state by now, unable to see the surface. My true cultivation easily reached the 5th layer ethereal stage, all thanks to true self-art's calming effect. Elder Yuan truly was my master. Seeing his vibrant eyes, Gu Santong sighed, knowing he was recalling the people he forsook. But then he pointed at his neck and grumbled. What's with this golden locket then? It's hideous, like I'm some wee child. Aren't you? Zhuo Fan pinched his cute cheeks, teasing. Young Sanzi, any parent would want to see their child grow up healthy. I made the Everlife locket myself with all my love. You have to wear it. Gu Santong's face twitched. Dad, but I'm 300 years old, not some kid. You think I don't know what it does? It just hides my strength. I'm in the 6th layer ethereal stage, but with this thing on, I look like a defenseless 7-year-old. All the way here everyone's been pinching and ruffling my hair so much. I'd be dead if you didn't stop them. Hold it in for now. You're just too freaky. Have you seen any other ethereal stage kid around? Zhuo Fan waved his hand. Exposing your strength would be the same as a jester, getting everyone's attention in the central area. How are we supposed to work then? I know that. Dad made the demonic treasure to hide my aura, but couldn't you have made it smaller and not so flashy? It's humiliating wearing this huge thing. Yes, you're so precious. Zhuo Fan cut his grumbling short. Look at your childish and cute face. Isn't it innocent? Adding the Everlife locket and you're an angel. No one would ever believe an angel like you hides a savage beast. You'll be the ultimate weapon. Think about it. When we meet some enemy too tough to fight, everyone will ignore you, leaving you room to break them with your fist. Ain't that cool? Gu Santong scrunched up his cute face, then nodded. Makes sense. That's my dad already setting up the stage. Dad, when will we fight him? Hopefully never. Zhuo Fan's eye twitched and turned around at the city center. The former best of Eastern lands, Shangyuan Feiyan, now the lord of one of Central Area's 9 domains, lives there. It would be best if we can avoid him. Zhuo Fan's eyes grew hard.